Hello, everybody. Oops. There we go. Hello, everybody. My mic wasn't quite positioned correctly. Sorry if I tapped it just now, but there we go. All right. My bad there. Didn't notice that. How's it going? Is this still? Oh, my bad. Shit. All right. There we go. Now it's a desk. How's it going tonight? Let me check the chat. Greetings and salutations, one man show. A pleasure to have you as usual. Tina, Mad Mardigan raid. Hey, hail! Anyone coming over from Mad Mardigan's chat? I'm hoping some of those guys can drop in tonight. I sent a link out, so they should be able to hop in at their leisure. I know it's kind of late for some people though, so I'm not surprised if they don't show up. Good day. I was on a creepy little book when I saw you pop up. Oh, hey, always censored. Yeah, I appreciate your comments on the video the other day or a couple days ago. I don't remember now. The whole week kind of blurred together. Thanks for dropping by, man. You go if you wherever you want to hang out. In the beginning, we kind of bullshit and have fun with some memes and Instagram here. So if you want to finish up with creepy little book and he's having fascinating conversation over there, and then raise the volume back up on me when he's done. Feel no problem at all, man. Tina. Mad Raid. Hey, Jack. How you doing, Jack of all casuals? I haven't seen you around in a minute, brother. We do what? What's up, Eric K? Bienvenidos. Raiding boy. Nice. Welcome, y'all. Hey, hey. How are y'all doing tonight? That was a fun stream with Matt earlier. I was kind of in and out. At some point, I guess they were talking about books. I was in the kitchen because I was had my dinner. But yeah, it's good to see everyone here tonight. I don't have any specific articles lined up. I just figured we could talk about all the woo-woo stuff we all love, and then pull up whatever we need as we need it. I want to talk about aliens. We started talking about Bigfoot yesterday, and it was just a casual mention, and then I don't know, we ended up talking about it a little more, and so I figured we could just talk. We could just talk about Sasquatch and UFOs and all that stuff. Mysterious deaths. I feel like I need to sneeze. It's not coming. Ooh, all right. Nope, I'm still good. No sneeze for you. Be back in a bit. All right. Cheers, always censored. I'll see you here soon. And you say, yeah, work hours have been all over the place. I've been here and there lurking. Well, I appreciate you dropping by and saying hi, Jack. I was getting a little worried about you because I hadn't seen you in a while. And you were chatting and stuff. You were up in the twatter, and then you just disappeared. I was a bit concerned. But yeah, then I messaged you, and you're like, "Yeah, I'm all right." So it made me feel better. But yeah, man. Bienvenidos, Jack. It's good to have you back, man. I hope work isn't killing you too bad. Is it like a seasonal thing, or is it now that things are opening up again, or what happened? What happened there? And give me 2 seconds, y'all. I need to fix something here. All right. Should be good now. So let me see. Yeti's ears are burning. Oh, Yeti already went to bed. He's like, someone talking about me? In his Yeti voice. The one that Mad doesn't like, apparently. I didn't know. La migra, sí, but if it was a Latino, they would have made it in that van. They would have made it. Let me pull this up here. I'm gonna start off with some shenanigans. I don't think I have all that much tonight, actually, from the Instagrams and the BS. Maybe let me look over here real quick. Oh man. me see. Nope. Just the Luffy thing. I've got. Ooh, I can't wait. I've got some good news. So yesterday I mentioned the anime stuff, and I mentioned that I hadn't heard anything about what's it called about Dragon Ball, but it looks like Dragon Ball's got a new release date. Dragon Ball movie release date. Since I don't I didn't transfer it over from my phone. So yeah, North American release date window, Dragon Ball Super Superhero. Let me pull this up here. This is a quick little good news share here. Ooh, I need to turn on the air. So the announcement was made during the recent Dragon Ball Games Battle Hour 2022 event. Their producers Akio and Norihiro, as well as director. Okay, North American this summer, although not exact release date was given. What? It's released April 22. Dog, really with this shit? Okay, this isn't the article that I saw earlier, but I thought I could just pull up any old one. I guess not. Nope. Nothing. Son of a bitch. What's a bummer? Either way, they do have a new release date. I guess it just hasn't been announced. It makes sense though, because movies are a little more complicated. So then a TV show you can just drop it in whenever, wherever. Like Shakira. Whenever, wherever. La migra. Dropped from 84 degrees to 31 degrees so far. Oh man, yeah, it was hot out here today. Today was a hot day. I guess there's a heat wave in California. My poor friend is driving around right now doing deliveries, and her car does not have AC. Is this a new season / series or movie? It's a movie. The Dragon Ball movie, Dragon Ball Super Superhero, was supposed to release this summer, but because of the Toei hack, it got delayed. So now we have to wait till whenever. I'm thinking maybe fall, but I guess we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Okay, this is where I left off. Sweet. Okay. I fucking love this. This one cracked me the fuck up. Pikachu seems to be interested in your mom. I'm something of a Pikachu myself. Yeah, dude, it has been hot out here. It's been hot as fuck. You know what? I think I know what the issue. I mean, I don't know what the issue is with my shoulder, but I know why I think being seated for extended periods of time puts pressure on the part of my scapula, shoulder blade, spine, wherever part this knot is fixed in. It's fucking with it. That's why I feel great in the morning, but then over time it sucks. I'm something of a Pikachu myself. Sentient dildo shit. Gotta go walk my dogs this morning here. Have a good one, people. All right, cheers, sentient dildo. I'll see you when you get back then, man. Hopefully. Hope to see you back. Emily, that's funny. I wasn't even wearing makeup today. Well, hey, they have good taste at least. I know, right? Yep. So how's your day going, beautiful? It's good. Do you need me to walk you back? Walk me back? Back to the friend zone you just tried to escape. See, this is where he went too far. Right here. So how's your day going? That's where it should have ended. Because they were already talking about how she's good looking over here. So, boop, erase that, and he'd have been fine. He'd have been good. He might have made some progress, but no, he had to push it. Dragon Ball Super superhero novels have been both seemingly rescheduled to June 30th, 2022. Oh, okay. Sweet. Awesome. Thanks, One Man Show. Well, there you go, y'all. That's okay. So that's not that much of a delay, thankfully. Thankfully. The secret, Alice, is to surround yourself with people who make your heart smile. It's then, only then, that you'll find Wonderland. I need the audio on this one. What's funny is his little meow sounds like a Pokemon. Like when you drop a Pokemon in a game, they make that little sound. That's what he sounds like. No. Tell your men they work for me now. I love that Elon Musk means. He's just such a fucking thug. Marked safe from dishonor today. This freaking dog. He's curled up in this guy's lunchbox. He's like, dude, this fucking dog, man. He should just start eating the hay around him. Just start eating and just ruin his bed. Ruin his fucking day, man. This is super sweet. Kitty just gives her a kiss. That's adorable. Yeah, that's it. This one's interesting. Scale of emotions with different energies, from bliss down to lust. Really, lust is the base one. Pain, victimization, suffering. So are these kind of like placed here arbitrarily, or I don't understand where they're getting these from? Did they measure it somehow? Did they, glue some electrodes to your balls or something? That does say novels, not movie, but I think Dragon Ball Super superhero novels. Okay. Oh, I thought it said superhero. I thought it was that and the novels. My bad. But I think they'd push the film around the same time. Yeah, it seems like they're coordinating those two. Factories have to have better quality control. Factories. What the factories got to do with what you like? You got like what you're dealing with something or what? Are you talking about my friend in her AC? Her car's just old though. Hey, Imperius, what's shaking, bacon? Good to see you. That's a cat. It's a Cheeto cat. Weird looking dog, isn't it? Hey, Brownnmild, bro. So I remember you, Brownnmild. Good to see you, by the way, man. I know you've been working a lot, haven't seen you as much. But I remember you were talking about how you had a dream where you're just partying, and getting high and drinking in your dreams. I had a dream because I'm on a sobriety break right now. I'm on a tolerance break for the month, and so, or it started last month, but and so I had a dream the other night where I was getting high, and in the dream I was like, "Oh no, my tolerance break!" And then I woke up. I was like, "Oh yeah, my tolerance break is still on." Just wanted to say I can now relate. I had that dream. Getting to the supernatural side of things tonight. Hell yeah, man. We kind of dipped on it a little bit yesterday. We've been talking about it a little bit recently, but a little joke about the cat in the bag video. Nothing. Oh yeah, I got you. I know what you're talking about. Totally looks like it totally has like a Pokemon vibe to it. Oh man, I can actually reach the knot, which is nice. I moved the motherfucker. Fun fact: when you have knots in your back or knots anywhere in any muscle, essentially your muscle is like a big. It's like imagine it being like a blanket with something under it, and when you're pushing on it, you can kind of move it around. You got to break it up, and so that's where like warming up the muscle, using a massager, things like that. We're going to break it down a little more, trying to bust up that mineral buildup. But you can actually move a knot around your muscle if you're not. It's kind of like ironing. You got to iron it out. And so, bro, I've had that again. I pussied out to break my tolerance mid-dream. Pussied out to break my tolerance. Huh? Bro, I've had that again. I pussied out to break my tolerance mid-dream. Also, mid-dream, you were like, no, and you stopped. Hey, not bad. That's some good self-control, man. If you can, like, in your dreams, stop yourself from making bad choices, that bodes well for your day-to-day life. Things not made to last these days. Fourth industrial revolution mean make your own and neighbors and local communities. Yeah, man. Yup. Yeah, I see that coming. That's what I was talking about that video, or I actually, it's a highlight from this show. But I was talking about 3D printing and how we're gonna be able to make our own shit. We're gonna be able to design our own shit. We're gonna be able to sell each other our designs and whatnot. And we're not gonna be looking to companies to make things anymore. We're gonna look to each other. And as it is, there's already a lot of that happening with what's it called? There's already a lot of that happening with what's it called? Like the gig economy, Fiverr, things like that. You're not hiring big companies to do like a whole thing for you. Just hire a couple independent people, pay them less. At least that's less than you would the big company, which has all these extra expenses. Lucid dreaming got me doing degenerate shit. I was scared to smoke in my dream. Why were you scared to smoke in your dream? What was the feel? Was it that like the feeling that this would come back with you into the waking world, or like that it would break your mental discipline, or was it like that something bad might happen? I'm curious about that if you don't mind sharing. We would definitely have a 3D printer in every home soon. Yes. Yeah, that's coming. We're not quite there yet, but I think part of the reason that we're not quite there yet is there's no infrastructure supporting that shift. There's no infrastructure. Like I was talking about how in that video about the 3D printing and the UBI, I was talking about how essentially there's going to be websites where you can download patterns for things in your home. That doesn't exist yet. Currently, as it is, there's 3D printers and there's places where you can download patterns and stuff. But in terms of wide scale practical application, that's not there yet. And so if we can figure, like if someone can set up something that creates a demand for 3D printers so that people can, oh, you mean if I get a 3D printer, I can just do that? Then that's when they'll start being more readily adopted. It's kind of like some technologies, that's what they need to be. They're practical, but there's no use for them. Once someone comes up with the use for them, they're everywhere. They spread like wildfire. I think that's what we're missing. That's the missing ingredient to 3D printers proliferating throughout society. But that also has the underpinnings of appending society in our current economic system, which wouldn't be bad, honestly. Let me see. Now I'm back. I've always been a maker. Nice. A maker of things, like a creator, artist, etc. That's badass, man. What's your skill set, your talent, etc.? Break the tolerance. I also didn't realize I was dreaming, or else I would have been like past that right now. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's an important thing. If you don't realize you're dreaming, you're like, no, this is happening. So when you get high, like in your dreams, do you feel high? Like I don't remember if I felt high or not. I just remember going, oh shit, I was on a break. And then I woke up like, trying to 3D print some bitches. Yo, as soon as robotics gets to that point, you'll be able to 3D print parts for them. But I imagine some of the softer parts, you're gonna have to order those online. Love those belt printers. Long parts, continuous protection. Belt printer. Oh, continuous production. Belt printers. Oh, got you. Yeah, there's different styles of 3D printers. There's some that are like, there's one that's like a little self-contained thing. It's for making small items, but different kinds of printers give you different capacity, different potential, etc. No bitches? The moment they are mostly plastic. Oh yeah. At the moment. There's, plastic, wood pulp, whatever else. The materials is another reason that I think it's a little slow to adopt. But really, if I don't know. We need to figure out what people would want to just print instead of buying, what they would feel inclined to buy a printer for, because it would need to have multiple purposes. It'd have to be long lasting. Same feeling. I feel like, oh shit, I'm on a break. All right. Electronics and coding, but got lathes and mills to teach myself machining. Oh, cool. Got diploma in robotics. Oh, badass. That's fucking cool, man. So you makes the robots, huh? Dude, that's fucking neat. What do you think is holding back the adoption of 3D printers? If you think it's different than anything I've said here so far. Haven't gotten to smoke mid-dream. I'll have to do it. Crazy, I dream of breaking my tolerance, and I finally smoked yesterday. Woke up sick as fuck. Self-guilt. You smoked? Okay. Were you trying not to smoke, or was that one of the things you were trying to quit, like, hands down? Because I know that's not addictive, but I also know that different people have different dependencies and different, like, they go, no, if I do one thing, I'll do all the things. And so yeah, woke up sick as fuck. Oh, you dream of breaking my tolerance. Oh, I see. I thought, wait, you're not on tolerance break though. I thought you like outright quit. You're like sober or living the sober life, right? Am I wrong about that? Seen the first on the low cost pellet plastic printers. Seeing the first of the low cost pellet plastic printers. Pellet plastic printers. Pellet plastic printers. Oh yeah, these ones. Yeah, okay. Can you make me a Gundam? Pellet printers, filament too expensive. Ah, okay. The filaments are too expensive. I was just trying not to smoke. I've been craving it for the longest. Just trying to not smoke. Oh, okay. I thought you like quit like drinking and stuff too. You're just trying not to smoke, so it's just a tolerance break. Oh, okay. Well, bro, a tolerance break, like for marijuana at least, you only need 30 days. After that, I'm probably not even. I might not even go the full 30, because of 420. And 420 is like I think 4 days before my 30-day mark, but it's the holiday, and so I don't know. I'm thinking about it. Thinking of being it. Ah, damn, this fucking knot, bro. It's so fat. I feel that bitch. Learn to make your own. That's the point. Yeah, Jack, he's got a point there, man. Misworded. It was misworded it. I was on sobriety. I'm sipping on a twisted tea. The withdrawals ain't a joke. Gonna put it down once this mini weekend. Misworded it. I was on sobriety. So you were on sobriety? I'm sipping on a twisted tea. I don't know what the twisted tea is. The withdrawals ain't no joke. I gotta put it down once this mini weekend. I'm sorry, bro. I'm not exactly following that. A twisted tea, I'm guessing, is an alcoholic tea. I was on sobriety. Okay, so you were trying to be totally sober? It's over? Like you stopped? Were you intending to do it for the rest of your life, or was it meant to be a short-term thing? Sad violin noises. So yeah, was it meant to be over at some point soon, or is it meant to be long term? I'm gonna turn on the air real quick while I give you guys a little something here. There we go. Let's do this one.
You recognize that famous sign, huh?
Oh, yes, senor. It is a number 2.
That is not a 2. That is a Z.
Oh, if you say so, senor. But in the school, that is how they teach my granddaughter to draw too.
Well, I say it is a Z for El Zorro.
Zorro! Oh, Zorro! Oh, Zorro!
That is a little more like it.
I love that clip. It's underrated. That movie actually is really fucking funny. I saw some stupid asshole um make a video talking about how problematic that movie was. What a jackass that guy. Anyway, sorry about that. There we go. I'm back. They can make it clearer. Sorry. I wanted to be sober for as long as I could. I was sober since January, but last night I got invited out. Had some drinks, smoked because I was lit, then hit the strip club. Oh, okay. I see. So you weren't like going, I'm going to do this for the rest of my life. No more of nothing. I'm just going to see how long. You were instead going, I'm going to see how long I go. I'm just going to see how long it happens for. Okay, then. All right, cool. Well, that's not, pardon me. That's not so bad then. How are you doing? How are you feeling? You're saying withdrawals sucked. Is it so you're feeling sick now that you had some drinks or what? Plenty of files you can download. Lots of talent and creative on the 3D plan sites. There are some full-size Gundam YouTube channels. Yo, Jack of all casuals, check it, bro. 3D plan sites, some full-sized Gundam YouTube channels. So you could probably find a YouTube channel that recommends different Gundam patterns for 3D printing. Print that shit out. If you get a 3D printer, you can make yourself some sick-ass Gundams. Yeah, dude. That's pretty dope. So okay, the pellets are expensive, I guess, is part of the problem with adoption. So we need to make those cheaper. All right. I'm planning on restarting after this weekend ends. Okay. What up, jerks? What's up, Mad? Howdy doody. Now they're making Zoro a hacker. What? What are you talking about, Jack? What the fuck are you talking about? They're making Zoro a hacker. Who the fuck? Probably some blonde white chick. Fucking dumbass. Always changing the stories. Yeah, what the fuck is this shit all about? Dumb bitches, dude. Fucking retards. All right, let me and you've already okay, let me close this down here. Cyanide and Happiness. I probably can't play that one. All right. So, I watched some more Bigfoot stuff today. Not big Sasquatch. Sorry, I need to stop using the word Bigfoot because I guess according to these Bigfoot stories, according to these Sasquatch or Sabe stories I've been hearing, they don't like that word. I don't know why. Is it like the N word for them? I'm guessing it's like their N word. Don't call us that, motherfucker. Yeah, I woke up sick and my body's no longer used to the alcohol. Yeah, that makes sense. The only that helps is drinking because I feel bad. I feel bed stuck and down. Just the side effects of withdrawals. Well, I mean, it sounds like it's a hangover or the side effects of drinking last night. Not so much withdrawals. Withdrawals are while you're not drinking. If you went out drinking and then this happens, that means yeah, your body's not used to it anymore, and so it's not having it. So you probably need to learn new limits. You've got whole new limits to work with, buddy. It's a whole new world. I forgot to mention if y'all could kindly drop a like. Whoops, the fuck is going on? Piece of shit. Cut it out. Drop a like, share the stream, etc., etc. Adorable the horrible, the adorable evil kitty from hell would really appreciate it. Yep, next Zoro movie. They will make Zoro a hacker in today's world. That's dumb. I mean, I can see. So to be fair, I could see the logic if they're trying to make it modern instead of like back in the days, back in not that, but that back in when Spain was in charge around here. Uh, but that's the thing. Where's this? There's no swashbuckling. There's no adventure. What are they gonna do? Make him like Jason Bourne, but a hacker? What, like, because it makes sense in that if you're trying to take from the rich and give to the poor, and you're taking money out of people's accounts and stuff, and put and disseminating it somehow, then, but no, that still doesn't. I don't know. Eh, how the fuck would you modernize Zorro? Like make him a modern character? How could you make Zorro a modern character? Because being a hacker, although it sounds lame for Zorro, I can't think of an alternative. You could be an MMA fighter, fighting for fighting against a corrupt, MMA system or something. I don't know. But how could you? Let's say people in charge, el alcalde, the governor. You wouldn't have to be a hacker. You could be a journalist. He could be a journalist, like a real one. That's stupid though, because like it's Zorro. The whole thing is the swords and the mask and the hat and the whole thing. Like Zorro is a very specific. He exists in a time period with a purpose for a reason. If you're gonna make like a modern Zorro, it'd have to be a different character that calls themselves Zorro as their name. It's different. And even then, you shouldn't name it Zorro because it's not Zorro anymore. It's whatever the plot of the movie is, and then a character goes by the name Zorro, like Neo in the Matrix. They didn't name that movie Neo. It's the Matrix. Neo's his name. So if Neo had been Zorro, I would have been cool with it. Like, oh, he named himself after Zorro. That's dope. Because of the ideals that Zorro espouses, what he fights for, and all that stuff. So, yeah, I think that's fucking dumb to do it that way, though. Think it's fucking dumb. Ugh. Injection molding pellets are cheap, big bags of them, but DIY pellet maker for recycling would be better. Free plastic. Ooh, injection molding pellet are cheap, big bags of them, but a DIY pellet maker for recycling would be better. So like a big recycling machine that you could just dump your plastic items into and it turns them into pellets. That'd be sick, man. That'd be sick. You seen the picture of an alleged Sasquatch peeping through the window? No, I haven't. I mean, I've seen some pictures of them. I've seen some, but let's look. Sasquatch pictures. I'm just looking on the Google first. All right, let's just look at what came up on Google. For starters, if you have a specific one you want me to see, though, go ahead and send that to my Twitter. I've got it open right here. Got it open. Now, if you had plastic made from hemp, then things get very interesting. Oh, very interesting. How? Oh, a biker. That's a great idea. But bikers usually roll in a gang. Zorro doesn't work with Zorro's not a team guy. He's doing his own thing. But not a bad suggestion. Plastic from hemp. See, I think we need to industrialize hemp again. Ground cleaning up corruption in those blue cities. It's Hollywood. They have no fresh ideas. Yeah, they're fucking garbage. Okay, so I don't see nothing there. It just looks like a tree. Let me see. Okay, cool. I didn't know what the hell was going to pull up, so. Oh. Yeah, look. It's standing up against the tree. Right here, you see it moving. Or not moving, but you see like a body shape against the tree. What? Go away now. I'll pull this back up. Footprint. Let's see what else we can find. I'm not looking at this classic one from the 70s or whatever. But I hear that what's it called? Like batteries drain quickly around them and stuff. So that might be part of why there's not too many pictures out there. See, I think let me try this on. Maybe I should try this on DuckDuckGo. Probably get different results. Probably get different results with DuckDuckGo. Fuck it. I think I'll just pull up some of these videos I've been watching. That's more. They have better pictures. Let me see. I'm gonna look for them real quick. Oh shit! I didn't see that come up. Oops. Let me see. How to hunt. tohunt.com. The facts by howtohunt.com. Okay, so howtohunt.com is this thing, and then the facts by howtohunt.com is the channel. Gotcha. So let me see if I can find so a couple of these have images. But it's like a 30-minute video, hour-long video. He just sits here in like the forest. Here, I'll show you guys. He just sits here in the forest reading the stories that people email him. But his backgrounds, because he's out in the forest, in the woods, like in the real wilderness, it's gorgeous. It's freaking beautiful every time. He has the best backgrounds. But I also don't know where the pictures pop up. Or if there's even any pictures in the video, because sometimes he forgets to share them. I think this one has pictures. Let's see. But yeah, this guy, he sets up cameras in the forest. He's out there all the time. Oh, that's the actual deer that he was looking at. Okay, yeah, this one does have an image at some point. Someone does share something here. Deranged Lunatic. How you doing, Deranged Lunatic? Good to see you, man. Check Twitter DMs. Alrighty. Check that right now. Let me pull this up here. Okay. I think I might have to say this out separately. Let me see. Photographed peering through window in Colorado. Because I can't pull it up without my DMs showing up. Okay, cool. Here we go. Check it. So, and you know what's when I hear about these stories of a Bigfoot looking through a window like that, usually it's on the second story. They're on the second story of the house or cabin or whatever, and they're all, what's going on in here? Let me see. Go around cleaning up the corruption in those blue cities. Hey, Hollywood just woke old stories and claim it as improving and modernizing them. They're fucking retards, dude. But I'm gonna move on from that topic though, because this is the shit we want to talk about tonight. What's up, y'all? What's up? Another monster. How you doing? If you're watching this and you haven't hit the like button, well, that's not true. You could just be forgetful. But I like everyone here. Thank you all for coming by. Please do drop a like if you are so inclined. But yeah, so you're just looking through, peeking through. Some of them look like different pictures. Oh, that one looks fucking mean. Damn, that's a human ass face. Do you guys think that one's legit or this one here? Look at this one. That's nuts, man. That's fucking creepy. Imagine seeing that shit. I'd be like, what's up? You want some jerky? Let me see. TV series with Bigfoot. Oh yeah, that'd be fun as long as it's done well. Because I feel like because of all the Bigfoot stuff and all the Sasquatch, you can kind of essentially everyone who talks about it is ridiculed and ostracized and stuff, which is weird. It's a really weird reaction to have, honestly. Because most things, imagine other things, people who believe in like angels, let's say, they don't get ridiculed. It's maybe by atheists. I mean atheists, but atheists still aren't okay. Well, you believe in angels, or people who believe in Loch Ness. They don't get ridiculed as much. People who believe in aliens, they don't get ridiculed as much. They do get ridiculed. There are people that go, bullshit, you didn't get abducted by aliens. But there's a lot of people that go, nah, bro, they're real. How could they not be? Look how big space is. You really think we're the only ones? Etc. etc. But with Sasquatch, for some reason, with the forest men, it's a different story. You get ridiculed straight up. Let me see. So what would it? I mean, I imagine they would make a series that would be like, it would make them out to be the bad guys. That's how I feel like it'd be someone that lives nearby, but then the Bigfoots are kind of the bad guys, and that yada yada yada. They're always creeping in the forest. Watch out, the forest is dangerous. All that kind of shit. That's what I feel like they would make it. Pig had me spooked at 3 a.m. Did you do this shit right here? Look out your own window. There was one, forgot the name. I remember Harry and the Hendersons. Harry and the Hendersons was awesome. Does anyone not know what I'm talking about? Harry and the Hendersons? I think that was a movie though. Heard Bigfoot smell a lot? Yeah, I heard they smell worse than like sewage and skunk all put together. And like some others smell like really bad. I heard they smell really bad. And you can tell there's one really nearby because you smell it like it's an overpowering stench. Also, should all read this masterpiece. Thanks, Another Monster. I am working on a second edition, though, so I'm not exactly trying to rush people over there right now. Period. Movie and TV show. Harry and the Hendersons was both? Is that a boomer movie? No, dog. It came out in the 80s. This guy, boomer movie. Now, it came out in the 80s. If I remember right, was it a comedian that was the lead character? Essentially, what happens is a Sasquatch. I don't remember why. I think maybe it was injured or something. But a Sasquatch comes to live with the family, and he goes to live with the family. The Hendersons. They named their Sasquatch friend Harry because he's a hairy motherfucker. So they call him Harry. And so the movie's Harry and the Hendersons. He lives with them for a while. The government catches on that they've got a Sasquatch over there, and they go on this, big. They have a big escape in the end and whatnot. And it was a really sweet movie. I don't remember it very well. It's been a really long time. But Harry and the Hendersons. That's the last Sasquatch movie that I actually remember. And it was heartwarming, which is nice because I don't think they'd make it like that these days. I think it'd be all propaganda and stuff. It was comedy family show. These days it would be dark and dystopian. That's it. Harry and the Hendersons used to watch it a long time ago. So it was a show. We're gonna look at Harry and the Hendersons. Yeah, it's a movie. There we go. It's a movie. Harry and the Hendersons. See, he's all happy ass Sasquatch. Look how 80s this shit looks. Look how 80s that looks. I don't know where it's going. All right, cool. According to science, Bigfoot doesn't exist. Amblin Entertainment. And you can see the dynamics. Clearly, the families. Oh, yeah, that's right. This guy was in it. I knew there was a comedian as the lead. I just didn't remember that it was him. Yeah, man. She's obviously the one that's not about it. Of course, in the movie, she's the one that has to come around. Sad to see Harry go. Yada yada yada. But yeah, man. Harry and the Hendersons. Let me catch up a little bit. You guys are talking. Hey, Tina. Oh, wait. I said hi to you in the beginning. There's a movie and then a TV series. Oh, okay. So they made the movie and then the TV series spawned from it. I don't remember the TV series. I remember the movie, though. Great movie. I needed to, hey, Zachariah? Yeah, I need to check it out again because now that I'm reminded of it, I really want to see it again. I'm looking at it like, oh, man, that's so sweet. The movies they used to make. Bro, listen to the Bigfoot sounds. They sound like in Asiatic dialect. Ooh, yeah, I'd love to hear their. Is there recordings of them talking? Because I've heard that. I've heard that people have heard them talking because they're hunting and so they're being quiet and they hear, oh, there's someone else coming by, and they're listening. They hear them talking. They're like, wait, that's not a language I've ever heard before. And they'll listen, and then they'll get noticed, and the Sasquatch will disappear. But howdy, Zachariah. Wasn't it John Lithgow? Yep. I was still in the sack in the 80s. Oh, yeah, you're younger than me, huh? I was born in 86. Don't knock us boomers. The Hendersons was just chilling with Shaq. That's what it must have been like for them. I wonder, like, these guys are so big, though, that Shaq and the Big Show would be like, oh, shit. I don't know if I could take this guy. He's too big. We can remember when things were better. That's true, man. But also, to be fair, he censored. Boomers were the last. Boomers got to go to college for real cheap. And then after they were out of college, the prices went up. So I'm in student debt because of boomers. To be fair. But yeah, things were better. A lot of things were better. Hell, even when I was a kid, a lot of things were better. Is this going to drive up the price of the first edition? So I'm all about that. I don't know. That only really matters if I get famous. Otherwise, it don't mean shit. John Lithgow. Yep. Lithgow is a Harvard graduate of theater and originally a stage actor. Not surprising because he's fantastic. He is fantastic. He was great in Dexter. If anyone saw that season of Dexter with John Lithgow, woo, he freaking killed. I'm sorry. I was not intentional. It was not an intentional pun. But he played a serial killer in Dexter. My bad. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. You never know, man. Let's see what else we got here. See if there's any other good. Actually, I kind of want to look up audio. Kind of want to look up some audio. me look up. I'm gonna look on YouTube here while we. I'm gonna share one of this guy's stories. One of the stories he's telling here. Let me see. Let me see where he's at real quick.
With every step I took, I could hear footfalls
Okay, that's too quiet. I need more. Can you guys? Here, let me see.
upon which I've already set up camp. Volcano. I made myself do water back down. The climb, as well as the possibility of being affected by altitude.
Can you guys hear that?
I
Okay.
said to my friends, "You go on, and I will walk back down." They continue up.
I remember this story.
Noticing that whatever was following me would stop also, only making whatever. I then thought.
So this is an interesting.
Just before sunset.
So this is an interesting thing that I've noticed in these stories, is that when they talk about God, the Sasquatch back off. But
my friends will have already set up camp.
But yeah, let me know if you guys can hear it.
I simply took my time and immersed myself in the enjoyment of natural jungle sounds around me. After a while, my intuition was telling me I wasn't
I'm gonna look up
alone,
audio real quick.
and became a little concerned, since tourists had been robbed in the past. I continued to notice the silence that had descended upon me, but I shrugged it off and continued. I suddenly became aware that with every step I took, I could hear footfalls upon leaves, very close to my left. This is about 8,000 feet. It was very steep. To my left was pristine, super thick jungle. No one could be walking through it.
Okay.
Thought, could it be a big cat?
Yeah, so the video.
No, whatever it was bipedal. It sounded big. I kept on, and every now and then stopped, noticing that whatever was following me would stop also.
All right, cool.
Making one more heavy step in the
I got him pulled up now.
last step. Strangely, I did not allow.
You don't have to be a dick. I think you know that's not true.
Don't give
What's
in to
that?
fear.
What are you talking
Fear is
about?
The mind killer. And I had no feelings of dread.
You don't have to be a dick. I
Whipped
think
out
you
my
know that's not
machete and
true.
started to sing a Jimmy Cliff tune.
Where's this coming from? Another monster? I don't know what that's in reference to.
While I walked.
If it's the boomer thing, like I don't have anything against boomers. I was just pointing out that, like, because the first thing that popped into my head was like how college used to not cost the people very much at all, and then it just, you look at the dates, and there's some correlations there. Rick and Morty. Oh yeah, that is. You don't have to be a dick. I think you know that's not true. Yeah, I love that. That was fucking great. I served, and that paid for 13 years of it. Fucking shit, 13 years? What did you need 13 years for? What the fuck did you go to school for that you needed 13 years? Did you become a doctor twice? What the fuck? Oh, man. That's crazy. Oh, part-time. Okay, part-time. I was imagining full-time for 13 years. What did you study? Oh, man. Check DMs for the Sasquatch Sierra sounds. Oh, okay, cool. Thanks, man. Thanks. I looked some stuff up, but I'll check Twitter first and then see if there's any overlap there. Oh. All right, so working and studying, no life. I hear you, man. Yeah, I hear you. I got lucky in my final year of school, of college. I had been working, going to school the whole time, going to school as full time as I could. Instead of 5 classes, I was taking 4. But that last year of school, I was like, I can't live far away. I can have a job, but I can't live an hour away from school anymore. Because every week that's 2, 4, 6 to 8 hours of just driving, minimum, no traffic. And so, hey, Tina, how you doing? We're gonna, yeah. And so I was lucky enough to have some help in that last year, so I could just double down on school. And I was one of the few people that got a job when I graduated because the recession hit. It was 2008. The recession hit like a truck. There were no jobs. I was one of the few people that actually found work because I was good at what I did. So it takes 11 to 14 years to become a doctor in the United States, 4 years earning a bachelor's degree, attending a 4-year medical school, completing 3 to 7 years residency program. Yeah, but the residency program isn't like What's it called? That's different though than, isn't it? Is it still college? All right, let me
Well,
see.
they tell me of a pie up in the sky, waiting for me when I die. But when the day you're born and when you die, they never seem to hear even your cry. As soon as the sun will shine, I'm gonna get my share now.
So
What?
I think I was talking when this guy started here. So what happens is this guy, he's with the group. He's going up a volcano. He starts feeling tired because he had been sick. He's like, "Hey guys, I don't think I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna go back down." And then as the group goes, okay, so they keep going, and he heads off by himself going back. And then as he's going back, he's like, "Man, I don't want to quit. I hate being a quitter." He was disappointed in himself for quitting, and so he turns around and goes back up. He's like, "I'm gonna meet the group up there, and wherever they stopped, and they'll already have camp set up." So he wasn't that far behind. But as he's walking, he hears something else walking near him, like in the brush, maybe 20 feet, 40 feet away, not that far away, but he hears something next to him, keeping pace with him. And when he would stop, it would stop. So he starts singing to himself.
What's mine? And then the harder they come, the harder they fall, one and all. Oh, the harder they come,
Phil.
the harder they fall, one and all. Well, the oppressors are trying to keep me down, trying to drive me underground. When they think they have got the battle won, I say, forgive them, Lord. They know not what they've done.
So this is
Sure
the
as
thing.
The sun will shine. I'm going to get my share now. What's mine?
So that line right there, watch.
And the harder they come, the harder they fall, one and all. Oh, the harder they come, the harder they fall, one and all. The footsteps started again, but I just sang louder. Then, after a while of singing, the footsteps simply stopped. I successfully arrived at the top. Just before sunset, I was greeted by very surprised friends. I can't remember exactly when the footsteps stopped, but it wasn't until I started listening to your witness testimonies that my memories of this event became clear. I then recalled one verse of the song. I say, forgive them, Lord, they know not what they've done. Is this the verse that stopped or whatever it was?
So he asked that because as you watch this guy's videos, the stories that he reads, there's a consistent thing that comes up in people that either survive a dangerous situation or encounter one of them in a hostile kind of a way. And it's that like spiritual and godly people essentially ward them off. Sasquatch don't mess with you if you're religious. So, which is weird. I'd be a free man in my grave. Bigfoot serenade.
I love what you do, Steve, and I know all too well we need more light warriors like yourself. We're all in this world at this time for a reason, and all we have to do is to continue to stay true to each other. You can say my name. Universal resignment on children with gene therapy jabs. All I know is can overcome.
Oh yeah, don't want to get into that. This guy does not mind dipping into politics.
Could explain where all these beings actually come from and why it's a taboo subject for the elite scumbags. Number one, androgynous creator, gods, and Edgar Casey's Lost Civilization, Jimmy Vieira, Origins Conference. Number two, Edgar Casey's Vision of Atlantis and Lemuria.
These are books. Hold on.
Jim, subject for the elite scumbag. And where all these beings actually.
Hold on, let me see.
Following links on YouTube could explain where all these beings actually come from and why.
Okay, so this guy has been doing research on YouTube and other places, and he's found some links to books that might explain where they come from. Okay, shit. Let me pull up my let me pull up my fuck it. I'll write it down here. I'm gonna write down these books.
It's a taboo subject for the elite scumbags.
Let me see.
Number one, androgynous creator, gods, and Edgar Casey's Lost Civilization, Jimmy Vieira, Origins Conference. Number two, Edgar Casey's Vision of Atlantis and Lemuria, Jim Vieira, Megalithomania. Lemuria,
what?
Origins Conference. Number two, Edgar Casey's Vision of Atlantis and Lemuria, Jim Vieira, Megalithomania. All right. Good.
Okay, well, there's a couple books to check out, I guess, where people speculate on where these the Sasquatch and these because Sasquatch aren't the only things out in the forest. There's other shit too. But but I'd actually like. I hope Mad Mardigan can make it by. I don't know if he's listening, but in one of these stories, he talks about something that happened in Iraq or Afghanistan, and essentially, Sasquatch took out. There's a group of 10 dudes that went up into some caves to do recon, I think, or something. But there was several groups of people that were sent off, and this group of 10 dudes didn't make it back. They didn't come back for some reason. They didn't know why they didn't come back, but they didn't come back. And so they sent special forces. They sent a squad of special forces in to investigate. They dropped them off in the same spot. They followed the same path. They went to the same caves, and they found bones. They found bones and like military gear, just kind of scattered about. So they found bones and military gear, and then a big motherfucker, a big ass like Sasquatch, came through and just started tearing shit up. And they had 50 cals. A 50 cal is what it took to take them down. And they were saying, shoot him in the face, shoot him in the face. And because they were just unloading a 50 cal on this motherfucker, and he was going ape shit. And so he said, if you run into one of these, you better not have some little pussy ass 9mm. You need something with some kick. A 50 cal is what it took. It shot his jaw off, but damn, vision can protect. Well, there's a story apparently. Are these your Legos? I don't follow. So Bigfoot is an alien because aliens can be vanished by calling on God, Jesus. Really? Aliens? I've never heard that before. I've actually heard that well, essentially, if you look into spiritualism and stuff, there's a council of ascended masters and aliens that work together to like look after humanity and look after Earth. So there are aliens that are what is it called? The star something. Not star seeds. It's the I don't know. So there's supposedly a council that aliens work to, they're in our favor. So I could see but a malicious one though, I could see that being an issue. Because they're not all good, right? Edgar Casey, 18th March 1877 to 3rd January 1945, was an American clairvoyant who claimed to channel from his higher self while asleep in a trance-like state. Thank you, Tina. Megalithomania? Let's look it up. Megalithomania. Book by John Mitchell. A feast of extraordinary theories and personalities centered around the mysterious standing stones of antiquity. John Mitchell tells the wonderful story of the reactions, ancient and modern, to these prehistoric relics, whether astronomical, legendary, mystical, or visionary. Oh, okay. So I guess that's a book also. That's one of the books. I thought that was part of the title for another book. But yeah, Megalithomania by John Mitchell. Hey, Jugs. I just don't see here. Hey, Jugs. I don't see you here often. I'm here at least 3 nights a week. Jugs. Are you talking about Always Censored? Yeah, Always Censored is his first time here. He commented on a video recently, and I said, I'd love to have you in the chat because he had some great thoughts. Man, a ray of hope. Hey, good to see you. Oh, wait. You said at Tina. Sorry, I read Tina. I didn't realize it was Man Ray talking. Why you call her Jugs? Tina, are you stacked? Mad Mardigan, boo, law dog. Law don't go around here. Sasquatch, like all other cryptids of supernatural entities, seem to be demonic allegedly and have no power over the righteous. The same applies to aliens and sleep paralysis events. Not my ideas, Christian people. Yeah, so sleep paralysis, I hear a mix of things. Because I've heard some ridiculous things about sleep paralysis. And then I've heard things that sound more feasible. I've heard some legitimate, like like scientific theories, but I really don't know much about it. And the only people that I've heard about like experiencing sleep paralysis are like not very intelligent or educated or etc. They're very superstitious. So I didn't have much to go on. They're like, dude, I think a ghost was sitting on me. It's like, okay. I've heard that, like, for real. Kandahar Giant? Not exactly sure. Kandahar Giant. Have not heard of that. What is Kandahar Giant? Whoops, this is the wrong thing. Kandahar Giant. Let me look it up. Kandahar Giant. Kandahar. Did I read that wrong? Nope. It was a typo. All right. The Kandahar Giant. This cryptid. Blah, blah, blah. Let me try this again. The biblical cryptid allegedly killed by U.S. Special Forces in Afghanistan. Oh. In 2000, well, shit, let's read. Let's see what this is about. Because apparently, okay, so this apparently ties into the story I said about Afghanistan or Iraq. But that guy, the person that sent in that story to him, that emailed him about it, was someone who talked to one of the Special Forces people who was there. And so the Kandahar Giant, shit, let's check this out then. We'll get to the sounds that they make in their language and stuff in a second. The Kandahar Giant. The mystical Kandahar Giant, the biblical cryptid allegedly killed by U.S. Special Forces in Afghanistan. In 2002, an elite tactical team was said to have killed the Kandahar Giant, a 13-foot-tall beast with flaming red hair, 6 fingers on each hand, and 2 sets of teeth. Yes, that is what the guy described in the email. In August 2016, a YouTuber posted a lengthy interview with a military contractor identified only as Mr. K. In the interview, Mr. K claimed to have been present during the brutal slaughter of a killer he called the Kandahar Giant. The killing of the giant, he said, took place during the height of Operation Enduring Freedom in 2002, when the military was engaged in fierce battles with the Taliban in their de facto capital in Kandahar province during the U.S. invasion of Afghanistan. But this was no human fighter. The Kandahar Giant, Mr. K said, was 13 feet tall with fiery red hair, 6 fingers, and 2 sets of teeth. It even killed one of the Special Forces soldiers with a spear before the rest of the unit brought it down within 30 seconds of sustained gunfire. 30 seconds of sustained gunfire. Sustained gunfire. That's for 30 seconds. And after they radioed it in, the army took away its corpse and has hidden it ever since. Yeah, not surprising. The legend of the Kandahar Giant. Kandahar City. With the mountains rising to the north. In 2002, a group of soldiers went missing while on patrol in a remote mountain region of Kandahar in the south of Afghanistan. And when they failed to make radio contact for some time, the military sent in a special ops unit to investigate. Though the branch of the armed forces they belonged to was never confirmed. Then, high up in the mountains, the unit came across a cave with scattered army equipment around, but no sign of the missing soldiers. That's when they chanced upon the Kandahar Giant. Though the tale grows with the telling, with some reports suggesting that the humanoid grew as tall as 15 feet, this red-haired giant with 6 digits, leather moccasins, and smelling like dead bodies. Well, it was surrounded by dead bodies and probably ate people the day before, suddenly emerged from the cave and impaled one of the soldiers with a spear. And that's when the soldiers opened fire, ultimately felling the giant within 30 seconds of continuous fire. Between them, the squad was armed with full auto M14 carbines, recon carbines, semi-automatic, and M107 Barrett anti-material, rifles firing 50 BMG, reads one report. This much firepower concentrated on one target for 1 second, let alone 30, would be extremely destructive. After the troops killed the giant, they loaded it into a Chinook helicopter, which carried it to a transport plane, where no one ever saw it again. The soldiers were forced to sign non-disclosure agreements so the government could keep them all quiet. But eventually the soldiers broke their silence because, as one of the men would later say, the people have a right to know the truth. The government's denial fueled more conspiracy theories. So what's this about it being a biblical giant? Like, I don't remember anything about that being in the Bible aside from uh shit, what's the guy the guy that killed the giant? David and Goliath. Yeah, but Goliath wasn't like, was Goliath, I thought Goliath was a human. In 2016, Snopes reached out to the Department of Defense about, or not a human, but a giant. I don't know. And let's see about the Kandahar Giant incident. Department of Defense told the outlet in no uncertain terms that they had no record or information about the Special Forces member killed by a giant in Kandahar. What's more, there are no press releases on the Department of Defense's website involving either a Special Forces troop disappearing in Afghanistan or of any incident involving soldiers felling a giant. Of course, as with any good conspiracy, the lack of evidence isn't sufficient proof that the myth of the Kandahar Giant doesn't exist. In fact, Snopes' debunking of the legend has had quite the opposite effect in certain cryptid squares, which claim that the government is trying to hide the truth from the public. Around the same time that the Snopes article came out that discredited the story, self-proclaimed supernaturalist L.A. Marzulli told several right-wing websites that the United States government was covering up this spectacular story and that those in power had a vested interest in keeping the truth of biblical prophecies from being exposed to the general public. What? Why the fuck are they trying to cover up biblical prophecies if that shit is not legit? Okay. People have a right to know about this stuff. If there are 15 or 18 footers roaming the earth and our military has brought them down, we have a right as American citizens to know about it. I mean, this isn't classified military stuff. This is something we need to know, and it points back to the biblical prophetic narrative, the biblical origins behind the myth of the Kandahar Giant. Okay, sweet. That's the question I had. The Fall of the Rebel Angels by Hieronymus Bosch is based on a verse of Genesis that references Nephilim. Okay. The real story of the Kandahar Giant is a lot less interesting than the myth. In 2016, L.A. Marzulli, whose YouTube channel is dedicated to tying current events to biblical prophecies, brought the story roaring back to life, thanks to the power of the internet. In a now deleted video first posted on August 16th, 2016, Marzulli interviewed, it's now deleted? Okay, I'm sure it's on the internet somewhere though. Interviewed Mr. K, a man purporting to be a soldier who said he witnessed the giant of Kandahar. Mr. K claimed he saw the giant carrying a spear and murdering a United States soldier named Dan before he and the other special forces took it down. According to Marzulli, the creature was a Nephilim, a group of people mentioned in the Genesis and Numbers books of the Old Testament who were said to be people of unusually large size and strength that could be found in the Middle East both before and after the flood of Noah's Ark. Okay. Seeing as the whole Bible takes place in the Middle East, and that's where they would be found. But if anywhere humans could be, so could they as well. But biblical scholars largely agree that the Nephilim tales were metaphors and not based on the reality of a 13-foot giant living in the desert. What's more, so biblical scholars call them metaphors. What's more, the only Dan that died in Kandahar around that time of this incident, alleged incident in 2002, was Sergeant First Class Daniel A. Romero, who was killed in a bomb blast alongside 3 other soldiers. But if they were special forces brought in from elsewhere, they were not stationed and they would not be counted amongst the casualties from that region. It would be separate. Essentially, the special forces people, they wouldn't be on record even necessarily that they were there. But even with the evidence, I mean, if I'm right or wrong, Mad Mardigan can chip in if he's still awake or in here. But even with the evidence stacked against it, the myth of the Kandahar Giant is still said to be an open secret among soldiers who served in Kandahar in 2002. And several veterans who served in the region have said that from that point on, they were instructed to point their weapons high and aiming for the head and then a little higher. Damn. Okay. The Kandahar Giant. Alrighty. Thanks for that, man. I'm going to put that over here so I remember to update the stream later, or the description. Pretty sure that's who he's talking about. That's it. Yep, apparently, yeah. Nephilim, told you, sir. Stargate, Spider-Man, No Way Home. Are these your Legos? I still don't remember that part. Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. When all the Spider-Mans meet, I think. I've only seen the movie once. Those crazy elephant bones. Why, yes, I am stacked. Oh, what wonderful news. Good for you, Tina. My sleep paralysis went away calling for Jesus. Super crazy. Oh, no shit. Oh, okay. Have you had sleep paralysis like numerous times and then one day you called for Jesus and then it stopped forever? Or was it just whenever it would happen, you'd be like, hey, Jesus, could you help me out? Thank you. How exactly did that go down? Manaray is my internet man. Oh, okay, okay. So he's got the proof. I like when I get proof. I threw that out there one day. I was talking to a friend of mine, an internet friend of mine, and she mentioned, what she's working with, and I said, well, as much as a little proof would be appreciated. I said something a little. It was classy. It was very classily stated. I said it was smooth. I read it back to myself. I was like, man, that was clean. But the next message was a picture, and oh my god, woo! So why you gotta cheat a stack of the deck, Tina? It's not cheating. It's just what you're born with. Me and Tina have known each other for a long time now. She's very sweet to me. That's awesome. Okay, I didn't know that. Let me see. The Giant of Kandahar was an enormous humanoid creature allegedly encountered and killed by a group of American Army soldiers in mountainside Afghanistan. Yeah, so cryptic, buckcherry, cryptid. Red-haired giant also have been mentioned in the Old Testament, beings with 6 digits on each hand. Oh, okay, okay. I didn't realize that. I didn't realize that they were 6-fingered giants. I always imagined it when we would talk about the giants in the Bible. I imagined them as just being like giant humans. But as I've been doing more research recently into the Bigfoot stuff or into the Sasquatch stuff, I've come to find out that a lot of people think that these giant human skeletons that we find are actually them. It's actually the Sasquatch. And in Yosemite, these guys found the mummified remains of a Sasquatch holding her baby, and she was like 7-8 feet tall. And but so and throughout the United States, and throughout I think in the world, but definitely throughout the United States, we have found giant mounds with all the mounds that used to be all over the United States are gone, pretty much. But supposedly beneath those mounds were essentially graveyards for them, and we would find giant skeletons in there. And so that's nuts. So it's a land shark, your standard giant. Yeah, so supposedly there weren't really giants, there were Sasquatches, which are giants. So antediluvian, but to take a shout out creepy little book. Yeah, creepy little book. I love when he talks about this stuff. I didn't get to catch much of today's, but yeah, David Goliath. Goliath was 14-foot person, probably was descended of the fallen angels allegedly. Hey there, Steve, how you doing, man? Yeah, so that's what I want to talk about, this whole fallen angels thing and all that stuff. Tools unchecked copy box. So if you copy this into into a notepad document, it gets rid of all the formatting text. And Ishbibenob, which was of the sons of the giant, the weight of whose spear weighed 300 shekels of brass in weight, he being girded with a new sword, thought to have slain David. Oh, okay. Is a Marzulli. L.A. Marzulli does a lot of research of giants and other biblical beings. Goliath was a Nephilim offspring. Oh, okay. So that's what Goliath was Nephilim offspring. So essentially, all the okay, we'll jump into that stuff in a second. Oh man, I need to catch up. And there was yet a battle in Gath, where was a man of great stature that had on every hand 6 fingers, and on every foot 6 toes, 24 in number. Because they work for the beast, Kai. Yeah. He was also born to the giant. So did David use a 50 cal slingshot? And yet again, there was war. Gath. What is war at Gath, where was a man of great stature whose fingers and toes were that's from earlier. Lots of giant info coming out on many of my alt history channels. Yeah, it seems like people are opening up about this stuff a lot more lately. Always aim for the head, duh. Loads of giants in Norse mythology too. Yeah. Norse mythology is full of giants. Before Israel went into the promised land, they had scouted and seen the giants of the land on some Attack on Titan type shit. These giants were some of the kings who ruled ancient lands. Example, Gilgamesh, King Og. Goliath armor was made from 5,000 or 6,000 shekels. I assume bronze coins, which is about 50 kilograms. I prayed for Jesus the first time I met Christy. Didn't work. Exactly. Jesus and other gods will defeat sleep paralysis. So essentially what I've been reading about spirituality is that they say, well, these gods, other gods from all these different nationalities and cultures and stuff, they were real, but they're not actually gods. They're really powerful spirits. They're really ascended, the guides and teachers and stuff. Excuse me. And so these spirits, you can call them spirits if you, instead of putting the gods in quotes. But yeah, I guess gods would be still, because then people know exactly what you're referring to. But they, so I asked somebody, I was like, okay, so this is what doesn't make sense to me with this. If supposedly we as people have free will, but angels don't, how was there like a revolution where 1/3 of the angels revolted against the other 2/3 of everyone, and got whooped for it, and then lost their divinity and were cast down? So like, how did that? And they said, well, that's when they lost their free will. Oh, okay, that makes sense. So essentially, at some point that happened, and then so what happens is the gods were ascended masters or like powerful spirits and whatnot that people interpreted as gods because they were the ones like interacting with us and stuff. But yeah, all my alien channels say God is real to them. That's the weird thing that I've been noticing more and more is also more and more common, is these things seem to be converging. Like the more and more alien channels, like as I started reading about spirituality and the spiritual stuff, I was like, okay, what is this? What are these beliefs? What is this stuff here? Because that's the stuff I look into. I don't like I researched a bunch of religions, and then once that's done, I started looking at spirituality because that one kind of goes on forever. But essentially, at some point, they started talking about aliens. I was like, the fuck? What am I reading right now? I thought I was reading about spirituality and how like we're all beings of light and stuff. Aliens now. Let's keep reading. And yeah, man, I'm seeing more and more talk about spirituality, divinity, and God with aliens. It's kind of funny. The Chinese version of Bigfoot is red-haired. Same with a lot of other Asian Sasquatches. Yeah, I've heard of a lot of... one of the stories in here in this guy's channel was this guy who, I think he was a teenager, and a red-haired Sasquatch like picked him up and like scooped him up in front of his family and other people. Like they all saw him and freaked out, and then it grabbed him and took off into the forest. And he passed out out of fear, woke up in a cave, and the Sasquatch was walking up to him with a big old rock, and he was like, I'm gonna die, and passed out again. And then woke up next to a lake, and the Sasquatch like put him in the lake, and the lake was like waist deep for him, or chest deep or something. And the Sasquatch gets the big old rock, and he puts it in the water, and then makes like a humming sound, and makes the rock levitate, and makes it float. And then he wanted to see if the guy could do it. He's like, can you do that? Guy's like, what the fuck are you talking about? What's going on, man? Like, what? And the rock, it wasn't just a rock. It was a rock with runes inscribed on it. So it was a rock with runes on it that he was asking that guy questions about the rock and if he could make it levitate. The guy was like, hey, man, my family's going to get worried about me. I don't know and what you're talking about with this rock and stuff. And at some point they started talking about the Bible, and at some point the guy mentioned God. He mentioned that he believes in God and stuff. And then he noticed that the Sasquatch was kind of trying to like move away from that subject. Every time he would bring up that his faith and whatnot, he was like, so this rock though. And ultimately the Sasquatch got pissed. He got mad. He just wrapped up the rock. He's all mad and huffing and puffing and fucking grabbed the rock and the guy and took the guy back to his cabin and was like pissed that he was mad at the guy for bringing up God over and over again. And then he says that as they were leaving the lake, I swear to God, I could see an angel. I swear there was an angel there watching us. And essentially, angels are guardians. We all have guardian angels. And so if you see an angel, it's probably yours. So they're watching your back. And so like, if, let's say, Sasquatch are the descendants of Nephilim that revolted, then the angels are there to be like, hey, what are you doing, motherfucker? And, they're enforcers. So they can actually, they can bang. They can take out these guys with no problem. But then the next night, so he told his family what happened, and they're like, okay, bro, maybe you hit your head when you were out in the forest. We were wondering where you're at. We're glad you're safe, but you're talking crazy. But the next night, that Sasquatch came back and he was just throwing, like, I don't know if he was throwing shit, like throwing rocks and pine cones and shit, but he was yelling and roaring at the campsite. And because essentially the guy asked him that when the Sasquatch got pissed off and wrapped up the rock, it's like, fucking bullshit. He asked him, are you Cain? He says, I'm not. So the next night he was yelling at the campsite, I'm not Cain. I'm not Cain. All fucking pissed. And no one made fun of him anymore. They were all in there praying like, oh my God, please don't kill us and eat us. But yeah, man, bro, Kai, get me on the phone call. I got sauce to spill on my favorite topic. I'm an ex-biblical scholar. No shit, you're an ex-biblical scholar? Who broke up with who? I'm sorry. I'm just playing. Did you wanna? It's been a while since I've actually talked Bible specifics, to be honest. Can you like stream? If I send you a link to the stream, like, can you join? Hey Kai, I'm here lurking. Good evening, Dwayne. Good to see you. Say hi to Rita for me, and for us actually. Dwayne Erickson, I've heard of him. I gotta check on my mama. All right, Tina, we'll see you soon. Oh, Konshu kicks some ass. Oh, I'm gonna raise these things. Actually, it's a little uncomfortable because of my arm, because it's not. Hey, Potato Revan. In Irish mythology, the gods' true forms, they were taller than mountains. One god, Lug, could block out the sun. I mean, I would imagine they could be as big as they want to be because they're not physical beings. 1/3 still polling for Joe. Well played. Well played, always censored. Well played. Oh, that is actually the statistic, huh? That's right. He's got 33%. He's got like 33% approval ratings. Oh my God. Holy shit. Man, it is Pun City here tonight. I'm just not even going to bother apologizing. Piles of ancient civilizations that were separated by time and continents have dragon stories too, often identical depictions of dragons as well. Yeah, I'm really curious about the dragon stuff because as I've been looking into doing research into spirituality and stuff and into the cryptids and whatnot, the dragon thing, I've heard some things mentioned that I didn't really know much about before, or just imagine as like mythology whatnot. But the dragons thing, I read a passage somewhere. I read a thing that was talking about the realms and different domains of different kinds of spirits, and one was the Fae. The Fae are nature spirits. They take care of nature. Their nature's guardians and protectors, and etc. They're nature spirits. Dragon, and then it said something about dragons. It said, and then yada yada, the realm of the dragons, and it said, and then it moved on. It just moved the fuck on. I was like, wait, no, go back. Wait, dragons? This is the first time I've seen some shit about dragons. Why are you moving on so quickly? Damn it. But yeah, I want to do a little more research to find out what the beliefs are around dragons and stuff, because I am fascinated to find out what the hell that is. Are they air spirits? Are they water spirits? Are they what's like dragons? I thought, what I thought actually for a long time, that dragons came from dinosaurs that didn't die off. Because let's say, for example, pterodactyls survived up until about 6,000 BC or 8,000. Yeah, about 6,000 BC. The youngest pterodactyl skeleton is from 6,000 BC. Like the most recent pterodactyl skeleton that they found was not that old. And so they survived for a long time. So I imagined if you're out there farming back in the day, a big motherfucking flying thing comes down and swoops up your sheep or your cow, and just with two claws, just wah! And then you hear it crying, and you hear a whoosh whoosh, and you turn around and you see this big motherfucker just flying away with the wings, and it's clutching your cow. You're like, you son of a bitch! Ah, Bessie! Like dragons. I said, okay, that's where dragons comes from. That's where dragons come from. Fucking pterodactyls. And the pterodactyls were all over the place. They didn't have like a specific place that they were from. Why is my head so bright? I thought I fixed that shit. Anyway. So that's what I was thinking before. But now now that I read that, I was like, wait, dragons are like a part of a spiritual, they have a spiritual realm that they deal with. I want to know more. Before I go, I thought you were coming back. No, Tina. Angels do have free will. They didn't want to bow down to humans, so God punished them. Oh, the Nephilim didn't want to bow down to humans. Yeah. Okay. I got you. Angels do have free will. So angels do have free will. Oh yeah, I need to see if what's his name? If Brownnmild responded to the thing. Let's go, Brandon. Lake monsters as well. Lake monsters. Yeah, see, like I was talking about Loch Ness and how people don't make fun of you if you believe in Loch Ness, but they'll make fun of you if you believe in Sasquatch. Luck dragons can fly because luck. Yeah, I got bored in lockdown and surfed alt history channels. Geez, aliens and giants everywhere. Yeah, it used to be really hard to find that stuff. It used to be really hard to find. Oh fuck yeah! It used to be really hard to find stuff on giants and Sasquatch and stuff. But aliens, you could find alien stuff. Speaking of which, check out Secure Team 10 if you like aliens. Secure Team 10. There we go. I pronounced it like shit the first time. They all carry handbags. 14 people watching, 10 likes. Thank you, another monster. I appreciate that. They all carry handbags. Whoops. Should have been muted there. Where's your head at? If you know my actual name, then you'll know why I don't like Cain. Is your name Abel? Send me a link. I'll get that figured out. Okay. I'll send it to you on Twitter. Thanks, Phil. I see Phil shared the stream. Yeah, if y'all are so inclined, share the stream with anyone that might be interested in talking about Sasquatch and aliens and the Nephilim and all this other stuff. Because I want to get into that Nephilim and the Sasquatch and whatnot. I'm occultish. Okay. It didn't send. Hi, Brownnmild. No, the Irish gods were flesh and bone. Oh, really? Well, essentially, they can manifest in this world, right? So that's one of the things that they say about, like with Atlantis and back in the day when the gods kind of walked amongst men, is that spirits could be born into this world, but like they weren't born like as babies back then. They would just manifest, and they would just come into the world as people, but fully grown people. So they had trouble adjusting to all the sensory input, and they had to learn to walk and like do everything fully grown. Being supposedly the whole process of being born as a baby and growing up and stuff is supposed to ease humans out of that kind of a problem, so we don't have that. Hey, Brownnmild, how you doing, man?
How you doing? Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay.
I'm gonna catch up wait, hold on. I'm gonna catch up with the chat here real quick. I'm just gonna scrub through some of this stuff, and then we'll get to talking about the Bible.
For sure.
Dragons and polygonal stonework in every culture. Yeah, I know, right? That's the polygonal work and architecture is remarkable. It's way beyond anything we can do now. But people are like, oh, they did this shit with chisels. Fuck you. Fuck off with that shit. But it might just be ahead of me. We'll see on another stream another day. I'll take care, Dwayne. If you're taking off, unless another monster's taking off, then see you. I'm another monster. Imperious, when it comes to dragons, it all depends on what culture the stories are coming from. Old cave painting with people riding dinosaurs. Well, were they dinosaurs or were they just big fucking, like, let's say a hairy sloth could look like a dinosaur if you're not a good artist? What is this? Oh, dragons and okay. Send me that pterodactyl link. That's hard. Oh, dude, the pterodactyl thing I learned that a long time ago. I don't know where. I'd have to look it up all over again. Dragons are air spirits. Oh, okay, they're they're fire spirits, and they're water spirits, and they're earth spirits. Oh, okay. Get this: the Catholic Church is officially no longer young Earth creationists. Oh, really? Since when? Dinosaurs that flew, swam, and walked the land? Sounds like dinosaurs to me. Are angels into spanking? Kai, in my own created world, dragons play a pivotal role, but I call them something else. That's the title of the pterodactyl story. I couldn't find it. What's the title? Oh, yeah, the pterodactyl story. That was a long time ago. I'd have to look it up. I'll try to find it, and so we can cover that on another night. Why you gotta out me like that? You made it too easy. What dinosaurs, dragons had fire? Reptilians with flamethrowers? Let me see. Third phase of moon. Always censored. Check it out. Third phase of moon. Not following that. But did you guys know there's volcanic activity on the moon? There's fucking volcanic activity. Look it up on Wikipedia. They have I know it's Wikipedia, but on Wikipedia they have a really nice graphic of all the spots over all the years. Been sub to third phase for 2 years. Oh, that's a channel. Okay. How you doing, Brownnmild? Good to. I'm all caught up now.
No worries. I'm doing good. How about yourself?
I'm good. I'm killing it, man. I'm loving.
What's up, bro?
I got so much energy right now. Like yesterday and the day before, I was tired at this by this hour, but right now I'm feeling fucking pumped.
I feel you, bro. I mean, I fuck with the topic, so I was like, bro, you got to call me up right now.
Dude, hell yeah! I didn't know you were an ex biblical scholar or what is it you did exactly?
Well, the thing was that like I pretty much got into like religion when I was like in elementary school, and it's just something that like always like got me really interested into it. And
Mhm.
my mom was like I told you, my mom was a very religious mother, or she still is. So when I was young, she would always put me in classes, and that's something that was like my hobby back then. So it was just studying, reading the Bible, going into basically the lore and all that extra shit. So
Yeah.
yeah, so once I got older, and there's distractions, girls, drugs, type of shit. I fell away from it, but shit happens. But it's not like it's a very off topic. Like I'll still get into it. I'll still go to like down the rabbit hole.
Yeah.
But we still there. So talking about the Giants. Okay, so
Yeah. Yeah.
this
Let's
is
see.
what this is what I've gotten to do my little personal research. So there's like a certain timeline that goes through the first book of the Bible, which is Genesis. So what happens is that the one third of the angels fall down with Lucifer. Then as they come onto Earth, they pretty much come into the people of the Earth and pretty much show themselves, and it's basically like a little trade bargain. So what happens is they come down and they see the women of the earth and they see that they're beautiful, and they basically kind of like do a little offers like, well, we will give you technology and knowledge in return. We would like your daughters basically. So
Hmm.
yes, so in
That's
the
where the
Bible it
concept
says,
of human sacrifice kind of might have creeped in there into
yeah,
human
yeah, for real.
civilization at large.
Yes, because a lot of these ancient civilizations were very sacrificial, if you would say.
Hmm.
So what happened was that these women willingly gave themselves up to the fallen angels. They procreated and they had children. So those children are the descendants of the fallen angels, which became the giants, basically. So what happened was that in the Bible it says that God was not. He's not with it. So he was like, you know what? I'm
He's
gonna
not with
save the
it.
most. Yeah, I'm gonna save the most righteous people, which was Noah and his family. And what ended up happening was that Noah was before the flood came down. Noah was preaching and telling everybody the warning: there's gonna be a flood. But basically, most of the whole world didn't believe him. So the flood comes down, and 40 days, 40 nights in the boat. They come out. What happened was that one of Noah's sons pretty much sinned against God and Noah. Basically, he just it's not stated very clear, but there was some sort of sexual sin that he tried to do upon his father or his mother. Like I said, it's not very clear. The text is very has there's multiple opinions on that. And what happened was that Noah put down a curse on his son's lineage. So this is the same lineage that the Canaanites or the original people from the Promised Land had,
Hmm.
which was that your bloodline will be pretty much tainted and will be what's the word? It's the opposite of blessed,
Cursed.
cursed. Yes.
Hmm.
So basically, that's what happened, and a lot of the giants that came from that lineage is where they were basically Canaanites. So they were from the same blood of his son that got cursed. So a lot of these, go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead. Go ahead. Finish up
No,
your.
okay. So yeah, so these were the people that had taken over Palestine at the time, and the Israelites had just came out of Egypt at that time. So they went into the Promised Land, and they had seen that curse was still in the land. That's why in the Bible, if you read the Old Testament, it's very fucking graphic because God says, "Go into the land and kill everybody, the kids, the women, the men," and not and it's like if you're looking at it out of context, it's like, damn, God's just massacring everybody. but it's like
Yeah.
he had to get rid of that bloodline in order to get the land ready for the Israelites at the time. So basically, Jericho was brought down, the wall came down, and they had pretty much destroyed the
What
city
wall?
because the walls
The
of
wall of the
Jericho.
city? Oh yeah, but
Yes,
I don't actually know what the walls of Jericho are. I've just heard that mostly from wrestling.
I feel you on that. I feel you on that, bro. Shout out Jericho. No, but yeah, at the time the city had a wall around it, and the Ark of the Covenant, which is a very same thing cryptid item, was basically
Huh.
like a fucking weapon. It's crazy, bro. Like I sometimes I get lost into it. It's like if you really think about what it does, it killed people. Certain people uh were not able to touch it. If you were to at least handle the um the Ark of the Covenant, you had to grab it by its poles. You couldn't touch it literally because it would just give. It was like some sort of like radiation machine, and the easiest way I could put it on.
Hmm.
So yeah, so what happened was that they had came into Jericho, brought down the walls, and started massacring everybody with the bloodline. So speeding up to the time of David, David had Israel and the Philistines were going against war. And what happened was that nobody was brave enough to go up and go against Goliath. So what happened was that in the Bible it says that David went up, but it says that he picked up 6 stones. And if you do some research into that, it's not because like he was gonna miss. It said that in the Bible Goliath had 5 other brothers. So not only did David massacre the last giants, but he had to finish off the bloodline, finish off his brothers, and kill them off entirely. So
One
in a
shot
different
each.
one shot each,
What?
basically, yeah.
So what? Okay, yesterday we read a story about a curse tablet. It's a little tiny 2 centimeter by 2 centimeter thing with writing that says
Hmm.
"curse," upon you, yada yada yada, curse, 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 curse.
Hmm.
And but they found it, and it throws into disarray the beliefs of that the Bible was kind of written way after the fact.
Oh yeah, it
Um,
is. It's yeah, it is.
well, no. What they were saying is that the discovery of this, I mean, there's so essentially what it looks like now is that different sections of the Bible were written in real time as things happened, and
Hmm.
then assembled later. So
Yes, yeah,
later on, it
that's
was
yeah.
assembled. Okay,
No, basically,
well,
yeah,
but
because a lot of people see the Bible as like a religious book, but
mhm.
it has a timeline, so you could take it as like a double kind of thing. It's not just a religious book. If you think about it, it's also a historical book because a lot of the things that happen is they're just marking down their history, basically the history of the people of Israel, so on and so on. But I don't know if you noticed, but like a lot of so basically the Bible was written thousands of years before I mean thousands of years after Jesus. So like all these books were not put together until years after.
Yeah.
So what
But the
happened was
books,
that
they were out there though. The stories were already out
yes,
there.
yes,
But I
yes,
have
yes.
questions though, as I have questions about because I know essentially you've kind of some of the stuff you covered was like everyone knows that. Other things, more specific things like you're talking about how Goliath had brothers and all this other stuff. So what's this about the stones? Like, did he? Because how can you kill? It took a 50 cal to take down the Kandahar Giant, but like what let's say what's the stone gonna do, and it's with a slingshot. How are you gonna, even if you get him right here, like you might stun him for a second, then what, you gonna put
Hmm.
a sword through the jugular, like how, what's
So what happened
how
was
does that
that
go
like
down?
in the book it says that he pretty much took the stone, knocked down Goliath, and then cut his head off with his own sword. So it
Oh,
was
okay.
yeah, it was basically just to like fuck him up at the moment, but like the blow was done when he decapitated Goliath.
This the what?
The killing blow was done when he decapitated Goliath with his own sword, basically.
Okay, so he just stunned Goliath with the stone,
Basically,
right?
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Okay,
basically.
okay,
Hmm.
okay. Ollie Jackson singing Martin Luther King Be Your Church. um okay, so all right, so okay, what about, because I've been looking at this stuff, it's not just Sasquatch, there's also like dog men and lion men and like lizard people and other stuff.
Okay, so
So
I don't
how does
have you
that
heard
work
about
into the Bible
have you
stuff?
heard about basically Skinwalker Ranch? Because I was doing
Yeah,
research
yeah,
on that.
yeah.
Okay,
I've
so
heard of Skinwalker.
basically in the ranch, um, the main people who were working with the ranch had described that at certain times of the day, quote unquote, certain dimensions or portals would be opened, right? And they would see certain things coming out and coming in out of the portal, and um, not just just one person, but I've heard multiple accounts that a lot of these beings are interdimensional. A lot of these beings, we don't know where they come from, and they're just cryptids that still, need to be figured out on what they are exactly. But they're mostly interdimensional. That's what I was telling you. Like when people like have these encounters and they call out to God or call out to like Jesus, it seems like most of these are demonic and they're just what's the word, shapeshifters in a way. Like their true being is not being revealed, but it's like there's something in the core that is kind of scared of like its higher power, its creator, God, whatever you want to call it.
Mhm.
But that's what I've heard that it is. It's just shapeshifters. Same thing with like demonic entities or demonic events. You know, like
Yeah.
possessions. It all correlates to the same kind of thing, basically. That's what I've heard from doing my quote unquote research.
Okay. Well, so what do you think about like the flood story is essentially we've tied that back to a real event, which was the end of the Younger Dryas period,
Yes. Hmm.
and which is approximately 11,500 years ago,
Yeah.
which is when Atlantis got wiped out. And as I've looked into
Hmm.
Atlantis and stuff, well, actually, I've been reading the tablets of Thoth, and in the
I
tablets
feel
of
you on
Thoth, he's
that.
talking. Huh?
I feel you on that. No, no, for real. Yeah.
Have you checked them out too?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. It's
Oh, cool.
basically like.
I'm not all the way through. I'm on like 5 or 6 right now. But
Hmm.
essentially, the first few that I've read describe the end of Atlantis and why it ended, and that they were essentially doing shit that they weren't supposed to be doing. Not everyone, but a lot of
Hmm.
the people there, in charge at least,
Hmm.
were doing things that they're not supposed to be doing. They're trying to
Hmm.
access technologies and stuff and knowledge and whatnot that was prohibited.
Hmm.
And so that's why they sealed everything up. They sealed up the what's it called, the halls of Amenti and stuff, and they were like, okay, well, let's clean it up. And so they essentially, it seems like it's saying that they called down the asteroid, or like it was done on purpose to cleanse the earth. And
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
that's when it flooded through all 10 kingdoms of Atlantis. It flooded through North Africa and North and West Africa, and it flooded all the coastal regions and stuff. But that's not gonna eliminate, especially with, as I've seen these stories, people talk about how the Sabe or the Sasquatch, some people experience like a light wind and an electrical surge like in the air, and then the Sabe would appear. And some people
Hmm.
speculate that they're two-dimensional creatures that can go in between the second and third dimension, and so that's why they can like kind of disappear behind a tree and literally disappear.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so um so how would, I mean, I don't see a flood wiping them out, you know what I mean? If they
No,
see
me
a flood
neither.
coming, they
Me
just
neither.
like whoop, just dip out of the third dimension real quick.
Hmm.
So it would really only eliminate the humans that can't do that, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So
Okay.
adding on to that, I would say, just adding on to the point. Yes, like that's why it's more probable that, oh, yeah, there's a more probable chance that these beings are not from this dimension, but have the knowledge to move back and forth, in and out. And talking about the flood, like I said before, the Bible was written. There's the whole book of Gilgamesh, which is a Sumerian text that talks about the flood. It talks about the whole wrath of the gods and everything. But a lot of these, I don't know if you noticed, a lot of the like the Tibetans and that certain area of the world, they build their palaces up, higher in the mountains. But it's like a sort of PTSD that it's like if there's a flood, we're not going through that shit again. Like
Yeah.
like in Peru, in Machu Picchu, high as fuck, tall as fuck. It's like a lot of these temples and these places are built higher to essentially
Higher
escape a
than a
flood.
flood can reach.
Yes, yeah. But I don't. I
Well,
honestly don't. I don't feel like everybody died in the flood. I don't.
oh no, definitely not. No, I mean a lot of people survived, clearly.
Yes.
But like especially if you're further inland or if you're in an area that the flood's only going to go so far. That's only
Yeah.
going to reach so far inland, and then you fucked. Maybe the rivers, maybe it might flow through, reach further where there's rivers and stuff. Whichever is going to be near rivers generally, but it's not going to be as strong though as the coastal regions where a flood would really fuck shit up. But so I've heard some theories on that. Essentially, like let's say Machu Picchu and stuff. Atlantis is at the convex of three continental plates, and when the ice was melted up north from the asteroid impact, then that not only flooded the world, but it also caused these three plates to submerge, because as the crust pops up over here, it pulls down over here, and it's because it's displacement. And so there's a thought that when Lemuria sank and when Atlantis sank, that certain regions got rapidly crunched and pushed up. And so some people think that Machu Picchu was at ground level, or not quite ground level, but much lower back in the day, maybe on a hillside or something. But then when that happened, when the asteroid impacted, it got shot up into a mountain range. And
you know what?
So
I've never heard about that theory, but it kind of makes sense. It's like that shit just spiked up basically, like from like you say, like from a certain level to a different level, and it's like a lot of people don't understand. Oh, how are they able to get all the stones up there? Most of those stones are heavier than regular stones.
Well, that's all advanced technology. That's the advanced technology that they had back then, essentially magnetizing rocks and stuff, and making them levitate and whatnot. Maybe that's what the Sasquatch was talking about, because essentially that's all resonance and vibration and whatnot. But many ancient civilizations have stories about a great flood, soul assassin. Incorrect. Every civilization has a flood story. Every single one. In China, they actually have a story that specifically says that mountains fell from the sky and then the ocean swallowed up their countrymen. So that was a very specific description of the Younger Dryas catastrophe.
Yeah. Have you heard about the red-haired giants in the Native American stories?
Not in the Native American stories. I have heard of them being here in the United States, but I haven't heard the Native Americans telling us that.
So there's I forgot exactly where it's at. It's in between like Arizona, Utah, like that kind of area. But there's actually a myth about how the giants were such a problem that probably someone in the comments will say the name of the tribe. But there's a certain tribe that had to move from the plains basically into a cave dwelling because that was basically their fort. So a lot of these ancient like Native American yeah, it's like a fort. It's fucking crazy. Like I'll have to send you the link later, but basically what happened was that they had to retreat because it was just such a fucking problem for them.
Oh, so the Plains Indians the Native Americans in the Plains had issues with the red-haired giants and had to move into the caves?
Yes. I know somebody, bro, if Tina was there, I'm pretty sure Tina would be able to give me the fucking name perfectly. But yes, there's a certain tribe that literally there's whole structures, cities, well, like a mini city on the side of a cave, basically. It's on the side of a cave. You could tell there was doorways, there was houses there. Because that was their last refuge to basically stay away from the giants.
Oh man, that's crazy. As I've heard, so I know of a rock wall city or a city built into like caves and rocks and stuff. But it's here in like New Mexico. It's down southwest area.
It's probably that one. That's the one. That's probably the one, bro.
Because the plains are up further up. different region.
My,
So,
my bad. I said the plains, but I was just talking in general. They were, out in the
oh,
state.
okay.
They moved in from like the open areas to the cave, basically. But you're most likely right on that. It was in the plains. It was just general general lands. They just had to get away from the lands. But you know how back in those like Western movies, I don't know if you know about this. The natives would say "how" and pull up their fingers. Remember, they used to
Yeah.
put the five hand up. So that was to make sure you didn't have six digits. That's where it comes from. It's fucking
Oh,
crazy. Yeah, yeah,
oh, that makes sense.
yeah, yeah, bro. I found that shit out because I was doing. I'll send you a link on that one. But I was watching it in a video, and you know how like the Native American people,
Mesa
most of
Verde.
their
Hmm.
most of their stories were oral stories, so they would
Yeah.
just talking down throughout the generations, and a lot of these people who have family members from back then, they would get those stories told by them, and basically that's whenever you met a stranger, how put your hand up, see who you really are, basically.
Yeah. Look, I'm human. Like I
Yes,
got
yeah,
five fingers.
basically. Mm-hmm. That shit's
Okay,
crazy.
that is nuts. So, because I know they essentially call them the original. Even Native Americans call them the original Native Americans because they were here, like always, like for before they were even. And they're like, we've been here forever, but like these guys were actually here first. But so,
Yeah,
that's nuts. I didn't know that about the five fingers and the how and stuff. That's cool because I
yeah,
remember
yeah.
I'd seen that. I always see that, but that makes sense because that's
Like I said, I'll send you the link, bro. That's just crazy. That shit blew
because
my mind when I first heard it.
is that a pretty universal like greeting with Native Americans?
I don't
The
think so. I think it might
the
just be
five
that
fingers
area.
thing? Just that
I think it
area?
just might. Yeah, it might be just that area, but it makes a
Okay,
lot of fucking.
okay, okay. Because I know there's like Native Americans all over have stories about that, about the red-haired giants and about the Sasquatch and whatnot.
Hmm.
But okay, okay. Well, I had a question. I'm trying to think of what. So okay, that's right. It was about the dogmen and stuff. How much do you know about dogmen and lionmen and some of these? Because I'm not talking about the skinwalkers. I'm talking about like
The
essentially
half.
werewolves. You know.
Yes, yes. So what I've heard about that is that. Too bad I don't have my fucking notes, but I've actually done some research on the fact that I'm not sure if it was in. I know it was in Europe, but I'm not sure which part of Europe. But there
Different
was
parts
a
are.
certain.
Uh-huh. Sorry, go on.
But
I'll look
no,
it
no,
up.
you're good. But there was a certain community that was basically half men, half dogs, and they were just their own tribe doing their own thing. And since they weren't ostracized, but they were just left alone. But it came to a point where the natives from that place would have to ask the dogmen for help during wars. So there's a bunch of tales of like it's on some like fairy tale type of shit, but like they would join them in battle, to help them
Really?
out. Yeah, yeah, yeah,
That's fucked up.
yeah.
That's cheating.
Everybody got to
Cheating,
pay their part.
man. Was the Navajo a southwestern tribe? Wasn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Beast.
I think that's the one on Utah. That's the one that resides by the Skinwalker Ranch, literally.
Okay, that would make sense. Old sci-fi books, Mac Reynolds, 1960s, on Gutenberg mentioned Galactic Confederation. Dogman, the Beast of Jivuden. What is
Look that
that?
up. Look that up. Yeah, I think that might be the one the people that I was telling you about. That sounds very familiar.
Let's see. Oh, the
But I
Dogman.
yeah,
That's what this looks like.
there's a bunch of paintings. Like there's old school paintings of literally like portraits, not portraits, but like illustrations of them.
So the Beast of Givaudan is the historic name associated with a man-eating animal or animals that terrorized the former province of Givaudan in the Mergerade Mountains of south central France between 1764 and 1767.
Yeah, that sounds
Oh,
very
that's a
familiar.
very specific time period. But let me see. Genghis Khan history book, Jacob Abbott from 1860 on Gutenberg. Tartars get big mention. So what's this about the Tartars or the
Uh,
Tartars? I'm guessing.
I think the Tartars are a certain. It's in between. I'm pretty sure it's in between Europe and the Middle East. I would say like around. Don't quote me, but probably I heard that name like mentioned around probably like in between like.
Well, I know there is
uh,
civilization apparently, but
yeah.
I'm just trying to see how they fit into the conversation here.
Oh no no.
Um,
I haven't done my research on the Tartars. I just heard that name like
oh
around.
no, because I see in the chat here. Always censored brought it up. I think. Oh wait, no, where is it? There it is. Yeah, Tartars get a big mention. Genghis Khan history book, Jacob Abbott from 1860. He says. So I was just asking. I was asking him what to elaborate on that, please.
Oh okay, no worries, no
John
worries. Yep,
living like
that name is very
Tartarians.
familiar.
Okay, but I'm what I was asking about, like, what's your take on like, because in Africa, one of the things I was looking up today, I'd never heard of lion men before, but in Africa they have lion men, and so like where, so essentially these Nephilim they're cast out of the spirit world into the physical world, and they lose their divinity, and then here they had their physical form is altered to look like, beastly, I guess, but like men, but like beasts. They're a thing in between. Um,
Oh,
and
hold
so
on.
how does that? Huh?
I think I need to let you know to differentiate the Nephilim from the fallen angels. So
Oh,
I believe the
okay.
Nephilim
Oh,
are
that's right.
the children of the fallen angels.
Oh, is that it? Okay, hold on.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
Nephilim
that is.
in the
Yeah.
Hebrew Bible, a group of mysterious beings or people of unusually large size and strength who lived both before and after the flood. The Nephilim
Mhm.
are referenced in Genesis. Okay, so there was the fallen angels, and then there was the Nephilim were their descendants.
Yes, yes. Yeah, so it says that
Okay.
once the Nephilim died, they became into what's the word? Basically unbodied humans. Disembodied humans basically. So what happens was when you hear about demons and those spirits, those are the Nephilim because they were disembodied spirits. So the Nephilim are basically the demons, and then the fallen angels are just angels, messengers who came down from heaven. Also, to let you know, one
Hmm.
third of the angels came down, with Lucifer, but only 200 of them came down to Earth and had sex with the women. It's a whole very different topic. So it's like not all of them came down to Earth. It was just 200 of those angels that came down.
What? So what about the rest of them?
Um, honestly, I haven't done my research, but like, yeah, there's a very big difference on the rest of them. Like I said, because it says one third came down, so it's like when you go into the Christian research, it says that Lucifer he only had one third of the angels. He didn't have not even half. So it says that like
Mm.
in a way he kind of came down to make more members for the army, for his side. But
Oh,
he didn't have enough recruits basically.
oh, so he was trying to build up recruits.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Okay. Potato Revan says, I heard about the Beast of California. They say he has a mohawk, and in the
Oh my
night he
gosh.
steals all the cookies and eats them all. I don't know what you're talking about, man. I think that's all mythical bullshit.
Yeah, he's
So
interdimensional as well.
here's oh man, I could just skip traffic if I could do that. So average man, 6 feet. Og or Og of Bashan, the Goliath scale, 12 to 18 feet.
That's the
And
guy I was telling
then
you about.
early Canaanite giant scale, see Amos 2:9. What's Amos 2:9? Is that a Bible
It,
verse
it's it's
or a
a it's a
Bible
Bible
chapter?
book. It's a book, yeah.
Amos 2:9, 24 to 36 feet.
Yeah, it says in the Bible when they went into the Promised Land, the Israelites compared themselves to grasshoppers to the giants. That's how small they were. They
Oh
were
my
little
God.
bugs. Yeah.
How were these so big? Like how the angels were just that big when they manifested, or I guess the fallen angels were that big when they manifested.
Well, what I've heard from that guy, L.A. Marzulli, is that the angels just have a certain different DNA. They're not gods. They're just more advanced beings than us because they have more knowledge. All that extra shit. So I guess that's just the outcome of their DNA. It's just that they come out abnormally large.
Hmm.
But as you see, the
Yeah,
taller
smaller over
ones, yeah, the taller ones are basically the more pure race. You know what I mean? Of giants. So
time.
as they got washed down, they kept getting smaller and smaller. They were still about 10, 14 feet long,
Because
but
there's
they
no
weren't
way
as
they
big.
could interbreed with a human, though. There's no way they could interbreed with humans
No,
at that
what I've heard.
scale. At
No,
that
what I've heard
scale.
is that they just had like an enhanced growth basically. So it's like they could have came out just regular size, but over time they just grew. And it says in the Bible, as the giants were being born, the land didn't have enough food for them, so they started devouring humans. You know what I mean? They couldn't even feed their kids. It was just
Yeah,
accelerated growth, extra big humans.
that would make sense if you're too big for your actual environment because you're not supposed to be here.
Yep.
So in South America they have were-panthers and sloths. I've heard of that, of were-panthers. Haven't heard of were-sloths or giant
Me
sloths
neither.
like that. Still reading the Genghis book. I am thinking someone has got old books and using them for the script for the show we are seeing now. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I was gonna say, what show is that?
Are you
I want to
talking
see
about
it.
this stream? Because I haven't read that book. I think someone has got old books. Uh, I should take down actually that it should take note of that Genghis Khan book that you mentioned if I can find it in the chat. Yeah, right. Genghis Khan history book, Jacob Abbott. Genghis Khan history book, Jacob Abbott, 1860. 1860 on Gutenberg. I'll look it up.
You know how we were talking about creatures?
Mm-hmm.
So there's a certain verse. I'm pretty sure it comes right after the one I told you, where the giants kept getting bigger and bigger. There's a certain verse that says that I'm not sure if it was the giants or their fathers. They started sinning against the creatures of the land, the animals, the birds, the trees. So one theory that I've heard is that those ancient chimeras were just the outcome of their genetic manipulation. So the Sphinx, half man, half lion, um, the fucking
Well, but the Sphinx though, like the Sphinx is excuse me, the head does not match the body at all in terms of scale. And so people think it was either damaged or replaced or something. And the stone itself, the rock itself, is said to be so ancient that humans have just always been around it because it's like and in the magnetic, it's one of those magnetic centers of the Earth.
yes.
And so the rock was always rejuvenating, and people always went to it, and it faced Leo, the Leo constellation. And they think it, or some people think it was carved in 3 sections, in the front and in the middle and then the back.
Okay,
And so
okay.
the front just to make it look like a lion, but it wasn't something that was, because it shows weathering in those 3 sections at vastly different scales.
Okay, yeah, because I'm pretty sure you heard that the Sphinx was built during the times when the Sahara Desert was
Lush,
flourishing.
yeah.
Yes,
It was a
so
forest, yeah.
before the flood. That's why it
Mhm.
had a lot of
Long
damage.
ago.
Mm-hmm. That
Well,
shit's crazy.
I got a question here because Potato Rabbit says, didn't the beginning of the Bible mention gods as in plural during the creation story? Did it?
It does. So in the beginning of, and that's when, because like I said, I come from a Christian background.
Mhm.
So in the Christian beliefs, it says that there's a Trinity: the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. So in the it says in the beginning, the Elohim, which is plural for multiple,
Got you.
more than one. So from Christian scholars, I've heard that it's God talking between Him, the Spirit, and the Son. But you also got to go into those ancient civilizations where they had a pantheon. You know, they had multiple gods. So it's, I feel like depending on what you believe in, it's either one or the other. You know, either one or the other. Because the Sumerian culture has Enki and Enlil, two separate gods. So it just depends on, I guess, what you
Well,
actually believe in.
well, if you look at the Jewish Bible, or the Jewish, text,
The Tanakh. Yep.
the original Hebrew mentions God and Ashara, right? And that's World of Warcraft. Ashura, Ashura, I think, because she's based on, the name is based on Ashura. I think Ashura, I think, is what it's called. My friend was talking about. My friend recently sent me a bunch of stuff. Not recently, but a couple months ago, I think, about essentially the wife of God and the Holy Mother, etc. And then Funny Old World did a video on that, how in the original Hebrew they they later on tried to say it was his stick. Oh, he came down with a stick. There, that's the name of his stick. But
Mhm.
no, it was it was his wife. It was the female energy. Essentially, there was the male energy and the female energy, and they both encompassed one and the other. And if you look at some of the older shrines and stuff, they have two shrines. There's the big shrine and there's the little smaller shrine for the woman.
Yeah.
And
Misogynist.
yeah, essentially she got written out. She got like kind of essentially on purpose erased. Every single, like everywhere they wrote it to be different. And so
Okay,
that
so
he just came down with his stick. He didn't come down with a woman.
no, yeah, I've heard that a lot because like if you look into either Islam, Judaism, and Christianity, not to say it like this, but it's a more misogynistic. You know, like to compare it, it's a more father-oriented uh, belief. So what happens is that I'm not sure which, I forgot which book in the Bible says, but it talks about, oh, God protects me. He keeps me close to His bosom. So there's like a duality in God. He's not male nor female, but He has, the dual personality.
Yeah, the
But
male
like
and
I
female
said,
energy are still part of the world, and so
yes, yeah, yeah.
it's expressed that way.
But
Yeah.
like I said, the the Judo Christian religions, they're more father oriented, and it just, I guess it was more played on that because if you pay attention to a lot of the other ancient religions at the time, either Sumerian, Egyptian, um, etc., there were they had a lot of like female positivity. Woman is the goddess, all that.
Well, Egyptian culture too was
Yeah, yeah,
matriarchal.
no, yeah, for sure, for sure. So it's, if like you do your research on that, like I said, that Judo Christian side, it it bans everything that has to do with like the female nature. It bans everything that has to do with the female
Mm.
powerfulness.
Female power, female. Yeah.
Yes, yeah. So yeah, I mean, yeah, I've heard that. So like that's, I guess that's where that the whole Baphomet things thing comes into place. The duality, it has both female and male sex organs, but it just
Oh,
it's
I didn't know that.
yeah,
Well, oh, pardon me.
no worries.
Um. Okay. All right. Okay. Like we were talking about the dog man. I don't think we quite. I think we kind of ended up going off on
On a tangent.
aside there, but or would they be Nephilim also? Would they be the descendants of fallen angels and stuff that are just, that's just how they look? They look like dogs or lions or whatever the local animal is.
I I wouldn't think they have anything to do with the Nephilim. as like genetic wise, but I would say it's on some buddy buddy type shit. So it's like one thing is
Because
correlated.
they're intelligent, correlated.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Because these guys are intelligent. The stories that I hear about Dogman and
Mhm.
all these other cryptids is that they're smart and they look like people. They look like men. So that's what I'm thinking is if these are like men creatures, like that. Essentially, what if like these fallen angels looked like men when they were dropped here on Earth, and then they but they're cursed to look not like men, so like 6 fingers or look like a dog or super hairy, stuff like that.
Mhm.
Then would that be the same thing? Would they would essentially just evolve down that path once they're dropped here like that, or is that like other creatures that maybe have been influenced by their technology or
The-
magic or whatever?
I would say that it's just it's a whole different. I would say it's a whole different entity by itself. So like and like if you look at the angels and everything, there's like hierarchies to everything, right? So it's like I wouldn't say that's their minions, but it would be something like that, like fallen angels on top, demons, etc., etc. Or what I've heard is that a lot of these uh, spiritual beings can shapeshift. So it makes a lot of sense that regarding to the area where you're from, it might influence the way they look. For example, like in like you said, in South America, panthers, all it it's geographical, like it has
Geographical. That makes
yeah.
sense. Yeah. Well, hold on. Soul Assassin says native legends say that their shamans or warriors will learn to change into beasts to protect their tribes and linger around ancient places of power. But
Yep.
here's the thing, though. Like, okay, so let's say if they can do that, but I don't think they would be the dogmen, because essentially every encounter with a dogman is like, this is more vicious. This thing is more vicious than like it's more malicious even than, let's say, a Sasquatch or other ones, because with Sasquatch you'll run into some more angry ones and you'll run into ones that are like more chill.
Mhm.
And so, but with the Dogman it's consistently bad news bears every time.
I mean,
uh,
I
so
would say that there's a whole difference for real, like because like I said, I've heard the negative side of the skinwalkers, which are basically just dark magicians. They're on some evil type of shit. But like I said, I've heard the stories of the dog tribe, the dogman tribe in I'm not sure if it's just France or in Europe, but they're just like us. They're either good or bad. It's like there's no one way on telling if it's demonic or evil. I've
yeah.
heard I've heard both sides. So one seems to be like coming from a dark place. The other seems to be having like its own consciousness, its own nature, being able to choose what it wants to do. It's making its own decisions, kind of thing. That's what I've heard. It just yeah, bro.
Huh.
Like for yeah, I'm not sure if you ever watched. I think it was on Sci-Fi back then. It was called Truth or Fate. You remember watching that shit?
Nope.
So basically, they had went down to pretty sure it was South America, Brazil, most likely, and they were just following the legend that if your son was born at a certain time of the night or whatever, it would be cursed, or he would eventually turn into a werewolf, basically.
Hmm.
So yeah, so what happened was that they would go down, visit the place, and do their own little investigation on it. But my bad, I got kind of lost on that. But I believe that there's more than one answer to that. I don't think it's just all evil. It might be its own very own thing. Like
Okay. Might have nothing to do with all the other stuff.
no, 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 I don't think so.
Yeah, that's one of the things that what's it called? I was what's it called? Curious about was some of that, so how some of these other things fit in. I didn't think about the whole big the Sasquatch being related to, let's say, coming from a lineage of fallen angels and stuff.
And I don't think it is. I honestly don't think it is. I think it just might be its own thing, its own entity. There's just too many like stories and
Mm.
accounts that just make it seem like it has its own. It can do just make its own decisions. You know, like you said, go behind a tree. You don't see that thing ever again. You know, like just something like that.
Yeah, they just straight disappear.
Mhm.
Like some of the stories where people were watching it and it goes behind a tree, and then when they go, there's nothing there, but they saw it go there. Storyman Jack, I'm here just writing. Oh, rock and roll, man. I hope we're not too distracting. Hail, good to see you, man. I remember Truth or Faked. They ruined my city's train track ghost story. That's fucking funny, dude. It's hilarious.
I would say check it out for the nostalgia, bro. It's an old show.
All right.
But so talking about its own entities, you know how like when you go down like Mexico, South America, there's a whole thing about duendes,
About what?
fairies, duendes, fairies, you know,
Duendes?
duendes.
No. No, I never heard of that.
So translation is elf, right? There's an elf.
Oh yeah, that's right. I heard about elves too.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So I would say it's its own kind of thing. Like it's
Okay.
like a hierarchy. It just there's so many things we can't explain, we can't see, but they're just their own beings. Like they
Their
just
own thing.
come.
They not
Yeah.
related to necessarily the. Okay.
No, because I mean I've heard stories of you treat from Mexico you treat an elf good, feed it, you know, do this and that, it'll be on your side. But I've also heard horror stories where like you fuck with it and that's just gonna fuck back with you, you know.
What
So it's like
exactly are elves supposed to be? Like, because I hadn't heard of them as being. I mean, yeah. What's your take there? Because I
I
haven't
wouldn't.
heard of the Latin American elves.
Okay, okay. So like I said, there's it's like a like it's either on the good side or on the bad side, and I've heard that you know they reside in your home, in your property, you know, depending on where you are. They're either like tricksters, or there's just somebody you can just get along with, you know, get along with.
Mm-hmm.
So it's I've heard that you know they do play tricks, they do mess with you, but there's also stories where you know if you treat them right, everything's gonna be okay. You're gonna have to deal with coexisting with them, you know, in your own house. But there's a certain there's certain element of like goofiness because like I've heard a story about like if you leave out tequila for it, that thing is gonna get drunk and you're gonna be able to catch it. So it's like
Really?
it's yeah,
Are
it's
they
very
are they little elves?
they're like little interdimensional beings. That's what I would say. So like they have
Huh.
the magic or the knowledge of going back and forth. But you can like I've heard stories where you can grab them, you can put them in like cages and shit like that.
Okay, but what wouldn't they just be able to escape if they're even though they're in a cage?
And that's when the element comes of like you got to get it drunk. You know, you got to trick, you got to fuck with it too, like in order to like get them like basically vulnerable. You know, so it's
Yeah.
like
Okay.
yeah,
Well,
yeah,
but
yeah,
okay, that means you have to keep it drunk, right? Because
yeah, yeah, yeah,
essentially once it wakes up, it's like, oh man, am I in a
yeah,
cage?
yeah.
And fuck this. Wouldn't it just peace out?
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Okay. Hmm.
But yeah, there's me coming from Mexico. There's a lot of stories I've heard about that. Like they just play tricks on you.
The Soul Assassin says in Mexico they have river spirits that roam around the ancient Aztec floating gardens related to that Doll Island site. Doll Island site.
There's a I forgot if it's in Mexico, but there's an island full of dolls, like hundreds of dolls. It's fucking
Whoa.
creepy.
Yeah. What the fuck?
Yes, bro.
Why?
They drink tequila and mezcal. Like they get fucked up, bro.
That's funny. That's really funny because that's how the Irish Fae, the Tuatha, de nun do exactly the same stuff? What, the of drinking alcohol?
Yeah, like they drink alcohol. There's all right. I don't know if you've seen this one episode on The Simpsons where it talks about how like the Irish and the Mexicans are basically the same.
Oh yeah, dude. We say
That's the
that.
type
Me
of
and my
shit,
Irish
bro.
friends, and we say the
They're,
same shit.
we drink and we're Catholic.
Catholics that drink and fight and just make up the next day.
Yes, yes, bro. That type of shit.
All right, huh? Well, this has been enlightening. I didn't realize. So when I started talking about the whole Sasquatch thing, I wasn't expecting it to go into biblical stuff, that they're somehow related to like biblical stories and whatnot. Actually, until I pulled up that giant story there.
It's like if you look into the story of Gilgamesh. Have you heard about Gilgamesh at all?
Oh yeah.
So you know how like there's a wild man. You know, there's a wild man that keeps terrorizing the hunters and everything because you know he deals with the beast or
Mhm.
he hangs out with the animals. So a lot of people would say, oh, the character of Enkidu, the wild man beast, could be a Sasquatch. You know,
Mhm.
but it says that he had to have sex with a woman I think I'm not sure if it was 6 days or 14 days until he got civilized. So there's a whole like kind of mystery is
Yeah.
like
I'm sorry. Can you say that again? Had to
so in
what?
the
14
story
days?
so in the story it says that the hunters went to Gilgamesh and they told Gilgamesh about the wild man. And what happened was that Gilgamesh told them get a temple prostitute and bring her down to the fields where the animals are at. When he comes down to drink water, show her the prostitute and let them have
Hmm.
sex. And once they had sex, I'm not sure if it was for 6 days or 12 days. I'm not sure if it was 1 or 2 weeks. I guess the love and the affection of a woman would turn him into a human, basically. But there's a lot of commentaries how it talks about like, damn, what if that was like a Sasquatch kind of being? Because he looked like a man, but he was hairy, but he was big, you know, strong. He had a relationship with the animals.
Okay. Wait, that's a Bible story?
No, it's a Sumerian story.
Oh, a Sumerian story. Oh,
Yeah,
that
the
does
Epic
sound
of
like a
Gilgamesh.
Sasquatch.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
Okay. So there's a I've heard, I think it was a native, I'm under the impression it's a Native American saying that man's role in the world is to protect woman, and woman's role in the world is to bring man closer to like source or God or whatever you believe in. And so like that's the what's it called? That's the and I really like that perspective actually.
it's
So
like a
that one
taming
story,
aspect.
huh?
It's like a taming aspect. It's like we're fucking animals and wild people, but it's like once you find the right one, you know, type of shit.
Yeah, I hear you. Um, yeah, that makes sense. But like also they very much a taming aspect. Um, human females tame gods and aliens and Bigfoots. 6 to 12 days of sex. Damn.
Yep.
Are there breaks or is it constant? I mean, I'm sure there's breaks. But if he's like, hey, I use the bathroom, are you gonna stick around? I'll be here. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get us some food too. Yeah, please, I'm hungry. And like all of a sudden it's 2 weeks later, you're like, I can't believe she's still here. Where'd all my hair go?
And that's the funny thing, bro, because it says that once he was done having sex with her, um, it says that he went out to the field and the animals couldn't recognize him anymore because of her smell.
Oh
Because he would,
damn.
yeah.
Huh.
And adding on to that, it's like I said, it could be I don't know, it could be a Sasquatch because like once a Sasquatch is in the wild, like we said before, you can smell them. So it's like that's what for me kind of convinces me it could have been somebody else.
That's true. Makes me wonder about that Sumerian music. What do you mean about the Sumerian music? Ever notice that
I'll,
dudes
I'll
have
send you a
sharp?
link.
Oh, women, dudes have sharp canines and women don't. We do, really? Women don't have sharp canines? Huh. I never realized that. I'll have to pay attention. Animals be like, dude, we smell the skank on you.
For real.
All right. Let me so I'm gonna pull up some of this. You sent that video of the what's it called?
The
Of the
Sierra?
audio. Of the Sasquatch audio. So I'm gonna play that.
Yeah, bro. That shit sounds like samurais talking in the fucking forest.
Well, let's see what we got here. We got the sound on, yeah.
Video you're about to watch or really listen to is a video I recorded with my phone. I didn't have my camera or anything. I came outside after grilling and eating with my family. It was my 30th birthday today. Came outside to move the
Okay, I'm gonna fast forward.
like
I don't care about your story, bro.
Okay. So I can tell you for sure.
I don't care.
I guarantee you.
Shut the fuck up.
That is really faint. So you really started trying to get some audio quality. Most noticeable, you hear me walking close to the can in my audio.
There it is. Fucking asshole. 4 minutes into a 7-minute video.
Hey, trying to get monetized.
That's a good point. So you hear him walking. He said he was going to be walking in the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Hear anything yet?
It's about to come up.
It'll come up. He's still walking right now, it looks like. You guys hear it okay in the chat? True, and always censored. Just sounds like crickets right now. Yeah, it's an empty black frame. I turned it up. Do you hear anything yet? I heard that. Okay. Well, that was disappointing.
Oh, my bad, bro. Try to look
Huh?
up Sierra mountain noises. They're usually referred
Yeah.
to samurai sounds basically. I
All
thought
I
I
heard was like the crickets, like was like a lot of crickets creaking. I didn't hear any talking, and I did eventually hear like a moo in the background, like moo, but that's about it. Sounded like a cow. Yeah, that's all I really heard was like a cow sound in the back. Huh?
but I
That's
probably sent you
yeah. I didn't hear nothing
the
though.
wrong one. If you wanna search up Sierra Samurai sounds.
Yes, you hear a cow. Okay, hold on. He says, "Welcome to the comments." Everyone continues to comment saying they hear a cow. Yes, you hear a cow, but the sound I'm referring to is at 6:30. Turn your volume up as sound is far in the distance. Record it with a phone. 6:30. 6:30. I don't hear shit.
Yeah, my bad. I think I sent you the wrong link, but like I said, look up Sierra Samurai sounds.
All right. Sierra Samurai sounds. Um Strange sounds spark search for Sasquatch in BC community. Local hikers find mystery skeleton in the Sierras. Let's just try this one, I guess, is a new story.
Vancouver Island is at the center of an eerie mystery. People in Alert Bay say they've been hearing.
Oh, wait. Hold on. There's another video here that you sent too. There it is. Let me see. What's this one here?
I think it's this one. Yeah, I think it's this one.
Okay, let's
I might have
see.
sent you the wrong one.
Damn. Huh. Okay. That, I don't know if some of that sounds a little crazy. Like some of it honestly sounds like someone could be just making some of those sounds and trying to. It sounds kind of like a monkey, but there were some bits in there that sounded really weird, like real language.
Yeah, that's what I heard. It sounds like a gibberish like Asiatic language. Those are like usually the comments that I've seen from that.
Soul Assassin, creepy little book would be good to have on. Yeah, well,
For
like
real.
he's over here with Courtney. I don't know why Courtney's streaming for some reason randomly, but yeah, if you, I mean, shit, you can go tell him we're talking about Bigfoots over here if you want to see him on here.
Shout out Pete.
But he's over there right now. It's just so late for him. I didn't want to like try to drag him on at this hour. But I guess Courtney doesn't have a problem doing that. Right? I mean, shit, it's not considerate the hour that it is for him. Way past CLB bedtime. He is in Philly. Yeah, right. Exactly. That's why I didn't invite him because it's late as fuck for him. But Oh well, that sounds fake. Audio speed up. Some of it sounds like monkey sounds too. Let's see what the next one is. This one says Sasquatch Sierra sounds. Oh yeah, part 2. But okay, anguish sequence. So this is them in anguish. Let's see. Yeah, but you're a night owl. Pete has a family and shit and a job. Oh yeah, also hello, Angelus. All right, so I'm not really convinced with some of this stuff. It sounds fake, honestly. Like, at least the weird grunting and some of the noises they're making don't sound what's it called? Since they go back in at night. Oh, that sucks, dude. That's a pain in the ass, man. Electronic distortion, another fake. Yeah, it's that's what I'm feeling with these. So wait, rhythmic sequence sounds. Okay, I think I might be done with this.
Understandable.
I am done with that one. I'm not convinced. Let's see what this thing is about.
From the forest at night. Gord Kurbis reports some are now wondering if those legends are real.
Okay, well, that's not going to be a fun video. Well, anyway, some of the weird talkings, I don't know. I could see it being fake, but I could also see that being like, because I hear a lot of the stories that people send in. They hear whoops and stuff in the forest, but I don't know. They'd have to get lucky to like be able to record that at any decent distance, and they'd have to have recording equipment. Like that one guy that said, I recorded it on my phone, but like to get that level of audio quality, you'd have to either be really close or have really good audio equipment on you in the forest.
No, that's true. That's true.
I guess unless you're like in your tent and they're all around you, like having a discussion, like, should we eat this guy? What do you think we should do? And he's sitting there recording with a microphone
under the covers.
Like, he's like, I'm in my tent. They can't see me. They know I'm here though. Click. But yeah. Well, that was interesting.
Oh yeah, it was. Like I said, like mostly when I've gone into that rabbit hole, that's what usually the comments like pop up. Oh, it sounds like an Asian language, like because if you look at the stories of like the Yetis and all that shit, that's from that part of the world type of shit. So it's like they usually bring up that like, oh, there's two different species, that extra shit. There's the North American one, and there's the Asian type, the Yeti, but it's just part of the rabbit hole.
Yeah, I hear you. That makes sense. So it says at 2 minutes. I found another one here. Let me see if this one has anything. This will be the last one I try. I think.
For sure.
A lot of work done on the crawler, of course, with a ton of concrete and boulders. And it is coming about. What is that? What is that? Sounded weird.
Oh, yeah, I heard the whoop, whoop, like a hooting, but not like a hooting, you know? Oh, well. Well, I think that's interesting about the thanks for the talking about the Bible stuff, because it's been a while since I've really looked into that stuff. I didn't know about that he was described as having 2 sets of teeth and what's it called, 6 feet, the 6 fingers thing I heard, but the Goliath being 6 fingered, 2 sets of teeth, red haired, all that stuff. I don't remember any of that stuff. That was a long time ago.
Yeah, like I said, like back then, like I think it would be like generational differences. Like eventually, like it was just started washing down, you know. But I'm not sure if Goliath was a ginger to say, but he did have like certain physical traits, you know, not just the height, but
yeah,
man. All that ancient shit, bro, just very fucking interesting. Very interesting. But
yeah, I love all the ancient stuff. It's just like I didn't. The thing that I was noticing about all the Sasquatch stories, all the Sabe stories, is their fear of like the divine and of Christians and all this other stuff, which I thought was weird. Like, how come Native Americans don't have the same like kind of thing going on if they like understand, you know, the greater reality? Because I'm not like, are you still religious or?
not really. I just still go like into the studies and the research. I still like to get the point of view from that side, but I try to be as, how would you say it, as rational as I can, you know, like.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. As rational as possible.
Like, is there something else, you know, that could be causing the thing? Is, you know, could it be a natural thing, you know? But I would say like the Sasquatch thing is, for me, like at the end of the spectrum, you know, like for me it's very interesting, but it's more like the same for me. It'd be like the same kind of conversation as like talk about flat Earth, you know. It's like you got to take it with a grain of salt.
Okay. Well, here, let me give you this channel. I'm gonna link it here for everyone else too. Is this it? Oh, so that's the label of the channel. Cool, I didn't know that. Okay, so the facts by how to hunt. So there's a link right there in the chat to one of the channels I've been following, the factsbyhowtohunt.com. This guy is a hunter up in British Columbia, and he's a woodsman. He's an outdoorsman his whole life, and he's essentially calls it the club of no return, which is once you see one of these things, once you have an encounter with them, you know they're real, and there's no turning back. You can't deny it anymore. And but he reads all these stories of military veterans, of search and rescue people, of hunters, of campers, of Native Americans, of all these different stories of people who've had encounters with them. And it's wild, man. And they're from all different times too. They're from the 60s. They're from recently. They're from like a few months ago. And yeah, like Angela says, that Drew says he lives in Sasquatch country. I don't remember where exactly you live, Angelus, but yeah, pretty much. Like there's regions in the U.S. where, like Ohio and down in well, actually, I've heard that like in Texas and Florida they're really aggressive, but they're all over the country. Yeah, they're all over the planet.
No, yeah, like living here in Oregon, basically like once you get out of Portland, it's just straight fucking woods. Unless you go,
Mhm.
to the south. But like over here on the north part of Oregon, yeah, it's there's been a lot of stories of like people getting like lost, even though they're not far from society, they still get lost. They still wander out, and all that unexplored terrain, all that area, you actually don't even know what the fuck is out there. It's like you're once you like disconnect from the city, it's
Mhm.
very fucking easy for you to get lost.
Yeah, that makes sense. There's and another thing actually I've been that I saw here was the national parks. So essentially, Yosemite National Park was the first protected piece of land in the world, and supposedly, the every president that's established the national parks knew about this stuff, and that's why they were established. Yosemite being the first one, and then Eisenhower or Roosevelt, sorry, later on set up all the other ones, or he set up pretty much the whole national park system. But um, but he supposedly actually encountered them and couldn't like converse with them and stuff. Uh, but in Yosemite, people go missing every year. There's always people going missing in Yosemite. One of the stories was this lady who she was out there with her dad, I think, and she was like, "Hey, I want to go over here and take some pictures of whatever and yada yada." And he's like, I'm tired. I'm just gonna kick back and like chill." She said, "Okay, I'll be back in a little bit." And so she left, and she goes out and sits on this rock, and there's this old man there. So she hangs out with him for a little bit and chats with him. And then uh, after a little bit, she says, "I'm gonna go down. I'm gonna go back now. I'm probably gonna take some pictures along the way here, whatever. I'm gonna head to this spot that I was meaning to go to, and then etc." So he says, "Oh, I'll go with you. Or do you want me to come with you? I'll keep you company." "Yeah, sure." So they go together. But this guy's like 70. So he gets worn out sooner than she does. And he has to stop to take a break. So he stops and sits down. And she says, "I'm just gonna scout ahead real quick and I'll be right back." So he sees her go down the path. And this is a path next to campsites. This isn't like in the woods. This is next to campsites. She goes down the path, goes behind a tree, like turns the corner pretty much. The turns the bend in the path, and then he's waiting and he's waiting. She doesn't come back, so he gets up and goes and looks for her. She's not down the path. She's not in the woods. He's calling her name. He's looking around, and then he goes to the campsite that's right next to them and says, "Hey, I can't find my companion here. Could some people help me out, please? I'm a little worse for wear." And so people go to help him look for her, and they look in the woods and they look in the area and they can't find her. So then they tell the forest people,
The Rangers.
the rangers, yeah, the forest rangers, and they launch a massive manhunt for her over the whole area, everywhere. Never found her.
Fuck. I mean, I wouldn't doubt it. That's the crazy thing. Like once you go like 2 minutes out the path, your loss of perception is just out
She
of the
was
way.
on the path though. She wasn't even off.
Oh,
the path.
really? Oh,
She was
shit.
on the path. She just turned the corner where he couldn't see her anymore. And then once she was alone, she disappeared. But so some people, because there's been a lot of stories of Sabe taking, or Sasquatch taking people, particularly
Mhm.
women and children for food and women for
Breeding
because they're hot. Yeah,
or
because
some
yeah.
shit.
There's this one Native American woman in the early 1900s that that was abducted, and she said that she was taken to a cave and raped repeatedly for years. I probably shouldn't have said that actually because of YouTube. Graped, anyway.
Whoop, whoop.
So she was sexually assaulted like for years, and then when she actually turned back up in her town, in her village, and she was pregnant. Baby didn't make it, but after that, and she was malnourished and she was kind of sickly, and the baby didn't make it, but she said like this is what happened. Like I went up there and I was held there for years and etc. So then she came back and she lived the rest of her life there with her in her village. And so when like white people came through, she was like, "Watch out,"
Mhm.
and told them her story and stuff. But that's essentially what they can expect. You can't let them go off on their own like that. And they in certain areas in Native Americans, they tell the women and children, no women and children out after a certain hour, because they won't take the guys. They don't give a shit about us.
No, yeah, it's just
But
death, if anything. But
there have been lots of vanishing in the parks.
yes.
Yep, there's been a
But
lot.
like talking about like not just missing, but like you've heard about like the accounts of people like they lose track of time. They're gone for a little bit, and next you know it's been what 2-3 days. So it's
Yeah,
like that kind of has like a mental thing to it. It's like not just being lost, but it's like you don't even know where you're at. It's like
yeah,
this
dude.
is like a switch that goes off.
Well, like so, essentially, there's so to that a recent a story I listened to today was about a guy who saw a kid in the forest, like a
Fuck.
little kid, like a baby, pretty much. Like a little, he said he looked like he was 2-3 years old. He was like, "Hey, uh, where are your parents? How did you get here?" It said he was asking him questions, and the little kid just kept saying one word to him. He said he didn't recognize the word, and it seemed like he was calling him something, but he wasn't actually responding to his question. And he was like, "What the fuck?" And he was freaked out by the kid because he wanted to help him, but he also didn't want to touch him.
Yeah.
And then he said that there was some guy not far away packing up his truck at a campsite. So the kid was like essentially wandered near human campsites and stuff. But he thought it was a normal kid. He was just freaked out by that this kid is out here, and he says that next thing he remembers, he was like going back to his campsite, and he remembered pieces of things, and it had been longer than he realized. Like it had been some hours or whatever.
Mhm.
But he felt like he had escaped. Like that was the feeling that he had escaped. He'd gotten out of something bad. He had
Like a
dodged a
trance,
bullet.
like a trance.
He had dodged a bullet or
Something
something.
like
Well, maybe so. Yeah, that's the thing, because everyone says that they have like these mind speak to you, so they speak to you
that.
telepathically. And
Yeah, I've heard that. No, yeah, I've heard that for sure.
yeah, and so you can actually speak to them when you're in the forest if you reach out mentally and like, hey, I don't mean any harm. I'm just here to camp or whatever. That they will either respond or they'll hear you, and you'll feel the mood shift. Or you can feel like what they want you to feel. So this one guy who got saved from a panther by a Sasquatch, pretty much the panther, he was fucked up. He was injured. His leg was fucked up. He was trying to get back to civilization. And his panther saw him and was like, "Hey, I'm gonna fuck with you a little bit." I think I talked about this yesterday. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, a big ass rock just smacks the panther in the side of the head, and the panther takes off. And he looked over and saw this big ass like shadow in the forest, and he felt like a wash of a feeling of safety, like you're safe.
Mhm.
And
Like a
then,
relief.
huh?
Like a relief, like he just felt relief, like out of
No,
danger type of shit. No?
not like
Oh, okay.
not relief. He didn't feel relief. He felt explicitly safety, like that. Like
Oh,
safe.
okay.
You're safe.
Oh, damn.
Not like, oh, I'm safe. It was you're safe. It's different. And so that's what he described feeling. But so they can make it. Another one was this guy was just chilling there, and this Sasquatch walks by him, doesn't realize that he's there, and so he's looking at him. He's watching this guy walk by, and then the Sasquatch realizes he's there because they can tell when you're looking at him. So he's like, so they're looking at each other for a second, and he says, "Hello, man of the forest." And the Sasquatch just kind of like gives him a hello, and he feels a feeling of peace wash over him. And then the Sasquatch just goes back on his way, just keeps on going. And
Like a little mutual respect.
yeah, like
Yeah.
hello, no, hello, no, we're good then. Cool.
God damn.
That's nuts, man.
No,
Or
this is
Nation is a
crazy.
mod. Why wouldn't he be? Or PJ's my boy. There are stories of random stairways in the forest that lead to nowhere. Ooh, what? Really? I've never heard about that. That's interesting. So they could be related to the black-eyed kids. Oh, no, fuck that, dude. Fuck the black eye. I don't want to deal with that shit. I don't even want to talk about that.
Fuck.
Don't even bring them up. I'm not even kidding. Don't even bring those creepy motherfuckers up. In
I
I-Man?
was,
Huh?
I was gonna ask you, what's the correlation here? How come you got a little
Because
spooked?
they're creepy. All the stories I hear about them are crazy creepy, and they essentially people report either bad luck or sickness afterwards after meeting them, and even after just being around or nearby or whatever. And then like the whole like there's this one of the stories I heard. This guy, when he was a teenager, his whole family went off on a trip or whatever, and he didn't want to go, so he just stayed home alone. And he called his girlfriend over. He's like, "Hey, I'm home alone." And so she came over, and when he heard a knock at the door, or it was him and his cousin, I think. No, it's a different story. But yeah, so this guy that was he was home alone, heard a knock at the door, and he goes and opens the door, thinking it's his girlfriend, it's these kids, and he's like, "Oh, hey, what's going on?" And they were kind of obscuring their face, and there was one of them would talk and the other ones wouldn't. And they asked if they could come inside and use the phone and call someone for a ride. And he said, "Yeah, sure." And so he lets them in. He got kind of a weird vibe, but he's like, kids. So he lets them in, closes the door, and like goes and gets the phone for him. And when he comes back, they're all like, they look at him and he sees their eyes and he freaks out. And then as soon as he freaks out, they all go towards him and he runs out the back door and they all chase him out the back door. And then he runs out the front, like he runs around to the front, and his girlfriend's pulling up and he hops in the car. He says, drive, just fucking go. And so they take off. And when they came back, they went back inside together and they were all gone. But like, he's like, I gave them permission to come in, like before, until they didn't, they seemed like they couldn't come in until he said, "Yeah, come in." And so he says, they have permission to come in now. Like, no.
Yeah, for real.
He never stayed home alone again. And that's some creepy ass shit. Everything I've heard with those kids, I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to talk about it because it like, I believe, let's say all these things are real. Yeah. Because some of these things I believe, like Sasquatch, I believe is essentially the way I believe the universe to work with vibration and dimensions and all this stuff. These beings could be real creatures. In my book, I wrote an angel into it. I described it as looking like an angel. I didn't call it an angel. I described it looking kind of like an angel, and I left its intentions and it's essentially it's the world building for it a little ambiguous, but up to interpretation. But the creature was based on goodness, kindness, love, etc. That was what it was there for, either to protect or to feed on it, whatever it is. That was my left it open to interpretation, but I essentially described an angel.
Yeah.
Because an angel, essentially, it's a creature. What I described in the book is a being that can decide where it exists in the spectrum of light. Okay. And so if it chooses to reveal itself to a character in the book, and it's like a pinpoint of light that appears and then like unfolds into this creature, and they have a little chat, but then it disappears. But it's a being of pure light, and so it says But like, so I believe that when I'm looking at these stories or when I'm looking at biblical stories, I go, okay, how could this be real scientifically based on how I believe the universe to work with dimensions and vibrations and all this stuff? And so, like, I believe that a Sasquatch could be real, that they could be a species that lives amongst us in the world. But what's it called? So, but essentially, like, they can mind speak to you. All these things exist on the telepathic, the consciousness level doesn't have a range. That's why, like, psychics that can, like, visit other places, they can be on the other side of the planet in their mind. They can be on another planet in their mind. They put their mind there because there's no limits. So essentially anything that operates on this spectrum, thinking about it could invite it to you, could be like a beacon or a flare, you know, like,
Yeah.
you know, what's this over
It's
here?
it's
And
like
then,
opening up a door, kind of like a not a like a dimensional door or something like
yes,
that.
yeah, exactly. Like it's letting, it's kind of like when you're just in the forest, and if you yell suddenly, you're all, hey, like someone else on another mountain across from you goes, hey, there's a person over there, you
But
know, and
that
like
should give
that's
me
how
the
I see
shivers.
it. That's how
No,
I
you're
see
right.
it. And so that's why I don't even want to bring that shit up, because I go, okay, no, anything that exists on this creepy vibrational level, or not creepy, any creepy thing that exists on a vibrational scale, telepathic scale in any capacity, might, because I don't know how exactly that stuff works, that
Mhm.
they might be able to pick up on that. For all I know, I don't know how that shit
Mhm.
works, so
Okay.
I'm not risking it.
Okay. Do you remember how I used to, I have like told you on chat like my mother would keep me away from certain things because she believed that it would open doors. That's literally the same kind of like.
Wait, I'm sorry, what was that?
So do you remember? And like when I used to like send you chats, I used to be like, oh, my mother would keep me away from certain things, certain movies, because to her it would open doors, like spiritual doors.
Yeah,
It's
that's
that kind
right.
of
That's
like,
right. She didn't let you watch a lot of stuff. I forgot about that.
yeah. So it's like it's that kind of like not mentality, but that idea that it's like shit. There's people who just do certain shit, do either rituals or just certain actions that they don't notice have consequences. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
On a
That's
spiritual realm, on a spiritual realm.
yeah. Well, the other thing is like hold on, let me, I actually have some Instagram stuff that ties in this, because I do believe in all these things, in the vibrational thing, all the spiritual stuff, this, the, the secret, all these things. So like this is, well, this is a positive one here, is the you have to grow from inside out. There is no other teacher but your own soul. Law of attraction.
Oh yeah, I
So
just seen that shit.
where's I saw something, this one. My grandmother told me, never say you're sick, even if you are sick. Say you are healing. Words do manifest.
No, yeah, for real.
And so that's,
That
I try
I
to
believe
live
that.
by that shit.
No, I believe that because like, yeah, it's true. Like once you start having those thoughts, it does like whatever you think does affect the physical realm. I believe that for
Hmm.
sure.
Yeah, everything comes from the mind first. Creation, you imagine something and then you make it. So everything in the world comes from consciousness first. And so that's why I try to, think, and you got to try to think and speak in a positive way and in a constructive way, not in things that are going to tear you down or tear others down around you or invite the unwanted. But yeah, thanks, BJ. It's good to see you, man. Yeah, I keep touching on some of this stuff, so I just wanted to have a whole stream where we talked about it. Grew up in the hood, ain't nobody allowed in my house. Your chat, your
Hey,
rules, Kai. I don't bring up black eyed kids. Thanks, man.
hey Kai,
Yeah,
I'm not
you
sure
gotta
if
go.
if
Or what?
no, well, it's almost 10 minutes from last call, so I was just pick up something to drink, but I'm not sure if you still wanted me to come back in or something, so we can keep the
Oh,
conversation
it's all
going.
good. Go do what you gotta do, man. But I'm probably not gonna go too much longer. I'm at 3 hours 15 minutes now, so I'll probably talk about stuff a little longer,
For sure,
and
bro.
then wrap it up.
Bro,
But
I'll see
thanks
you in
for
the
coming
chat.
on, man.
Yeah, for sure, man. I appreciate it. Thank you for spending time with me.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for your dropping your knowledge and stuff on biblical stuff. It's not really my forte, so it's good to get a nice refresher on some of that.
Hey, and I appreciate you being open minded. I fuck with it.
Thanks, man. I fuck with you too. It's good hanging out. Take care of yourself.
Yeah, you too, man. I'll see you in the chat.
Hell yeah. Cheers, man.
Cheers, cheers. Bye-bye.
All right. Well, that was Brownnmild, y'all. Brownnmild hanging out, chilling like a villain. Yeah, demons and spirits are like that. Don't provoke them because it can invite things in that you don't want in. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, now Netflix is normalizing everything. Yeah, fucking Netflix, man. But not just Netflix. There's a lot of that normalization of things going on everywhere. There's spiritual battle going on all around us. Really, Angelus? I didn't take you to be one to believe like that. Positive thinking, not the crap negative stuff. Yeah, exactly. People that are always saying negative things, I'm like, you need to shut the fuck up, man. Your life sucks because you make it suck. You make it suck. Very black-white these days. Russian Orthodox Church is behind Putin. They believe he is fighting evil. Yeah, that's like, that's the thing though. If you look at like the let's say conservatives here in the United States, with all this grooming, because that's what it is. With all this grooming that's going on of our youth and all this other stuff, they're like, yo, this shit is evil and we're fighting evil. So if essentially, if over there they're painting it that our whole society is like that, then they believe that they're fighting evil. And I would say that they to some, let's say if they are focused on those negative elements of society that we ourselves are not in favor of at all, then they're, because we also think that shit is evil. So yeah, it's all about how you frame it. Church militant, YT church knows, YT channel knows. Church militant. The tongue has power. The tongue has power. What you say affects not only thoughts but reality. Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, man. That's why I always try to phrase things positively. I always try to, like I had a friend once that he got fired or laid off. I don't remember which one. He got laid off, I think. He lost his job. And so I saw a freelance opportunity for him, and I wanted to present it. And I was talking to my friend. I was like, "Hey, do you think he could do this job over here? Because I figured now that he has all this increased availability, he might be able to pick up some clients." And he was about to smoke a bowl, and he stops. Increased availability. That is a very positive way of looking at unemployment. Well, yeah, well, it's what you gotta do. You can't let shit drag you down. Lots of Russians in Patrick Lancaster, nice people. That's cool. But yeah, positivity. Your heart's got to be coming from the right place. Your words got to come from the right place, etc. You can't just, like, when you sit there and just dwell in the negativity and sadness and all that stuff, you end up manifesting negativity and sadness and bad luck. Like I know a guy. I have a friend that he's such a fucking idiot. He's so stupid that I'm gonna do a very simple real world example, and a practical example that takes zero faith from anyone. And then I'm gonna escalate it a little bit. So the very practical, simple example of this is, one time he hates working with plastic wrap, like plastic, like instead of tin foil, it's the plastic one that's like see-through and it kind of sticks to itself. And so he was like, I hate working with this stuff because he tore it and then it crumpled up, and he was all struggling with it, mad, and then I hate this stuff. It's like, dude, what are you doing? He says, well, I'm trying to, because I was like, no, I mean, what the fuck are you doing? That's not how you handle this. Look, scoot over. Let me show you how to handle this stuff. And so I got the plastic wrap and I cut it gently against the box. And then I grabbed the two corners and I flowed it gently. I said, see, you move slowly, you let it flow, and then you do the thing. And then I did it perfectly. It didn't stick to itself at all. And I said, now you try. He did exactly the same thing that he did the first time. He literally just pulled at it and it got all crumpled. He's like, oh, see, it doesn't work. This stuff is the worst. And da-da-da. I said, no, it's not this stuff. I clearly just handled it fine. It's you. You are being aggressive with it, and you're not being patient, and you're being, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. He's manifesting a negative that he said this, and he's blaming that thing instead of looking at himself, because he can't take responsibility for anything. So there's that. Other times when he's angry, when he's upset about stuff, what he does is he's all mad. Oh, I hate my life. My life sucks. It's bad stuff always happens to me. And then he goes and he's slamming shit. And he's yanking on things. And then something breaks. He's like, oh, this stupid fucking thing broke. Oh my god, it was my life. Things just keep breaking and falling apart on me, and and he's fucking slamming shit. And I'm like, you broke it, retard. You fucking broke it. That thing didn't break itself. Your stupid ass was walking around being angry and bitching and taking your anger out on everything around you, and you end up breaking something because you can't handle your fucking emotions like an adult. And then he gets mad at the thing for breaking like a dumb bitch. And so yeah, your fucking words me. If he would have instead of like moving on and going, well, that happened and I'm just gonna try to have a good day now, instead of like, okay, that sucks and I'll deal with that tomorrow. Like today I'm gonna play video games and smoke a bowl, and I'm just gonna relax and try to like get in a good mindset and just forget about this bullshit that's stressing me out. Instead of doing that, he dwells on it, and he just he talks about it, and he dwells on it, and he focuses on it, and more things end up going bad around him. So it doesn't really take a lot of faith to make some connections there. And that's a very practical, those are practical examples of how you manifest your reality. And yeah, the negative shit will just ruin your day even more and more and more. Let me see, hold on. Was laughing with Russians yesterday. Military budget up everywhere. Oh yeah, everywhere in the world, military budgets are going up. Tinfoil made in China. Checked 2 years ago. Tinfoil made in China. What tinfoil? Like all tinfoil? I can't see. That seems a little bit much. Then again, aluminum. Aluminum was really valuable until we learned how to like just pull it out of the dirt. Fake it till you make it. Yep. Exactly. Yo, that's how I did in middle school when I wanted to be more socially accepted, a little more popular, a little more liked, not picked on as much and stuff. I was like, okay, I'm gonna look at what these kids with the personality traits that I like do, the class clown, the popular guy. Let's see what they do, and let's see what works for me. And I essentially faked it till I made it. I didn't have the confidence I pretended I did. And eventually I was confident. And I was like, oh, hey, when did that happen? How to be happy. Positivity and forgiveness are number one. Forgive, don't forget. You can't be foolish. That's right. That's right. You can't forget. You can't forget that someone done fucked you over. Or they'll do it again. If you forget, they will do it again. Negative programming via television. Well, like the thing is, when you're such an idiot that you have somebody pointing out to you what you're doing and how it's affecting the world around you, and then even shows you how to do it right, and then you don't listen at all, you're just a fucking idiot, and you deserve all the bullshit that comes to you. That guy's life is gonna fall apart. He's making stupid financial decisions, and he's his wife's little simp. He's essentially married to Jada Pinkett Smith. He's married to a little Mexican Jada Pinkett Smith, and he's a dumb bitch. But yeah. Frustrating, that shit. Especially when it's someone that like you want to help them, but they're stupid, and there's nothing you can do about it. But yeah, man. So I do believe in I wish I had I need to charge my Kindle, or I would have referred to. I think I'll refer to it next time, maybe next Friday. If you guys want to talk about this stuff more, I'll do it again next Friday. I'll see if Pete wants to come on, since apparently he'll join super late night streams. I'll see if he wants to join in. But I'll look at this the Galactic. Is it the Galactic Federation, or is it the something else? The essentially all the aliens that work with Ascended Masters and stuff that I was reading about. Or we could cover the Tablets of Thoth, or we could just cover more alien talk, because we didn't really get into aliens too much. We ended up focusing a lot on Sasquatch and ties to the Bible and whatnot. But there's a lot of stuff out there. But the Hebrew Bible was, even before it got turned into, adapted into Christianity and whatnot, it was already they'd already erased, like, actually I don't know if by that point they had already erased the female goddess, you know, the female entity, the female energy. But it's but yeah, that is a thing. Yeah, actually I'll just look up funny old world real quick so you can see the video I'm talking about. Funny old world. Johanna, that's her name, Johanna with funny old world. The Barbar Caves, let me see. California Islands, biblical texts, Plato's Atlantis, Stonehenge. Ah, son of a bitch. God's wife is what they called it. God's secret wife, Asherah. That was it, Asherah. So this is the video I was talking about with Johanna. God's secret wife, Asherah. Because remember, Asherah was from World of Warcraft, or from Warcraft, I should say. But Asherah, and then they tried to say that it was a stick, but back in the day, he came down holding the hand of the female energy, the female goddess, essentially God's wife, and let me see. And there's she goes over. She cites. Hold on, where is it? There it is. The Lord descended on top of Mount Sinai, called Moses' summit, etc., etc. But she shows the original Hebrew. She shows what's it called? She gets into it. She did her homework on this one. Oh, there it is. Essentially, I think these were the two podiums where they had for the worship. So it was the bigger one, and the smaller one was for the female energy. It was for God's wife, or Asherah. So it was Asherah, and then Yahweh, Asherah. So that's what these two were for. And so originally in the Hebrew Bible, there was a masculine and a feminine energy, and in the Egyptian culture, the female was in charge. The woman was in charge. It was a matriarchy, even in their government. So that's why when the guys wanted to stay in power, they would marry their girlfriends and stuff. I mean, they would marry their sisters and stuff, and that was just normal for them because of that. But that was just a way of staying in power, keeping it in the family and stuff. Lockdown was great. Plenty of free time to figure out who rules the world. That's true. A lot of that has gotten exposed because as things blow up, people have more time to look into it. There's still a lot of stupid people that are easily fooled by disaster after disaster after disaster, and they forget about the last one. But those who actually do their research don't forget. As a closeted introvert, faking my social persona has helped through the roof. Fake it till you make it. Yep. I started off super quiet, super shy, and that's why I had to study people to figure out how to behave differently, because I wasn't that way naturally, or I wasn't that way in the beginning. At least I was quiet, I was shy, I was timid, and I just, my brain worked differently. I thought differently. You need to it takes discipline, it takes hard work, but you can train yourself to be different. You can train yourself to break out of your own patterns, and you can train yourself to break out of your own upbringing and your own trauma. But it takes time, it takes work, and it takes maturity. If you're not mature, you're incapable of it. Anyone who's got at least a shred of maturity can build on that and improve themselves and refine themselves. And you can go from introvert to extrovert. You can go from timid to bold. And shit, look at me. As a kid, I would have never worn a mohawk. I would have got my ass whooped. I got picked on and shit because I was a little smarty pants. And so you can't be doing that if you want to get along a certain way in school. And I had to learn to be more bold. I had to learn to be funny. I was funny, but I had to learn to be socially funny. And I had to be different. I wanted to learn to be different because I was tired of the way people treated me. And people treat you in the way that you teach them to treat you. You act a certain way, and that invites a certain kind of treatment. When you act a different way, that invites a different kind of treatment. And that's what you got to work towards. If you don't want people to treat you a certain way, if you don't like the way other people talk to you, or the way other people treat you, if you don't like the way your life is going, or that certain people do something to you all the time, you have to respond. You have to change your behavior. You have to change your attitude. There was a kid in high school who used to fuck with me all the time in 10th grade. I don't know why. I think I know why. I was smart, way better looking than him, and I sat next to the cute girls in class. Well, not the cheerleaders, but the other cute girls, the real ones, you know. And so yeah, this guy was fucking with me all the time until we got in a fight. So after that, he wouldn't fuck with me no more because he knew I was a lot stronger than I looked, and I was not going to take a shit anymore. If you want people to treat you better, you need to behave better. You need to act better. You need to act in a way that invites the kind of treatment that you want. You can't just expect other people just to change. You have to change yourself. Change comes from within. It starts with you, not with others. Galactic Confederation was an old Mac Reynolds sci-fi book. Gutenberg, 1960s. His book was still very relevant today. Okay, so he was one of those new wave or new agers then, I'm guessing. Mac Reynolds sci-fi book on Gutenberg. Aspie took me till my 40s to make it. Aspie. Asperger's? Oh, okay. That makes sense. Yeah, it takes time. But that's the thing. Even with that, even with Asperger's, you were able to overcome it. With OCD, I was able to overcome it. There's people like, oh, this is how I am, and I do. Well, you're a fucking victim then. If you're just gonna sit there and cry about your situation and blame everything except you, you're a victim, and you're gonna get shit on. 7 billion plus women in the earth. You're only slaving yourself to the worst. Send me the link to your book. All right, it's in the description. You just scroll down. It's in the description. But I'm working on the second edition right now, so I'm going to try to improve the reading experience as well. You know what's weird? I have not seen One Man Show here since the beginning. I'm a little concerned. You okay there, One Man Show? You still here? Female nature is a no-no, probably because of I's gullible ass. Oh, probably because of Eve's gullible ass. City boys up. Good morning, Bone. How you doing, man? It's great to see you. Buenos dias, amigo. Mate, you talk more in 3 hours than I do in a month. Yeah, I can talk a lot. That is a thing that I am capable of. That's why I felt comfortable doing this. I was like, because John Talks doesn't talk so much anymore. And I like the sense of community. I like chatting with people. And I said, well, if I'm online and I'm live and there's 3 people watching me and nobody's chatting, I could talk to a fucking wall for 3 hours. So fuck it. I'm well suited. I'm well suited to drop in and just be myself and see how it goes. So yeah, man. I understand. Yahweh proceeds to fall from tree log into the below stream. Mexican meme. Yahweh. Yeah, I got you, man. I got you. As soon as you said Mexican meme, I was like, oh, Yahweh. That's fucking funny. Oh, that you might have fallen asleep or had another drama thing to deal with. You live in the woods. You live near the wilderness. Does any of this stuff? What do you think about Sasquatch and all these things? Sat next to the tortas. I didn't sit next to the tortas. No. Eran bonitas. They were pretty ladies, man. They were pretty, very pretty. In fact, one of the cheerleaders was a torta. She was a thicker girl, but and her punk ass one day in I ran into her out in public, and she thought like I just liked her as a person. She seemed nice, but she thought I was flirting with her, and she was like, "I got a boyfriend, yada yada." I was like, "Oh, you're one of these bitches with your head up your ass." Okay, my bad. So I stopped talking to her. John Talks is rocking those vid memes. Yeah, dude. Painters call it off because of the temperature drop. Temperature drop? Man, we live in very different parts of the country. It's so our temperatures went whoop. Yeah, because over here we got a heat wave. Temperature drop. Well, it was too cold? They didn't want to pay because it's too cold? How cold was it over there? And is it cold enough for Catherine to be like, hey, it's too cold to be home alone? Never seen one. Don't know anyone in real life who has. Okay, I guess they're not really in your area then. I would figure they'd be everywhere. But then again, if there's too many people in the wilderness, then it's not. It might. I don't know. Drop 50 degrees in about 6 hours. Oh my god. Oddball raid. Oh hey, what's up, Wookie? Why weren't you here from the beginning, my friend? Was shaking 80 degrees Fahrenheit to 30. Oh my god. Holy shit, that is a big drop, man. That is a big drop. Milton Knowles, the insane Witch King. Titty. You want to see some titties? Here, this one's got a push-up bra on. Boom. Titties. Deal with that. Welcome, Milton. Welcome. Good to see you. We're probably too violent for them. There's also that. They're like, let's get the fuck away from these guys. They're going to be a problem. Geek Studios. Eyeball raid. Bienvenidos, Geek Studios. Good to see you. Welcome. Hey, Raquel. Oddball raid. Oh, okay. Oh, the phone auto-corrected you. I was like, eyeball raid. If there was anybody in the wilderness, most of the SJWs and people of my age group would die. I wouldn't even use them as food source. I imagine vegans taste terrible. Well, then again, they're essentially, they would taste like vegetables, wouldn't they? Hey, what's happening, Courtney? Snow advisory overnight. Oh my god. That's insane, dude. Just overnight like that? Yeah, I should have. People were telling me in the stream, Courtney, that I should have had Pete on tonight because I was talking about Sasquatch and cryptids and aliens and stuff. I didn't actually get into aliens very much, but I didn't. The reason I didn't, I told her, I explained, like I didn't invite Pete because it's really late for him. It's really fucking late for him, and so I was like, I felt like it would be a little rude. But then I saw him on your channel. I was like, oh well, I guess you don't. But hey, Laszlo Panaflex, what's shaking? Laszlo, did I say that right? Climate change, adapt or die. Sorry, autocrat. Yeah, I feel you. 885 subbed. Thank you, Laszlo. You missed the whole thing. We talked a lot about Sasquatch. We actually started off talking about Sasquatch, and then grow grills in Oz. So I'm going to pause here on the chat. But essentially, the talk about Sasquatch led into talking about the biblical. So there was a story of the Giant of Kandahar. In 2002, there was an event where a squad of 10 dudes went missing in the caves of Afghanistan, and then a special forces team was sent there to find them, and they dropped them off in the same place, followed the same path, went to the same caves that they were supposed to be checking out, and when they were there, one of them got speared by a freaking giant Sasquatch, and they all opened fire with 50 cals. They sustained gunfire for 30 seconds, or for almost 30 seconds. Almost 30 seconds of sustained gunfire with 50 cals, and to take this thing down. And so that was the Giant of Kandahar. but the article that I pulled up was this one. Whoops. This is the article that I pulled up, and the title was "The Mythical Kandahar Giant, the Biblical Cryptid allegedly killed by U.S. Special Forces in Afghanistan." I said, "What the what biblical? How?" And then it turns out that David and Goliath was described exactly the same as the giant of Kandahar: 6 fingers, red hair, two rows of teeth. And so we got Brownnmild over here. Brownnmild used to be a Bible teacher or something. I already forgot. But so he filled us in on some of those old Bible stories and stuff. Really fascinating stuff. So because this other channel that I've been watching lately, this guy here, Facts by How to Hunt, he reads people's stories. People send him emails. Pardon me. People send him emails about their Sasquatch encounters, and he reads them and talks about it. But a consistent thread in all the stories is that if you bring up God and Jesus and stuff, the Sasquatch back off. They back off. And essentially, they lost their divinity. They lost their purity of light and whatnot. And so that's why they're like, they can't mess with people who believe in God and who, etc., which I thought was fascinating. So then that tied into the Giant of Kandahar thing, and we went down a little rabbit hole there with the biblical ties to freaking Sasquatch. So that was fascinating. So Catherine, was probably going to be Sasquatch night. It was my impression that she isn't a fan. Oh, okay. Vegan tits. Is she religious type or not? I know it's kind of unrelated, but the topics ended up merging a little bit tonight. Vegans taste like sheep. Good one, Wookie. Thank you, Geek Studios. I appreciate that. And yeah, man, I look forward to seeing you around. I talk about a lot of stuff here tonight. I just figured, because yesterday we went on a little bit of a tangent, and I was like, you know what? I'm just going to talk all about that stuff tomorrow. Kendra Shea. Hello, Kendra Shea. What is it? Oh, it's a bird. Oh, nice. It's a seagull. Oh, hey, Kendra. Welcome. I know where you came from. Milton knows. I think I would be religious. They allowed to eat a vegan. I'm just not supposed to have predatorial animals. This is an interesting realization. Huh. I think I would be religious. They allowed to eat vegan. I'm just not supposed to eat and just have predatory animals. This is an interesting realization. Really? Hold on. Can you elaborate on that? What's this about not eating predatory animals? Because I know generally humans don't generally eat predatory animals because they're not as nutritious. They're not as good for us. They're not, we don't get the same nutrients as we do from animals that eat plants and stuff. It's essentially it's like, when you make a copy of a copy of a copy, it loses some of its potency. So it's the same with this. Like, you've got the plants, and then it goes to plant eating animals, and then it goes to a predator, and then it goes to us. So we're cutting out a step when we eat the other animals, the vegetarians, vegans, and stuff. But so what is this? I think it would be religious. So you're not religious, but you don't eat. Are you vegan? I kind of didn't follow this whole sentence here. If you can clear that up, I'm very curious and interested. Who picked up her punk ass? She really made that conversation to a me thing. Picked up her punk ass. Wait, what did I miss here? Sorry, man, I'm missing whatever you're talking about. Pete always streams with me. Not always, does he? Is it always? It's still super late though. Like, and you guys have a different relationship though. You've known him for a long time. But like I don't, we're not like, I've met him here on the YouTubes. You know him in real life. Like, I would feel a little bit, I didn't feel totally comfortable. I thought maybe he'd already be tired or in bed or whatever. But yeah, she suggested breakfast. Not sure yet. Around 8 to 9 a.m. Alrighty. You should probably get to bed, man. I'm new, but I already like your channel. Thank you, man. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. He would come on here probably. Sweet. Well, then I'll hit him up for next Friday then, because we talked a lot about Sasquatch, but we didn't really talk aliens and stuff. But there's, I mean, honestly, there's a lot to cover here. Just Laszlo. Okay, Laszlo. Gotcha. Thank you. Thank you, Laszlo. I brought some peeps when I ended my stream. Cool. Yeah, I was surprised to see you go live suddenly. Old books. I hadn't noticed that you'd set one up earlier. Old books describe food related to religion. Okay, okay. Meat in cold climes, fruit in tropics. What you eat depends where you live. Yeah, yeah, that's true. That's why this whole, like, what's it called? The caveman diet, the Neanderthal diet, or whatever they call it. That diet is bullshit, because they're like, oh, this is what people ate. Like, no, it really depends on where you lived, if you even had access to this stuff. Like in Mexico, for example, in Mexico, they don't have a lot of game animals. They didn't have a lot of large animals. Generally, they didn't eat a lot of meat. What they did have in Mexico City in particular, and Mexico in the lake, they had this algae that would grow. They would use the algae. They would turn the algae into food in any number of food sources. But the Spaniards thought that was gross, so they made them stop doing that. So 10 guys were packing 50 cal weapons. Well, the 10 guys that disappeared were not packing 50 cal weapons, and they got wrecked. But the special forces team that went after them, they were packing 50 cals. Or at least some of them were. I heard about that story. Oh yeah, that's nutty, man. So I first heard about it from this guy here talking about it. He was sharing an email from somebody, from a soldier who had talked to one of the special forces guys on that team. And then someone in the chat said the Kandahar Giant, and I looked it up, and then that's where the rabbit hole started. 7 came over. Totally, thanks, guys. Cool channel. Thank you, Courtney. Thanks for tuning me onto him. This is right up my alley. Yeah, I do cover kind of a lot of things. I cover anime, video games, finance, fucking cryptids, aliens, sci-fi, all this stuff, spirituality. I go where the tangents take me. That's a bit hard to believe, given how much the weapon and ammunition weigh. Well, that's why I was saying I don't know if they were all packing 50 cals, but they mentioned that the 50 cals are the ones that they were like, that were putting the damage there. So but then again, if they were a special forces team that didn't have any, they didn't know exactly where they were from, you know, and so maybe if a whole squad went missing, let's say if a whole squad of 10 dudes goes missing in the mountains looking for terrorists, let's say they died to terrorists, well, then that's a really mean team that they might need some extra firepower for. But if it wasn't terrorists, if it wasn't the Al-Qaeda or whatever, then what was it? 50 cals might be necessary. Barrett is 50 cal sniper. Mini mags are only 7.62 millimeters. Small arms 5.6 millimeters. Flea bites. Yes. Wait, 50 cal sniper? Well, I know there's 50 cal like machine guns, right? I must be a slab Scotch. I have long hair and I walk away from people going on about the Bible as well. I don't like those Mormons knocking on my door in the morning. Must be a slab Scotch. I have long hair and I walk away from people going on about the Bible. Okay, I hear you. I grew up Catholic. And so when I was a teenager, I decided that shit was not for me. I peaced out and I became an atheist. And then I figured out what I believe in. And I started building up from there. I studied other religions. I studied spirituality. And I've kind of decided where I'm at. So I don't mind when people talk about like the Bible or other religious books, because I'm curious. I'm like, oh, let's see what you believe. And sometimes you get interesting things like that. Like all of a sudden, I'd never seen a connection between Sasquatch and the Bible, but I guess all of a sudden I have a lisp. All of a sudden, like they're talking about how the Kandahar Giant had 6 fingers and red hair and was a giant, and then and 2 rows of teeth, and then in the Bible it describes Goliath the same way. Because for me, growing up, whenever they talk about Bible stories and stuff, they're like, "Oh, then David got him right between the eyes and took down the giant." I was like, "Sure, he did. Okay, bro." But like, I never thought it essentially was this. I always thought of the giants as like big people, not like Sasquatches. If the Bible had said Sasquatch, I'd have been like, "Whoa, like Harry and the Hendersons, you mean?" Excuse me. Wonder what would happen if one was exorcised. Exorcise the demon. Well, as far as I'm aware, as far as I understand, given our chat earlier and some of the things I've been reading, they pretty much just became like flesh, like beings, like mortal beings. And so their soul is still like a soul. I don't know actually, because like how does reincarnation work for a soul that isn't tied to divinity? If the reincarnation thing is about kind of re-merging with that God energy or whatever, then how exactly does that work for them? Are they just fucked? Do they reincarnate? Do they like what? I have questions. I don't think they're actually not particularly important for like me or us as humans, but I'm just curious. But yeah, what exercise? I think it wouldn't work because they're not possessed. They're just living as flesh and blood beings. Thank you, Courtney. Courtney, did you get a chance to hang out with Ashley Lynn today? I kind of wanted to have a chat with her, make sure. I responded to your message, by the way. I'm glad you're doing better. My 5-year no drink mark. That's right, Brownnmild. Brownnmild. Ooh. Brownnmild, don't share your side of the story. But Courtney has been wanting to share that with you for a little bit now, for at least a week or so. At least a week or so, Courtney's been wanting to share that with you. Not practicing, but I would say she is a believer. Okay. Well, then we ended up in her territory, man. We ended up talking about the Bible. I keep you tabbed. I keep you tabbed. Have a wonderful stream. I'll be around more. I got to get some sleep. All right, Geek Studios. You sleep tight. Thanks for stopping by. Take care of yourself. I'll see you around. Don't forget to share the stream out as well. Oh, thank you, Raquel. But I am going to be wrapping up soon. I'm almost at 4 hours. And I know, y'all know how it is. If I don't wrap it up by 5 hours, I hit 6 hours all of a sudden. The sun's coming up. But I am going to spend some time with everyone that came by and keep talking a little bit more about Sasquatch and whatnot. I know all about the Kandahar Giant story. I listened to it live on Coast to Coast AM back in 2005. No shit. Someone, oh wow, that non-disclosure agreement did not last very long. 2005 they were talking about it. Damn. That's pretty awesome. Yeah, I hadn't heard about it until this YouTube channel, how the facts by how to hunt. I hadn't heard about that story. I was fascinated. And then I brought it up here and my chat enlightened me. Eat a vegan. Yeah, see, vegans don't count as predatory animals. I love autocorrect and speech to text argue with each other. Yeah, that is the worst combination of things. Yes, it's a seagull. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too, Kendra. Courtney, I'm proud of you. I envy you. Very glad. Actually meaning organs and predatory animals will make you sick or kill you. However, I'm just religiously not allowed to eat them. What religion are you, if you don't mind my asking? But predatory animals will make you sick. Actually, eating organs and predatory animals make you sick. I didn't know that they'll make you sick, because I've eaten shark. It was delicious, but then again, it was prepared well. I liked the way it was cooked. It was good, but I hear generally it's not very good or something. I've heard that about predatory animals in general. Their meat just isn't the same. It's not that good, which makes sense. Truly a fine proof of steadfastness and will. One man shows. Giving you an applause there, Courtney. Jesus, the ultimate spiritual protector. He has always been my co-pilot. Pete is a fancy man, and as a fancy man, he is the fanciest of all fancy men and will spread his fanciness in all the fancy places. Carnivore diet. You should ask. They called me nobody about it. He's got some information about the giant. Ask. They called me nobody. Is that a YouTube channel? Let me look him up. They called me nobody. Oops, it's the wrong. They called me nobody. Western English. This looks like a Western movie, actually. This is a Western. Okay. I'm going to have to channel. Let's see if you clear that up for me. They called me nobody, huh? You should ask. They called me nobody. It's got some information about the giant. Interesting. Where can I find They Called Me Nobody? Pardon me. Anime is freaking awesome. In Oregon, which is Sasquatch country, I have a story. Oh, no shit. Would you care to share your story here? Or because you're amongst people, at least I believe, I don't know how much everyone here believes in Sasquatch, but I'll hear you out, man. And if you want, check it out. This channel here, The Facts by How to Hunt. Whoops. It's thefactsbyhowtohunt.com. This guy here is great. He's pretty much he's an outdoorsman, and he reads people's emails. People email him their Sasquatch stories, their Sabe stories, and if you want to withhold your name, he'll do that. If you send pictures, he'll show the pictures. But his whole mission on this channel is just to spread the word about Sasquatch and all the knowledge about that. But dude, yeah, man, I would love to hear it. Laszlo. Bible Leviticus law says you're only allowed to eat birds who don't eat meat, hoofed animals who eat grass, and certain types of insects. Predators are sometimes scavengers. Dirty. Oh yeah. Don't eat scavengers. That's the worst. I mean, aren't lobsters scavengers? They're bottom feeders, right? Bottom feeders. Is that the same? Is that like aquatic scavengers? Only allowed to eat birds who don't eat meat. So not like ravens and stuff. You know what's funny? We don't end up eating those animals anyway. Even people who aren't religious don't. They're like, I'm not gonna eat a crow or a rat. Fuck you. But hooved animals who eat grass. Are there hooved animals that eat meat? What hooved animal eats meat? Hooved animals. I'm gonna look it up. Hooved animals that eat meat. Even-toed hooved animals include even-toed deer, pigs, deer, cat. Oh, I would have meant pigs. Pigs are hooved animals that eat meat. That's why Jewish people don't eat pigs, don't eat pork. Antelopes, giraffes, camels, and hippopotamus. Hippopotamus aren't hooved. Hippopotamus aren't hooved. They have the big flat feet like the way elephants do. Pigs. Okay. That makes so much sense now, Brownnmild. I understand my ex-girlfriend so much better. I cured local churchgoers by putting on a Satanist robe before answering the door. I can tell you intelligence / eye movement. I can tell you're intelligent / eye movement. Thank you, Kendra. I appreciate that. I guess that was the problem with taking on the giant. He only had 5.56, which was like a pellet gun against the Gigas. Yeah, I would imagine. Yeah, I really appreciate that, Kendra. That's very sweet. And don't get me wrong, I don't mind. I don't mind talking about religion. I just don't do with people in suits. Oh yeah, those people. Oh my god. Okay, no bullshit. When these people would come knocking on our door when I was a kid, even though our mom forced us to go to church on Sundays, like I remember like once or twice I opened the door. It was Saturday morning. I'm trying to watch cartoons, and these people knock on the door, and we're like, "Who?" So I'd answer the door. I'd look, and I'm like, "Oh, it's." We'd look through the window. Oh, it's like church people. I wonder what they want. We're kids. We don't know. Answer the door. They're like, "Hi, we want to talk to you about Jesus. Your mom and dad home." Like, yeah, they're asleep. What do you? What's going on? Oh, okay, well, here's our stuff, and they give us a thing about Jesus. And as she's talking, they just keep talking, and the cartoon's back on. Commercials are over. I'm like, okay, thanks, yeah. And but like eventually, what happened was they would knock on the door. It's Saturday morning. We know who it is. Literally, when my brother and I would turn off the TV and hide. We would turn off the TV and hide instead of dealing with them, because we didn't want them, or we would lower the volume all the way, and then we'd be like, I vote for dead Sasquatches fall into a howling darkness. Oh, that's mean. They're not all mean. They're not all vicious. Some of them are pretty chill, I hear. Barrett is semi-auto, long range, 50 cal, 2 kilometer plus range, can go through engine block. 50 cal Browning MG would need a giant to carry it. Oh, I see what you mean. Well, apparently they had more than 150 cal on them. Apparently, or so maybe they didn't all have 50 cals, but definitely a 50 cal was mentioned in the email, because the guy was talking to one of the special forces guys that was there, and he said it took a 50 cal to blow this guy's jaw off and like put in a dent, because all of the special forces guys unloaded sustained machine gun fire for 30 seconds. That's insane. Resort to traditional Gnosticism. These demons can only latch onto certain types of bodies. Resort to traditional Gnosticism. A prominent heretical movement of the 2nd century Christian church, partly of pre-Christian origin. Gnostic doctrine taught that the world was created and ruled by a lesser divinity, the demiurge, and that Christ was an emissary of the remote supreme divine being, esoteric knowledge of whom enabled the redemption of human spirit. I will have to do a little more research on that. That's fascinating. I didn't know about Gnosticism. I mean, I knew about it, but I don't know about it. Like I'm going to do some research on that. Thank you very much. And what's this about demons can only latch on to certain types of bodies? Like, the sexier, the safer, or is it is your blood type matter? Because is it your what's I'm curious. Because fun fact, everyone, mosquitoes like certain kinds of blood more than others. I hardly ever get bit by mosquitoes. My blood type is A positive. People with apparently the O type blood is more attractive to mosquitoes. I don't really have to deal with mosquitoes very much. I'll be with someone who gets bit up by mosquitoes. They don't touch me. They do sometimes, but rarely. It's not the same. I spoke to Ashley last after this morning and all day, and she was on my stream. Awesome. Cool. Good. She's good company. She's got a good head on her shoulders. She's got her heart, her mind are in the right place. She is definitely someone that you should, I feel like you should talk to and hang out with as much as possible. Yeah, I gotta get some sleep. All right, Raquel, you have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. Sweet dreams. Oh yeah, the story has circulated for a while. Well, I'm just now hearing about it. Shark has to be prepared correctly, or it gets super tough and loses much of its flavor. Ah, okay. So I apparently ate some shark that was prepared correctly. I'm a type of animus. What's the religious? Why are we not? Why does the Bible say not to eat meat eating animals? Like, what does it give you a reason for it? Or does it say just don't do it? I'm curious what the reason behind that is. Is it because we're also predators? Are predatory animals all on the same level, essentially spiritually? Like, I'm really curious about that. I'm a type of animus, just to put it into an umbrella group. Type of okay. More googling. Animus. Hostility or ill feeling, motivation to do something. What? That just made me more confused. I'm a type of animus, just to put it into an umbrella group. Huh. I'm sorry, Milton. I don't quite understand what you mean there. Thank you, Courtney, for bringing me up. Much appreciated. Real one. Oh yeah, Courtney was asking like, "Where's Brownnmild?" I want to tell him I hit my 5-year anniversary. I don't know. He works now. Calming Nobody is a freaking living legend. But is he on? I'm just gonna look on Twitter. Twitter. Call me Nobody. I'll Google him later. I'll Google him now, or I'll forget later. Okay. Pardon me. Grew up eating shark. We called it flake in Oz, but that was 4 decades ago. Oh, wow. Call Me Nobody is a friend of mine. Oh, okay. Is it a YouTube channel? Is it... How far behind am I? I am very far behind. Okay, I need to catch up faster. You would need to look up Fed's channel or Jesse Miller's to find him, and that's only if he's there. Jesse Miller from the Crow's Nest, the Fed's channel, or Fedorable the Horrible. Are you talking about Fedorable the Horrible and Jesse Miller from the Crow's Nest? Because then I'm connected to the both of them, so that'll make it easy. You can find They Call Me Nobody was ever it. Hold on. You can find They Call Me Nobody wherever he is needed, wherever good people are, and wherever a good time is to be had. He is the hero we need and the hero we want. Awesome. Trinity series, 2 guys, spaghetti westerns. There's an old movie channel that has them. They Call Me Nobody was one of them. Oh, okay. Okay. Interesting. Nothing too crazy. Around 2016, me and Buddy were shooting up on Molalla Mountain. On our way back down the mountain, I had a tingling feeling like we were being watched. So my head jolts to the right, and I see a giant hairy humanoid figure quickly duck into the brush. Ooh. So you're in the club of no return, huh? I didn't want to escalate things and scare my buddy, so I just kept on walking and acting like I don't see something super fucked up. Well, way to keep your head on your shoulders there. I've heard that they can hear your thoughts and project their thoughts, etc. You can mind speak with them. So if you do have another encounter like that, you can always say like, "Hey, we're here in peace. We're just passing through," something like that. You can let them know where you're at. But that's the way to go. I did the same thing with cops one time. We heard I was driving to get food, didn't realize I didn't have my lights on. It was late at night. I heard a whoop whoop, and we looked around. I didn't see a police car, so I was like, that must not be for us. So I pulled in. And then I pulled into the drive-through, and behind us, I see in the rearview mirror, I see a cop car pull up like this, and they just stopped. And the dude leans out his window like this, and I see his partner behind like this, And I see them having a little conversation, pointing at us and going, these motherfuckers. And then they drove away. But in the back seat, the girls and our buddy were all looking at what they wanted to eat, and they're okay, wait, and they're all looking at the menu. So I'm in the driver's seat and I see the cop in my rear view. Just don't say anything. And then once the cop is gone and we order our food, or before we order our food, my buddy in the passenger seat says, "So did anyone else notice the cop car behind us?" And then immediately the three or four people in the back turn around and go, "What?" And I said, "That's why I didn't say anything right there. That's why I didn't say anything." It's always been considered not a good thing, and most cultures to eat a scavenger or predator if they kind of eat the dead. It's always been considered not a good thing in most cultures to eat scavenger or predator if they kind of eat. Oh, okay. If they kind of eat the dead. Okay, yeah, I noticed it's kind of a universal thing, but actually, occasionally, if they can get a hold of them, cows will eat rabbits. Really? I've seen a deer eat a bird. It was like eating grass, and those little birds just hopping around, not bugging the deer at all, but the deer was like, and it just chomped on the bird, and you see the bird's wings flapping, and then the deer's like, and eats the freaking bird. I didn't know deers got down like that. Hey, Rabbit Slug. Oh, really? Saturday morning cartoons rocked. Hell yeah, they did. I'm so sad they're gone now. Kids will never know the glory of Saturday morning cartoons. Then again, they have YouTube on demand. I didn't want to ask. Oh, yeah. No crustaceans as well. There's sea roaches. No crustaceans as well. Oh, okay. There's sea roaches. No ravens, no crows. But it's funny to think that pig is hooved but eats shit and garbage. Yeah, right. It's a bottom feeder. It'll eat meat too, like in Snatched, where the guy talks about if you ever see a guy with a pig farm, go the other way because he might feed dead bodies to the pigs. I invite the churchgoers to come into my house. They never come back. That's how I stop the church girls from knocking on my door. I am a practicing witch. Oh, okay. Oh, that makes sense. I see. Yeah, they would never want to come back. The last time I ran into I had some Mormons knocking on my door to preach and stuff was I was on my way to work. I was on my way out to work. I was doing DoorDash at the time, so I was getting my stuff. I got my water bottle. I'm on my way out. I hear a knock on the door. I was like, "Well, I'm leaving anyway. Let's go see who's at the door." I go to the door. It's a couple Mormon kids, young, fresh faced, all happy. They're like, "Hi." And "Hi, are you?" I was like, "Oh man, you guys have shit timing." Like, "Oh, what's wrong?" I said, "Well, I'm on my way to work." But so I can't stay and chat. But are you guys hungry? You want something to drink? I got him some water. I got him some snacks. I gave him some stuff. I was here. Take care of yourselves. When I was a kid, when I was in high school, I had a friend who was Mormon. Actually, all the Mormons I talked to in high school were super sweet. They were also all girls, but they were super sweet. And so I always think about them when I encounter Mormons. So I was nice to them and I gave them some snacks and stuff. I know most people treat them not great. So, but and if you do that, they won't try to preach to you. They're like, "Oh, thank you," and then they'll just leave shocked. They'll forget why they're there. Like, I forgot to talk to that guy about Jesus. He charged me with fruit snacks. Son of a bitch. Pigs are a no-no. Bro. But bacon. Pork chops. That's the thing. Bacon is so good. Why would God make bacon so good if he didn't want us to eat it? I like pork chops. What if you only feed pigs plants? Would that work? Oh no, down the rabbit hole you go. Essentially this. Yeah, so I'm trying to catch up on what I was talking about. Oh, large blood types. Got you. Blood types and whatnot. Cool. Seriously, the religious folk run away when they see the dried animals and animal heads, not to mention This goal, the sigils, the skulls, the sigils. Oh, the skulls. I'm guessing this goals. Speech to text. The skulls, the sigils made out of bones. I can't. I'm actually happy I was able to figure that one out. The skulls. And would they literally don't get past the hallway? Milton. So I'm curious about that. I've heard about people because Latinos, we know people, or who Brownnmild actually has talked about someone that he knew who they practiced witchcraft, or like a relative practice, or the lady who lived. That was it. The lady who lived in the room or in that apartment or whatever beforehand was a practicing witch, and vibes were just creepy and bad, and they had to get the fuck out. But that place was always like that, and there was weird entities and things going on, and like with the witchcraft stuff. If I'm just trying to learn, because I don't really know too many people who are practicing witches, where like is that also like a vibrational energy thing? Is there like a positive energy side, and is there a negative side? Like how exactly does that work? Because so far most of the stories I've heard are like that one, where like, oh no, a witch used to live here and now it's all fucked up. And so what's your I'd like to hear from a firsthand source about that. Cysticercosis. I don't run into a lot of words I have trouble pronouncing. You dick. Cysteter. Brainworm received by eating swine. That old ass book. That's right. I forgot about that. Got some truth to it. Tells you to avoid dirty animals for reasons. For a reason. Fuck religion. It's just looking out for you. No, I got you. Good point. Yeah, that's a very good point. That back in the day there were some very real dangers to eating certain animals, and it would kill you. It would kill you. Nowadays, the way we treat animals, the way we treat the regulations, all this stuff alters the pigs that we eat nowadays. They don't have this going on. But you're right. There is always a reason for that kind of thing. You are a part Nephilim if you have Rh negative blood. Oh, really? Rh negative. I forgot. Rh negative. Look that up real quick. Negative blood. Mayo Clinic. What is Rh factor? Why is it important? Overview. Rhesus factor is an inherited protein found on the surface of red blood cells. If your blood has the protein, you're Rh positive. If your blood lacks the protein, you're Rh negative. Rh positive is the most common blood type. Having an Rh negative blood type is not an illness. Oh, you're talking about. Wait. Having an Rh negative blood type is not an illness and usually does not affect your health. However, it can affect your pregnancy. Your pregnancy needs special care if you're Rh negative, and your baby is Rh positive. Rh compatibility. A baby can inherit the Rh factor from either parent. Your healthcare provider recommended blood. Okay, so is Rh the positive or negative element of blood types, or is it a separate thing? Because because I don't know about like. So essentially, I'm just going to drop a little bit of what I know about blood types and stuff. If O negative is the universal donor, so O negative can donate to every blood type. A positive, me, is I can only get blood from A positive. I can only receive A positive blood. I think AB positive, or is that AB positive? But I'm more. It narrows down. It's kind of like a triangle. Boop. And so with O negative, it's to everyone, and with mine, it's not so much. I can only get certain blood types, or probably just my own. But if you look at blood plasma, it's reversed. I'm the universal donor. and O negative is the one that can only get its own type. So in the whole yin yang of the universe, it all fits together. And if the Nephilim weren't really meant to be part of our biological ecosystem system, then I don't understand. If RH refers to the negative or positive element of blood, then I don't see how Nephilim would. But then again, we would see signs of it in blood types, so somewhere. So I don't know. I'm a little fascinated by that, and I kind of need a little. I don't know enough. RH. I don't remember what the hell that specifically stands for or means. I mean, I read what it stands for, but like what element of blood types it corresponds to. There we go. Just got to speak properly. We got a mean looking dog. Very effective. Oh yeah, Dutch is the best security system. I'm not going to bed yet. Tease. Most demons are very parasitic. You also have to be in a position where they can enter or cling onto you. You also have to be around other people that have them. Okay. That makes sense. Like fleas. Other people have it, the flea might hop onto you. Okay. Okay. I'd like to know. I mean, I don't want to dive too into the negative side of spiritualism and as the esoteric, but it is good to know things to avoid, things to look out for, stuff like that. So I want to take my knowledge into the direction of protection, not so much. I know I need to put some limits on my curiosity, because otherwise I'll just want to learn everything. 2 Barretts would make sense. Backup sniper. But a 50 cal, is that only a sniper caliber weapon? Because like, but that would make sense if they brought a sniper or 2 along with them on a team where they don't know what they're going to encounter. Like, dude, sniper, point blank this motherfucker. Pah. But yeah. It's retarded religious bullshit. You can eat whatever you like. Well, but that's like Brownnmild pointed out, back in the day, before we could cure meat the way we can now, before we have the technology and the knowledge and stuff, pigs had those worms in them, and you had to cook them really thoroughly to kill them. And if you didn't, then you might get a brain worm, like a worm in your fucking brain. So it was best avoided, really. So it makes sense. Like, religion aside, it's just a good tip. It's a good pro tip. Hey, avoid eating this shit because of the brain parasites. Oh, thanks for letting me know. I'll not eat that ever, because that freaks me the fuck out to think about. But nowadays, it's not really a concern. So yeah, now we can eat whatever the fuck we want. I don't like mosquitoes. The insane witch king, this guy knows. Milton knows. The insane witch king. What's the insane witch king? And why is he insane? Some demons are harder to remove than others, like obsession apple mostly appear that the person is behaving as normal, but there is very specific traits to look out for. Like obsession apple. That's gotta be an autocorrect. Do you mean just obsession? Obsession. That's the kind of knowledge I do want to know, though. Like, things to look out for. Oh, this person has these issues. This person has. Hey, I have a question, actually, Milton. A very specific question. What about somebody who experiences, because this is a question I threw out there because I don't really know anything about this stuff, about demons or all that stuff. I just heard about it, and so I was postulating possibilities with this individual. And what do you think about, like, is there like a demon that could, let's say, attach itself to a person, but doesn't actually hurt that person, but that person experiences tragedy in their life, like constantly? Like, let's say things keep going like they lose people, things go bad around them, bad luck, etc., etc. But because essentially the host they want the host to stay alive, they don't kill that guy, but they feed off of like the suffering. Is that a thing? You call me nobody is not on Twitter. Yeah, I saw that. I don't mind mosquito bites as long as she got that wagon. Gnostics. God is within. Not good for controlled religions. Gnostics got very bad press. Jesus was Essene, which is Gnostic. Oh, okay. Yeah, Jesus was he was a Rose Christian. Rose something. Jesus Rose Christian Rose shit. What's it called? Rose something. Rose, it's a specific sect that he was a part of, and they're like, oh yeah, he was the best of us. It's the way they see it. But yeah, an internal God is within. That's also a very that's also the Egyptian, the classic Egyptian way of spirituality. And essentially, and the Egyptians were the survivors of Atlantis, or the survivors of Atlantis went to Egypt and started civilization anew, and so their whole culture worked based on the old beliefs. And so then it got, they got conquered, etc. And there was a resurgence in Egyptian culture and whatnot, and it became popular again. And there was a pope that was why it got a resurgence. There was a pope that loved it. There was a pope that loved all that religious aspect of it, and he brought it back, and that led to that led to more division within the religion, and then also to the formation of the stone masons, right? The Masons, yeah. It led to the formation of the Masons, who essentially their goal was to maintain this esoteric ancient knowledge and protect it. The easiest one to deal with is diabolic pain. Diabolic pain. However, that's the one where you get the handprints through the flesh and scratches in the worst cases. I have personally some really bad cases of this one. The easiest one to deal with is diabolic pain. What do you mean diabolic pain? But why are you on text to speech, by the way? Is it if you don't mind sharing it, because it's making, like, I want to know what you're saying, but I'm having some trouble. Now you have to hang out to the crow's nest. Yes, Fedora the Horrible and Jesse Miller the Crow's Nest. I do have the Call Me Nobody channel. Well, yeah, send me a message, I guess, with a link to his channel. Yeah, Jesse. I've talked to Jesse Miller on Instagram even. And Fedora the Horrible, I talked to. He comes by here. Look, check it out. This is Fedora the Horrible. Right here. By the way, where the hell are the likes? Don't be sitting on the stream and not hitting that button. I thought this made me laugh, so I turned it into a banner or into an overlay that I can put up. Fedorable, you'll find Fedorable the Horrible in here though. Jesse's a cool streamer you never knew about. Well, I clearly do know about him. He's a funny man. If you're living a righteous life, why put dirty things in you? Reason why religious people try to keep a clean diet, physical and spiritual cleanliness. True. I understand that perspective. However, there are 6 established categories of possession as set by the Catholic Church. There are a few more that would be more difficult to be placed into the categories. It's not a pleasant job to do. What's not a pleasant job to do? Exercising them, or the possession part, or the categorizing of them? Oh, familiar faces. Fortunately, I was on only the diagnostic side of it, and almost all cases aren't possession. Oh, I see. Nice. Yeah, almost all cases aren't possession. that makes sense. That makes sense too, because I see sometimes the possessions, like people are like, oh, there's all these people who are possessed in Mexico. I'm like, I don't believe you. I don't. I think no. I would like some Taco Bell. Oh, fun fact. A thing that used to happen to women back in the day is let's say if a woman got sexually abused and got really depressed and kind of in her own world and didn't know how to deal with that and etc. People would think that she was possessed, or she, she must be possessed. She's all morbid and gloomy all the time. It's messed up. So then she just gets less support from the people that she needs support from. It's really sad. I would like some Taco Bell, dude. Yeah, I'm gonna get hungry before long. Oh man, I've been there. Herbivores are just crypto carnivores. Crypto carnivores. I see you have partially caught up now. Partially. Nope. Oh my god, it's so long. Yeah, 12 or 12 taco box. I mean, you're just at Taco Bell. Okay, I'm gonna skip ahead. I'm gonna skip the taco talk. Gurjingo Western Movies YouTube channel has They Call Me Nobody. Oh, They Call Me Nobody, the movie? Or I'm pretty sure you're talking about a channel or a person. Humans make the bacon. They use pig farms to make people disappear. Yep. Yeah, we're on the same page there. Male deer will commonly eat meat, particularly when they're trying to grow antlers. Oh, I didn't know that. Ouch, he got kicked out of Taco Bell for demanding Mexican nuggets 12 years after they stopped serving them. That's fucking funny, dude. No need to say it out loud. Something tells me you're especially good at remembering images and the synchronicity of noise, like especially good at doing so. Kendra, send me a message on Twitter if you're on there. Yeah, no, I'm old. I'm not a wizard, however. I may have to take a whiz soon. Pay more attention to music videos. You'll figure it out. Night, night. Oh, shit, you're gone. Okay. You're especially good at remembering images and the synchronicity of noise, like especially good at doing so. Why no need to say out loud? I'm really curious about that. She's gone, so I can just speculate and say, whatever I want, I guess. But, or unless that's some kind of something that, well, accurate, but I'm really curious about how she deduced that. You want some real proof of biological energy, Kai? I mean, sure. I don't need it, but why not? Don't eat rats. Yep, I hard agree on that one. Witchcraft got woked, taken over by the dark ones. Witchcraft got woked? Oh, love the phrasing there. Got woked, taken over by the dark ones. I need to move the other way. Used to be healers. Okay, then. Okay, wunderbar. I want to know about the healing side of it. I mean, as much as I can learn about avoiding and protecting from the darkness. That's Defense Against the Dark Arts was a class at Hogwarts for a reason. With those fleas that spread a certain disease. Pigs are pretty smart, but not smart enough to differentiate between shit, trash, flesh, and veggies. Actually, they don't care. To them, it all feeds them, and their digestive system can handle it. That's their role in nature. Don't eat pufferfish. It has poison in it. I wouldn't roll the dice on pufferfish. I wouldn't. Even in Japan with the most professional chef, no. The problem is a pig is an omnivore. Always wondered if I could really just eat one, but I've had mostly chicken bacon since I was 16 roughly. Chicken bacon? I've had turkey bacon. Never heard of chicken bacon. Pig is an omnivore. Always wondered if I could really just eat one, but I've had mostly chicken bacon. So you've never tried bacon? Well, it won't give you worms anymore. Take the CV test. They use that to find the RH. CV test. RH negative. Alrighty. I just opened up a Google window for that one. You do get the type of tapeworm that comes from eating raw pork. Add one of the soft tissues. And will go after is brand tissue. Not following that one, sorry. The place kept the same energy. It's like a check. Yeah, it was Brownnmild talking about it. It's like a check mark. It holds the history until you cleanse it. Yeah, I don't think some sage is going to cleanse that apartment you were talking about, man. I don't think you could come in with some sage like, all right, everybody out. Everybody out. Sage, motherfucker. I don't think that'd be effective enough. I don't know my blood type. Oh, it's good to know, man. It's very good to know. In fact, it's not a bad idea to get like a little. It'd probably be smart to get a little tattoo of it or something so doctors can know, oh, what blood type is he? He's A positive. Cats can carry that brain parasite, make people less afraid, but dangerous to fetus and babies. Oh. Yeah, in their poop. It's in their poop, the cat parasite. Yeah, it's in cat poop. Yank wing? Let's just say that CIA has been actively seeking out and recruiting Rh negative blood type people. This was basically Stan Lee's foundation for the X-Men comic book series. Oh, really? There was a lot of like government stuff going on back then, but it was also like a gay allegory. But like there's got a whole other. Okay, dope. I didn't know that element of it. That's fucking cool. It wouldn't make sense if Stan Lee was into like all, government stuff and things that are happening and whatnot. Oh yeah, SSG's been here. Swine killed my uncle. It makes a lot of sense why he passed. Rh negative people are kind of rare, but need special necessities for the baby. Yeah, if that's what I was reading, that if you're Rh negative but the baby's Rh positive, then you need special stuff because of they're not compatible. My blood type is pure congealed hate. Well, that's not fun. Many people can receive Rh negative. Who killed the cat? What killed the cat? Curiosity? The bag killed the cat. Nephilim tainted the species, allegedly. I don't know about that. About cats. But they're predators, so it makes sense that they're I don't know. No worms in the brainy. In the membrane. If it is salt cured, you can eat whatever you like. All the water is technically holy water. Is salt cured? Is that why like kosher food is the way it is, or the requirements for kosher? That makes a lot of sense. Insane in the membrane. I don't twit. Oh, okay. I like how exists of the world. I like how exist of the word apple. Just throw it was just obsessive. I have no idea where the apple gave Rob. I love autocorrect sometimes. I'm not even joking. It is hilarious. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Rose Christian? Rose Christian. Yeah, I think so. Rosebud. Let me see. Laszlo, not religion, Playboy. It was just dodging a bullet. The book was warning you about. Yeah, that's why we already covered that. A type of position that causes tragedy in people's lives. Okay, there we go. I was about this earlier. The type of position the type of possession that causes tragedy in people's lives and will destroy people's lives would be a form of subjugation or infestation. Huh. Okay. You're fun to watch. It's like watching myself learn everything I did 20 years ago. Oh, I'm glad you can laugh at mirror of your past. All demons cause suffering. That makes sense. but it's the how they cause suffering that I thought might differ from one to another. Allegedly, Jesus was a Rosicrucian. Yeah, okay, Rosicrucian. Yeah, that's I heard. I was reading the same thing. Apparently, he was also he also the so from what I've heard, supposedly the Pyramid of Giza, the Great Pyramid of Giza, is for ascension. Is for the ascension process. And so when somebody gets elevated to a certain point spiritually, they go to the Great Pyramid of Giza to get like the whatever they do there, whatever ceremony they do there. And Jesus himself also went to the Great Pyramid of Giza and was had the ceremony and stuff. Um, and supposedly that's something that's still done to this day, which might be why they have it so locked down. The Insane Witch King. Very dirty. I hate cleaning. I hate cleaning too. But when I start cleaning, I clean the shit out of stuff. Potato. I mean, I clean everything very thoroughly. Plato talked to the priests of for Egypt, hence how he knew about that history. On Twitter, if I remember, actually he got it from his uncle who talked to the priests of Egypt, or he did it himself. I don't remember, but yeah, you're right. That's how he knew, because the priests of Egypt kept their history, and they're like, "Oh, we came from Atlantis, bro." On Twitter or Discord, either way. By the way, yes, I will. We can chat about that. All right, so wash that ass at least once a week. Don't eat pea soup if you are possessed. Why? Do they not like pea soup, or do they like pea soup? I mean, I don't like pea soup, but why? The 6 categories, 4 positions are demonic possession. It's the one where faces distort, the bodies move unnaturally. You hear the multiple voices coming out of them, lights flickering and stuff. Movies like the 6 categories for possession are demonic possession. It's the one where faces distort and the body moves unnaturally. Okay, so the stuff we hear in movies is one of the categories. Mandela effect. Movie was called My Name Is Nobody. Terrence Hill and Bud Spencer, they made great movies with great music. Mandela effect. Yeah, there is a movie called My Name Is Nobody. But I don't believe in the Mandela effect. Then again, I was talking about some time travel stuff with a friend that could give it some credence. The second one is persistent pain. Okay, so that was number 1. The second one is persistent pain, skin tearing, bruising, blood from every orifice, tears of blood, sweating, blood hands, looking like they're coming from the inside, pushing out faces in the flesh. Holy shit. Jesus. Oh, whoa. That's fucked up, man. In the James Bond movie Moonraker, did Jaws' girlfriend have braces or not? You gotta say graped or SA'd. We can't. You getting shut down. But yeah, no, I hear you. Yeah, thank you. I realized that after I said it when I was talking about the Sasquatch, I was like, shit. I said the R word. I should have put the G in front of it. That's why I started saying sexually assaulted, even though I don't even know. Wait. Shit, I can't say that either. That's what the SA means. Fuck. Son of a bitch. Okay. I'm going to have to figure out a word for that. Aside from graped. I don't know if, okay. Damn it. Thank you, Brownnmild, for the reminder. The third one is diabolical apparitions. Oh shit, look, the fucking autocorrect didn't screw with it. The third one is diabolical apparitions, voices in the walls, normal, just talking through, whispers, furniture, and rooms, moving around, shaking, strange noises, things, and creatures appearing and disappearing. Okay, so the third one is like environmental. Is it based, I'm guessing it's maybe based on the environment, not so much on the person. Not a huge Harry Potter fan. Oh, yeah, that's fair, but also defense against the dark arts, you know. There's some allegory to to Harry Potter. Laszlo, yep, girlfriend had braces. Diabolical infestation. You'll get voices coming out of animals. Whoa. People's houses. They have fully invested in the area, has most of the symptoms of all the positions and a few more. Holy shit. I could have a tapeworm? I doubt it. Yay! Even the OG VHS and 34mm prints have her without braces. Mandela effect confirmed. Well, let me see. Where was the yes? Who said yes? It was always censored. Well, the thing is, here's the thing. I don't know. Sometimes we remember things wrong. Sometimes, like, that's what I essentially attribute to, like the Bearstein Bears thing. I was like, I don't remember exactly how to spell that, and if I were to guess, I wouldn't know if it's an A or an E, and because it's so there's things like that. But I don't remember him having a girlfriend. I've seen that movie once a long time ago. But can I do a Reiki course? Chi is real. Grandmaster Wolf YouTube channel, Impressive Control. Oh, that's awesome. A Reiki course. Maybe that would be a good thing to do. I am diving back into being spiritual and whatnot. Honestly, I've been trying to meditate, but ever since I got this fucking knot in my shoulder, it's been really hard because it makes my whole arm start to tingle, and then I can't I just can't. It gets really overpowering. It's very annoying. I have had a Reiki session done, and I got what's it called? And I know someone that does readings as well. Diabolical subjugation. Honestly, I'm going to have to look at my master's old book to figure out that one's about not pulling that out at the moment. Okay, got you. Yeah, no worries, no worries. But essentially, really fucked up unnatural shit is what you should look for if there's demonic possession of some sort. So if there's nothing really fucked up and demonic happening around you that makes you go, that looks like out of that fucking movie Exorcist, then maybe there's no demons possessing you there. Okay, good to keep in mind. Diabolical obsession is pretty tricky. You will notice mostly no changes in the person's behavior. However, they will start thinking everybody is against them, pushing people away to get something. Oh, diabolical obsession. Oh, I see. Huh. Okie dokie. I was just wondering if I knew anyone like that. But I know the kind of behavior you're talking about. Diabolical obsession will also make them go after something impossible that they are after, and they will believe everything is less important than that, and even stop eating and drinking. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, so extreme like that. All right. Cats are jerks. Once I got to know cats, they stopped being jerks. Once I got to understand how they communicate, they started being nice to me. The last one, most easily conflated with mental illness, and it's mostly part of the parcel with it. The person will never be right after that one. That last one? You mean this? The diabolical obsession? They'll never be the same? Okay, that makes sense. We saged that thing too many times. I had to leave and cleanse myself. Yeah, that makes sense, man. And that's what my next 6 videos are going to be about, folks. Oh, badass. Hold on. Let me find Milton. Pull up your channel. Drop a subscribe. Link it to the people. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. In case you're not subscribed to Milton, like I just did right now. There you go. Oh, I didn't even realize your whole name. That's right. I wasn't catching your whole name when I was reading the chats. Always, since I don't know, I'm not an expert. Current theory I'm going on is that is actually us that warping time space with our thoughts. Yep. That's why ETs don't like coming near us. Where our willpower affects reality around us. We create reality with our thoughts and our words. But that's a universal kind of reality, though. That's fundamental universal truth. The possessed might projectile vomit the pea soup on nearby clergymen. Less rumor things changed when CERN turned on. It let things through like in Hellboy. I don't think it was CERN. I think so. What I've heard that makes me go, so that might be the Mandela effect, or that might be what's at the source of it. I heard that we might already have or will have in the near future, as in within the next 10 to 15 years, time travel. Of course, it's not going to be public. It's not going to be widespread knowledge. But in the year 2036 is when the Linux operating system has an issue. And the way they solve it is by going back in time to grab an old computer that can debug it and like bringing it back and fixing it. But essentially, someone with knowledge of the future used the time machine to go back in the past, give themselves some knowledge, and they changed the timeline. And so back then, back in the so this was, they went back to the early 20th century or late 19th century, early 20th century, somewhere around there. They changed things, and that has had a ripple effect throughout time. And so that made me go, oh, that could be a dual timeline issue. But yeah, Pea Soup and The Exorcist, really? I don't know anything about Pea Soup. Is Pea Soup an Exorcist reference? I have not seen The Exorcist. I'm not watching that creepy shit. I don't watch scary movies. Earth is like some containment zone because we have achieved peak evolutionary achievement. The emotional energy output we're gushing out is way too much for ETs for them to handle. But aren't ETs supposed to be more evolved even than us? Like, aren't they like already on a spiritual level understanding the universe and stuff, and that's why they live so long. That's why they have the mental abilities and certain other things. I was under the impression that it was essentially we're at an earlier stage of essentially spiritual development and whatnot. Don't eat pea soup if you're possessed. Is that a reference to Repossessed or The Exorcist? I don't know. Someone said that. I just read it aloud. Bible says Jesus as a child went to Egypt. Makes sense on that quote for real. Oh, it does? It says he went to Egypt. Well, there you go. That might be why he was gone for 13 years and went to Egypt. All right, I'm really going to go to bed now. All right, catch you later, Raquel. Great. I need to go to I need to go sleep as well. All right, Rabbit Slug, sleep tight, man. Sleep is good. Later, taters. Oh, man, I can't wait to massage my back. Howdy, Steeg. Welcome back, man. Welcome back. I used to like dealing with the cases of persistent pain. Sometimes you could see the teeth through the skin, Master Lawrence. I used to like dealing with the cases of persistent pain. Sometimes you could see the teeth through the skin, Master Lawrence. I did say a few times I was a little obsessed with it. Why did you like dealing with that one? Like, you like helping people get rid of it, or like it was just cool to look at? That joke in the end when she finally smiles at Jaws makes no sense when she doesn't have braces. It could also be, another thing that happens in movies also, and this happens in movies all the time, consistency errors. There is someone whose job it is on a movie set to make sure that everything is consistent. Sometimes they fuck up. And so you'll notice sometimes you'll be watching a scene and the thing is over here, and then it cuts to somebody's reaction. They go, "Are you sure?" And then it cuts back and the thing is over there now. Or someone's shirt is different, or like a not sure, nothing that nuts, but something's just like they have the person on the right side and they got the person on the left side, and then things like that happen in movies when the ball drops there. So if someone forgot to put on her braces for let's say if she had braces throughout the movie, she got to put them on for that scene, they didn't catch it, it goes to print. That kind of thing happens too. She doesn't have braces. I need to watch Jaws again, I guess. Milton is right. There's layers to the demonic hauntings. Diabolical subjugation. That one just clicked anyway. That's the external voices, persistent noises, and mostly just things causing obsessive isolation. Obsessive isolation. Huh. But some of that can drive people to horrible things. Laszlo. Oh, sweet. I am almost caught up. Laszlo, they have had plenty of time to edit things like wolf lying with lambs. I'm old, may forget things from the last week, but not 50 years ago. Oh yeah, they what's it called? Like we were talking earlier about how Ashura, God's wife, the female energy of divinity, has been essentially written out of the Hebrew texts in the Bible and whatnot. Most exorcists pick up a lot of the problems from positions over time. Even the people diagnosing it have some of the related problems. I actually don't know anyone without them that start with it. Oh, so you pick up a little bit of, so like a little bit of the demon kind of attaches themselves to the exorcist. That sucks. Thank you for promoting my channel, man. Oh, it's my pleasure. I've loved love having you here in the conversation and stuff. And if you're passing out knowledge, then more power to you. I'm gonna pass out, Playboy. All right, Brownnmild. Good hanging out, man. Hope you have a good night. Thank you for the conversation. May the Creator bless you, my fellow ape. May the Creator bless you as well, my friend. My cat used to bite me and bring back dead animals or other cats and dogs. Sometimes he was a big breed of cat, but he was orange and squishy and cuddly. Aw, that's awesome. Oh my god, my cat fucking brought me back a live mouse one time. A live mouse. She came in and she put it down, and I was doing laundry, so I had a fucking pile of clothes right there, and I said, "Hey Zoe, what's in your mouth?" "No," and she puts it down and looks at me all happy, and the mouse scurries into my clothes, and she goes, like she goes to catch it, goes, "Ah," and then looks at me again. I was like, "Thanks a lot, damn it." And then I said, okay. So I put her next to it. I was like, all right, I'm gonna take these off one at a time, and as soon as you see this motherfucker, you get him. All right, Zoe. And so I'm doing, and then I see them. I was like, "Get him, Zoe!" And then she went to get him, and he scurried away. And she's like, "Ah, well." I said, "God damn it, why?" Oh, and it was like 2 a.m. Oh my god, that sucked. I miss Zozo. She was so sweet. We're laying too many red pills on this poor guy. Don't you dare tell him about Rocco's basilisk. Rocco's basilisk. Most terrifying thought experiment of all time. Why are techno-futurists so freaked out by Roscoe's? Kiss my ass. Fucking two pop-ups asking me to subscribe or whatever. Fuck off, Slate. I don't even want to read your stupid article anymore. Dick. All right. Yeah, I like when people like my content and subscribe, but only if they like watching it. Well, I mean, clearly I can't give you a test drive right now. I'll have to do it later. But now I'm subscribed and I won't forget. And if one of your videos pop up, I'll go, "That's right. I haven't watched the videos yet." Project Looking Glass, not the 3D computer desktop. The other one about the time travel peaking. Oh, Project Looking Glass, not 3D computer desktop. The other one about. Whoop. Project Looking Glass. Heard of that, but don't know anything about it. So peeking through time. Well, there are humans that can do that. Just ask one of them. I think Jesus went to India too, before and after. Always Looking Glass. I could go into detail into what I think it is. Feel free. Oh no, I'm at 5 hours. Remember what I said? I was right. Continuity errors. Thank you. It was slipping. Like 5 hours in now. Continuity errors. Maybe they saved or made a different cut. You probably won't be watching the same movie I saw. Yeah, it's another thing these days. We're seeing a lot of you'd have to look at like an original. Sometimes you have to look at an original, see what they do. My buddy and I were talking about how everything's going to be digital and stuff, and then I said, yeah, and then they can just change whatever they want, and we'd never know unless we have an original hard copy. And he said, I hadn't thought about that. This was back in 2008, 9, 10. Around then. Yeah, 2010, I think. 2010, 2011 was around then. Yeah, we were talking about it. And now we've got Disney censoring everything and fucking... I'm not going to get into all that. Persistent pain. I don't like getting... Oh, because I said I should watch it. I'll still look, see what I can find. I might be able to find like original cut, things like that. But I mostly just haven't seen that movie in a long time. Persistent pain. I don't like getting rid of it. It would normally give me spiritual sickness to do so for a few days. It was just really interesting, those cases. And I like helping people. No, that's awesome. Okay, good. Long story short, the Bible is basically a much better version of Back to the Future. Cats play with their food. Guess what it does to the taste of their blood? Oh, does it make it sweeter or something? Is that why they play with their food? Yo, that same cat that I'm talking about, before I lived with my roommates, she brought in a rat once in a different house. When we lived in a different house, she brought in a rat, and it was a big fucking rat, and she had slit its stomach open, and so its guts were like hanging out, and it was just laying there. It had given up. It wasn't even fighting. It wasn't trying, and like we were all like, "No, what the hell? It's still alive!" But this guy was not fighting back. And he was just laying there, and he was looking at us like, "Yeah, I'm dead. Yeah, I'm dead." And it just kind of laid there, like looking defeated. Poor guy. And yeah, we had to mercy kill it. So I'm guessing it makes their blood taste sweeter. My cat brought me half a live Jack Russell once. Literally half of one. It was really gross, getting the blood out of my hair, and a little traumatic. Jack Russell, like a dog? Carrier? What? Your cat? How big was your cat? Are you sure it wasn't a little lion or a lynx or something? The lovely purple Valkyrie is here, who had a birthday recently, and I know it's hard to tell because she doesn't seem to age, but happy birthday, Purple Valkyrie. I know it's a little late, but I can say it with my own mouth instead of in a tweet. And I totally missed your birthday stream because I didn't see a tweet till like 12 hours later, 13 hours later. Oh my God, Jack Russell, that's terrible, man. That cat is it. How is it so strong? Looking Glass is a combination of peak AI algorithms, the complete sum of all human recorded information, as well as the lifelike VR simulator. All these things combined, they can basically explore the future. What? How are they going to get the sum of all recorded human knowledge and information into an AI? That would be what kind of a crazy... They'd have to have a quantum computer for that. Oh, they already have quantum computers. Okay, I get it. Name of Google's computer chip and their browser. And the two words together. Add the two words together. Google Chrome. Name of Google's computer chip. Oh, computer chip. You're talking about Google, right? They don't have a chip, do they? Computer chip? What Google's AI design chip tells us about the nature of... Okay, chip. Name. Google Tensor. The name Google Tensor is a nod to the name of Google's tensor processing unit the company uses for cloud computing. Tensor Chrome. So Tensor Chrome. Tensor Chrome. Tensor Chrome. No. Tensor Chrome. Sorry, man. I'm not connecting the dots you're hoping I'd connect. Which is a bummer, because I usually do connect dots really well. I'm up to 121 subscribers. Just need 4. And on track with my channel's goals. Nice! Ayo! If you're not subscribed to Milton Knowles, consider checking him out. He's gonna do a video. He's gonna do videos really soon about all these about essentially, demonic possessions and how to spot this kind of dangerous stuff. So yeah, go check it out. I just linked it again in the chat. The Insane Witch King. Where do I sub? Oh, I just shared the link again, so it's in the chat. Thank you, sweetheart. Mwah. Thank you for stopping by. It's so nice to see you, Purple. I have not hung out with you in so long. It has been a while. We need to hang out again, especially since I'm up at these stupid hours. That sounds exactly like the... Oh, you know what? Before I go to bed, maybe you know who is awake. And let me see. Okay, just sending a message to see if she's awake. Lazo, that sounds exactly like the arc that Michael Dallas is talking about. Exopolitics, hidden alien arcs. Yeah, supposedly Thoth's spaceship is, because he's a terrestrial being, but Thoth's ship, though, is hidden under the pyramid, which I would imagine they would remove and store somewhere else once they find that out. Did you insert dramatic music? Don't say it out loud. You need to preface it. You need to preface things like that. Oh, cool. I guess I got it wrong. Yay, I got it wrong. Oh, Adreno. Okay. Is it, don't say it out loud? Why not say it out loud? Is it, I'm going to type it. Let me know if I'm correct. Is that correct? Just typed it. And yeah, why not say it out loud? Is it because the Google gods will come down and strike me, or like because of the magic? I don't have a channel. Adrenaline spiked blood. Got you. Oh, adrenaline spiked blood. Oh, so it tastes better. I see. Adrenaline. So that's why cats play with their food. Adrenaline spiked blood, I guess, tastes better. Okay. I don't know how my big cat was. I know he was longer than my abdomen when I carry them around when I was a kid. When you were a kid. Well, that doesn't say much. Michael Sala. Thanks for promoting my channel. Man, not many people promote it because it's mostly giving assholes to the occult community. Mostly giving assholes. What? Well, I mean, the thing about the occult and esoteric and stuff is that if as long as you're coming from a good place, it's you there's always knowledge in there, and it can be helpful. If you're like spreading like dark knowledge, then like people will unsubscribe all on their own. But one away from 125. Good luck on your goals, by the way. We really do. I could do next week, Kai. Love to talk paranormal subjects. Ooh, fantastic. Yeah, let's see. I start at 11, 6, 7. So yeah, it'd be in the morning for you. All right. I'll reach out, Purple. I'll reach out maybe uh yeah, I'll see. We'll chat. Do you know Pete of Creepy Little Book, by the way? Have you heard of him? Bingo. Algorithm. Got you. Got you. Got you. Thank you. Good looking out. Hillary Clinton's. See, when I Googled, when I looked up the name, when I looked up, I got the wrong name. Hillary emails revealed in order of 12,500 penguin pineal glands. What? How is that even possible? We can't harvest that many. How it's not that's not that should I don't think that's possible. I don't think that's even possible. They don't have the numbers for that. And what kind of a crazy operation would it take? What, a ship full of people just out there like, okay, there's 12,500 shit. Oh my god. That's fucking Hillary Clinton weirdo shit. I didn't know it was a bad thing at the time that when we used to go to exterminate other cat at the dump, I used to take my cat there and he would just eat them. He liked it. Bro, your cat had something else going on, man. Your cat, what kind of a cat was it? Is it a big orange cat? What? Dude, that's nuts, man. Aztecs did it. Aztecs did what? Oh, the adrenaline spike blood thing? Dude, he has a great channel. Oh, awesome. Cool, cool. Well, I was hoping to have him on. Maybe you and him next week. Might be a nice little three of us chatting about this stuff. Tonight, in case Purple, if you're into like Sasquatch and all that stuff, we talked about Sasquatch. We talked about the Kandahar Giant. I remembered the Kandahar Giant. We talked about David and Goliath and how Goliath might have been a Sasquatch. How Goliath, the description of Goliath, 2 rows of teeth, 6 fingers, etc., matches the descriptions of Sasquatch. What? Like, there was a lot of cool stuff tonight. A lot of cool stuff. And Brownnmild joined me for a little bit. He provided biblical knowledge and whatnot. Censor in effect. What's going on now? Did it is it removing words? Is it removing stuff from the chat? It does. They do that all the time. That's normal. My goal is 200 by my birthday. Every birthday, it's 100 subs by my birthdays. Way away in July. Oh, way away in July. Oh, okay, cool. My birthday is May 1st. I'm hoping I hit 500, but I'm not really putting it out there, but maybe I should. But then again, I want to attract people that really want to be here and stuff. So I kind of don't want to force it, because then I think that's why you end up losing subscribers when people subscribe because someone else tells them to, and then they're like, this isn't my jam. Fuck this guy. And then they leave. Woo, pardon me. It's the thing that keeps them going. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. You mean the elites, the blood drinkers? Don't use that name. Triggered, not showing in my chat, only on Kai's screen. Don't use that name. Oh, the Clinton? Yeah. Yeah, probably. Not surprising. Also, is your chat set to top chat or all chat? Because that happens. Sweet. I will go back to the beginning once you're finished. Oh, wunderbar. Yeah, not showing. Got you. That makes sense. Yeah, that's pretty common. Purple is a cool name. Purple is, if you don't know Purple, Purple is wonderful human being. It's one of those things that you think, wow, I like this person's amazing. And then you talk to her and you're just blown away. by how much you underestimated how big her beautiful purple heart is. My favorite color contrast is purple and yellow, or violet and yellow, I guess. But when you think you are crazy and find a channel like this, we are not crazy. Oh no, we are not crazy. I'm not, and it's not like this is really my main topic. My main subject is like the cryptids and all this stuff. But I'm a sci-fi writer, so aliens and space and technology and I also believe in the alternate in ancient history and our alternate the real history of humanity and all that stuff. So I'll talk about all this shit. Atlantis, I've talked about Atlantis on here. Sasquatch, everything, man. I know it's smart to like niche down when it comes to YouTube, but I'm gonna talk about what I want to talk about. I don't want to go, my channel is about sci-fi, so I don't really talk about this stuff, but I believe in it. That's what the fuck people want. They want to know what you think and what you believe in, and why should I give a shit about you? Are you just some basic bitch that just talks about whatever your thing is, or like, is that all you got? That's really all you know is just this one topic. Okay, well then, But if you go, oh, no, I know this topic really well, and I'm into this stuff too, and I'm into this stuff. It creates a web, because it's not everything in the world is interconnected. Nothing exists in a vacuum. And so it's especially as a writer, if you're writing something, but you close yourself off to knowledge, information, and wisdom from other places because it's just not really your thing, well, then you're really limiting your potential. And as a creative in general, you're limiting your potential. And so I think when I find the more things I learn about somebody and the things that they're into, the more interested in them I am. And so I figure if I want to attract people that I really vibe with, then I'm going to put that out there like that. Why do I have the hiccups? I don't have the hiccups. Why am I hiccup burping like that? It's annoying. Yeah, that water is empty. Well, the cup is empty. The water bottle's full. But we are not crazy. Y'all are not crazy. Everybody thinks this way. It's just a handful of us that openly talk about it. That's true. Not everyone thinks this way, but a lot more people than people that talk about it for sure. 1/3 don't. Boy, that is too good. Hoping to do some of the YouTube meetups this year. I owe you a big hug. Oh my God. Purple, if you make it out to Vegas this summer, I'm going to give you the biggest hug, but I'm also going to be sure not to hurt you. I'm going to lean forward a little bit. I've learned. This channel's off the hook. We need a new Art Bell like you, dude. Oh, thanks so much, man. Oh, thank you. I mean, I don't think I'm as knowledgeable. I'm not as knowledgeable as Art Bell, but I'll talk about anything and I'll entertain, things that I don't like. I'm not familiar with that, or I don't really agree with it, but let's see what you got to say, because you never know where things come from. But thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And I'm glad you all followed Courtney over here. Oh, hey, Jeffrey Miller. Jeffrey Miller with the green hearts. Howdy, Jeffrey. Welcome. And thanks for the love. I knew there was an emoji when he said purple has a big heart. Well, she does, though. That wasn't generally I try to send Purple Valkyrie the purple heart when I send her hearts. Unless I'm feeling lazy, I just do the less than and the 3 and move along because I've got other shit to do. But otherwise, I'll sit there and look for that purple heart. I knew there was an emoji. Oh, yeah. I already read that. Writers tap the creative ether. That's why sci-fi writers can tune into things. Yes, absolutely, man. Absolutely. My book, writing it was the strangest and most amazing experience ever, because it was a story. It was a thing that had been just growing in my head and growing in my head and growing in my head. And I wasn't having other ideas. It was like it was taking up all my imagination land space. It had just taken up residence in my imagination land. I need to get this shit out. I need to get it on paper. I need to put it down. The story just keeps growing in all different directions. It doesn't have a form. It's amorphous. And I needed to get it out. And so I figured out the end. I was like, okay, so I know this is the end. I see glimpses of the middle. I see glimpses of things happening. How is this going to start? Once I figured out how it started, it was late at night. And I was like sitting there. I was just focused on that. And I realized what I needed to do to start the story. And if I do that, then it all works. I figured it out. Yes. I'm going to bed. Finally, I can go to bed because I couldn't go to bed obsessed with that thought. Once it was done, I went, I can close the book on this, put it down, go to sleep. I don't remember my dreams that night, but I woke up. I felt like I was buzzing. Like I felt like my whole body was buzzing, my head was buzzing, and I woke up and literally I went like this. I want to write. Oh shit. I want to write. I just want to write. What time is it? I got to go to work. Fuck. I don't want to go to work. I want to write. It was the only thing. It was literally the first thought in my head. It wasn't like, my alarm. Oh, I got to pee. It was, I want to write. Never happened before. I've been an artist my whole life. I was not a writer at that point. I didn't know how to write. But it's all I wanted to do. So my story very much was through me, not of me. I know a therapist who might disagree. Always sends, bingo. Yes, Vegas is the one I really want to do. I'd be so excited to meet you, Purple. You are such a sweetheart. He's very tuned in. Interesting guy. Laszlo, grab Mac Reynolds on Gutenberg. I think I already wrote that one down. Actually, that was from one of the books that this guy suggested. Okay, I still have this up. I owe my wealth of knowledge to being open to no matter what weird bullshit I hear, but also being skeptical at the same time. Yeah, you need to be able to entertain a thought without accepting it as truth and reality. That's the thing. A lot of people who are closed off to ideas are unable to do that. So if you present an idea, they go, well, that's not, no. Like, because then they're accepting that as like, you're saying, this is how it is. And then that just throws everything else into disarray. But if they listen and consider it and go, well, what would be the possibilities of that? What would be the implications of it? Why would that happen? And if you start dissecting it and figuring it out and seeing, well, that does actually connect really well with this, but it doesn't work at all with this other thing. So which one is wrong here? And they're unable to break things down. So yeah, absolutely, man. Absolutely. You got to remain skeptical. You got to be open. I miss my orange cat, Nugget. He was orange. Orange is my favorite color. So that cat was beautifully colored. Big fluffy orange cat. Sounds awesome. Orange cats were actually really rare. In the beginning, I think they originated with Vikings, and Vikings loved orange cats. So the Vikings commonly had orange cats. Did a sci-fi writing, wrote a short story. Very weird to see the story come from nothing. Right? Did a sci-fi writing. Oh, you mean like I know this word has been co-opted by certain types, but let's separate it from that negativity. Was it like automatic writing? Like, I'm going to write a little sci-fi story and it just appeared? That's the crazy thing about creation, is that it all comes from nothing. And it comes from thought. Thought is the origin of all things. Consciousness is the origin of all things. So it starts in consciousness and works its way into the world through us. You're on the right track. Pay attention to those dreams. Oh yeah, since I hit my sobriety break, I've been having my dreams have been coming back a little more vividly. It's been a little weird, but it's been cool. But yeah, what I was saying, I don't remember my dreams that night. I just woke up like full powered, like time to write. And I was like, I have to go to work. Time to write. I have to work out and run up a mountain and back down and then eat. And time to write. I was like, son of a bitch. I didn't get to write the whole day. All I wanted to do was write. I didn't get to do it until I got home, and then I opened up my laptop and I realized I don't know what to do because I'm not a writer. So I was like, oh shit, what do I do now? Inspiration struck. Yeah, it was an inspiration. Shit, take a look at Philip K. Dick. Best sci-fi movies were from his dreams and LSD trips. Yeah, it was not my dreams that fueled it. It was not that. I figured out the story, the main tentpole elements of it when I was awake, and then I went to sleep. But when I woke up, I had connected with my purpose in this universe, in this life, is what happened. That's how I interpret that. I learned to write because it was weird because I learned to write my book because I was like, what if I could make this a graphic novel? I could draw. That saved me a lot of work. But no, the story wanted to be a book. I couldn't make it a graphic novel. It wasn't going to work. I had to make it a book. So I learned to write fiction for that. Synchronicity is very real once you're open. Handy to catch those green tragic lights too. Silva Mind Control Course. Synchronicity is very real once you are open. Handy to catch those green tragic lights too. I don't follow that part. Handy to catch those green tragic lights too. Silva Mind Control Course. Silva Mind Control Course. What is that? Sci-fi writing course taught by Oz sci-fi authors. OZ. Yeah, what is that, by the way? OZ. I've seen that a few times. I'm thinking that I'm not actually familiar with what that stands for. Freya's chariot was pulled not by horses, but by 2 male cats. I would imagine that's why Vikings loved cats. Oh. Well, but they actually specifically loved the orange cats. Like, they loved the orange cats. They were very prevalent in their region. But that's fat. I didn't know that they were pulled by 2 male cats. That's badass. Freya's chariot. One of my colonies is named Freya in my book. I've got Norse and I've got Norse and Viking references in a few places. I think it's because it's Freya is the colony. There's a colony called Freya, and then the ship that we travel on for most of the story is the Ulfbert. It's up to 37 degrees Fahrenheit. Oh, nice. Almost livable. Do androids dream of electric sheep equals Blade Runner? One of my all-time favorite movies. Oh, yeah. Blade Runner was great. Was there an electric sheep reference? I missed it. The orange cat gene is an anomaly, and it's related to black hair in cats. Oh, interesting. I know it's an anomaly, but and it's not that old. It hasn't been around that long. Oh man, don't get me started on synchronicity. I've had days where I just know every single word a person would say to me in advance. I thought it was Groundhog's Day. Never mind. I'll talk about that another day. All of my books want to be books. They also want to sell millions of copies. So the question of whether or not wealth would spoil me can be answered. With me, like, I accepted that I could maybe my mom and my friends buy my book and no one else, and I die in obscurity, or I'm world famous and go down as a legend. I could land anywhere between those two, and I need to be okay with both of them. And I am. That's why when another monster was saying, "Oh, you're gonna be famous," I was like, you never know, man. Maybe not. I might die before I get famous. I might never get famous. I might just influence one person in the world, and that person maybe changes the world. Maybe it's not my place to be famous or to change things. Maybe it's theirs, but they might need what I have to say. And that's life. Traffic lights. Autospeller sucks. Jose Silva, 1970s, taught magic. Oh, okay. Most of my magical charms are wards. Wait. Most of my magical charms and wards are so I don't dream there are not good anymore. Not good anymore. Oh, okay. So you don't dream they're not good anymore? Your dreams are not good? That's sad. No, why? Why aren't your dreams good? Can you make them good again? I mean, clearly if they took a path in one direction, there's got to be a path in the other way, right? Oh man, what time is it? Yep. Such a good film. Philip K. Dick, Blade Runner, yeah. So actually, I saw the definitive cut of Blade Runner. That was fantastic. That is the best. Sorry, that is the best cut of Blade Runner. It's the cut of Blade Runner that the director wanted and intended. Instead, not the director's cut, not the theatrical cut. It was the definitive cut, I think it was called. That was the one that he actually wanted to put out as his cut. So if y'all haven't seen it, go check it out. I feel like it's paced better somehow. It's just paced better. I loved it. It was great. Never trust an agent named Jones. PKD also wrote, I didn't actually say that in the book. I just said don't trust that fucking guy. PKD also wrote the story that inspired Total Recall and A Scanner Darkly. Oh wow. Philip K. Dick. Total Recall and Scanner Darkly. That's nuts. Reflects the bad dreams. Like the are you talking about the charms and stuff? But I mean the good dreams. Why not? How can you get back to good dreams, you know? Bad dreams are from seeing too much bad stuff, man. It's best that I don't have them anymore. Oh no, understandable, absolutely. I wasn't trying to say like just deal with it. That's not where I was coming from. I meant like, is there some way that you can? What if you focus your mind on good things and beautiful things and love and fun and stuff like that? Is there any way that you can push your mind back in the other direction so that you don't have bad dreams? Is what I was proposing. I mean, I guess you have to test it out one night, and if you wake up to a bad dream, you go, nope, get my charms, putting them back up. Some of his books on Gutenberg now. I didn't believe in the crystal energy bullshit, but if you want some proof it works, get yourself a big hunk of moldavite and wear that for an hour and you'll change your mind. Moldavite. Well, I know that the Atlantis ring has this geometrical pattern that essentially creates a field around you or influences the magnetic field that we all generate to something that kind of brings you more calm. It protects you from bad energy and stuff. So there's always that. Moldavite. I've opened so many tabs for myself to read later. Oh my god. Dreamcatchers. Yeah, Dreamcatchers. Never trust a man in a black suit, wide brim hat, and polished shoes. Polished shoes or Polish shoes? And when they ask too many questions, it's bad. It's a bad thing. And a bat suit, wide brim. Oh, you mean the Men in Black? Yeah, I know to watch out for the Men in Black. Shit, I think if I saw a Man in Black, I wouldn't trust him. He's like, hey there, how you doing? Good. How are you? I'm fine. Mind answering questions for me? Yeah, just give me a sec. I'll go over here. I'll be right back. Yeah, sure. I won't come back. I'm gonna leave him there. I'm gonna leave his ass there. Mate, been wearing Moldavite for 2 years. Do you guys recommend meditation? It's something I'd like to learn. I would. I used to meditate for an hour every single day. It helped me a lot. It got me to a state where I felt like Zen all day, all the time. I was in Zen mode. it was wonderful. I want to get back to that. I've been having trouble meditating. I was talking about that earlier, but I want to get back to that. I'm trying to meditate regularly. You can start with like 30 minutes a day, but essentially don't have expectations of results. Don't expect results. Don't have specific expectations. Just meditate, learn to calm your mind, calm your breathing, focus on your heartbeat, look inward, and just be present. And before you know it, like if you have somewhere to be, let's say if you're like, well, I got to leave by a certain time, so I'm going to set an alarm to make sure that I know what time I need to leave. If your alarm goes off while you're meditating, you go, oh shit, is it already that time? That's a good thing. That means you're getting the hang of it. So that's a good way to gauge kind of your growth with meditation, because it's going to take time. It's going to take time to develop that, because in the beginning you're going to feel before you calm your mind, you need to calm your body, and your body, you're going to be sitting there or laying down, and you're going to feel uncomfortable, and okay, it's going to itch. Like, you need to settle yourself. Once you learn to settle yourself on the outside, you start learning to settle yourself on the inside, and then it's an inward journey. So I would highly recommend. I recommend that to everybody. Purple, honestly, I recommend that to everyone for a variety of reasons. Minority Report was also Philip K. Dick novel. Never trust suspicious-looking men in black suits who offer a free eye exam. The Men in Black are based on real shit. Like, that's a real thing. A lot of they're based on the eyewitness accounts of people who like were involved with alien sightings and stuff. And they were like, yeah, a couple dudes in black or black and brown suits, like with wide hats, they'd show up and ask questions and stuff, or threaten you to give them the things that they want. They wouldn't threaten you explicitly. It'd be like, it'd be a real shame if your whole family died, kind of thing. You know what I mean? Last time somebody like that was asking me too many questions. The guy that taught me ceremonial magic went off his handle at them for around 5 hours. They were ghostly white at the end of it. Went off the handle. So he just like berated them for 5 hours? Whoa. Damn. And they didn't try to back off. They didn't try to go, okay, sir, yeah, it's fine. No, we're sorry. We're just going to leave. They didn't even try that. Moldavite keeps the reptiles away. Oh, good to know. Does it work on snakes? Because fuck snakes. Some of those fuckers are poisonous. And you bet your ass if I go to Australia, I'm wearing that shit on my neck, around my ankles. I'm making a fucking bracelet. Stay the fuck away from me, snakes. Interesting. The first time I wore Moldavite, I felt invisible rings of energy rising up through my spine. Oh, that feels amazing. That sounds amazing. I'll have to check out this Moldavite. Censored. Go slow, Kai. He's gonna flip out when he figures out reptiles are real. Reptiles. Are you talking about reptile people? I was wondering if it works on all reptiles. I knew you meant reptile people, but I mean like regular reptiles too. Does it work on regular reptiles? Because if that shit will keep Australia's poisonous ass snakes away from me, I'm there, man. I am there. I can now feel safe in Australia. Purple. Everybody should do meditation. However, don't do the body tensing stuff right off the bat. Just do the relaxed stuff at first. Body tensing. I don't even know what you're talking about, man. Kai, do that Reiki course. Second level is pretty good. Never felt the need to go to master level. Wait, that Reiki course. Okay, I did not take. I thought you just meant like do a Reiki course, but if you have a specific one that you're recommending, could you say it again, please? I'll open a tab for it. A student asked their master, how long before I will be enlightened? The master said, 1 year. The student asked, what if I try really hard? The master said, 10 years. Exactly. Meditation is like learning to hold sand, because a lot of times people try to meditate, and what they're doing is they're picking up a bunch of sand and squeezing it. They're saying, I can't meditate. Look, all the sand falls out. Like, that's not how you meditate. You pick up the sand and you just let the sand be. And so that's the goal, Don't try. The more you grip, and that's most things in life. That's relationships, that's people, that's meditation, that's a lot of things. The more you try to grip the sand, the more it'll slip through your fingers. Kinnigan is a good way to break him in. I think I've read. Anyway, I think because I need to wrap it up. See, I said if I didn't cut it off at 4 hours, I'd go all the way to 6. I'm at 5:41. Thank you, Milton. Take it slow. I'd like to learn to reconnect with myself and be calm. That's a great way to start there. Purple, the best meditation technique is just to lie down and just relax. I always do the lotus position. I feel like I feel comfortable like that. I feel like I'm meditating like that. I'm not, because the thing is, when I'm laying down, maybe I can't. I don't know. I just that's how I felt like. And so at first it was a lot of adjusting, and I felt like, how do I hold my hands? Where do I do a thing, because I like triangles and the number 3. So with my hands, I'll usually make a triangle, because it's whatever. I make a triangle with my fingers. And that's actually something I picked up from Babylon 5. The Minbari do that. They have I think they do it like this with their hands, but I interlock my fingers, like, Full Metal Alchemist, create the circle. You are the circle. And so, and the triangle is for me. That's for myself. It's my shape. It's my power, baby. I mean, it's not, my power comes from within, but that triangle is, I do everything in 3s and stuff. Purple's messing me. Love triangles. The people in the black suits I was talking about, just out of statistical anomaly, as they put it. I don't know what they're doing. I was just a teenager, and that was Master Lawrence's business. Set of statistical anomaly. Just out with yeah, no, they're real. Those motherfuckers show up asking questions. They really do. There's pictures of them. Like next to me, like in fucking their like trench coats or their dusters or whatever they're called. It's fucking legit. Native reptiles like snakes, no. Man, we're talking about interdimensional reptiles. All right. Well, at least that'll give me a tip as to who who might be funny business. Damn it. I was really hoping regular ass snakes would not appreciate that too. I'm in OZ. Haven't been attacked yet. What is OZ? Oh, where is the land of Oz? Quadling, the Gillikin country to the north and the south Munchkin. Oh, son of a bitch! Fuck you. I mean, for reals, you dick. Not Oz from the movies. Times of India. Why is Australia called Oz? Oh, Australia's called Oz. Aussie. Oz. Got you. Jackass. Me the jackass. Channel's open. You can see the white light. What's the specific? You said you had a specific course that you recommended, right? If you could mention that for me, so I could put it up in a new tab for myself later. I'm setting a lot of prejudice against snakes, and I think that is just not what this current era is about. Snake lives matter. It's not about. It's just about, like, okay. Recently, I watched a thing about the snakes in Australia and how poisonous they are. I'm already not about poisonous snakes, like, and poisonous things in general. Spiders, snakes, other things that are poisonous. Those are the only two that really pop into my mind. So I generally kill all spiders, and I don't fuck with snakes. Snakes, I'll tell a snake, I am playing with you. I am not. I think the triangle heads are the poisonous ones, right? Round head, I don't mind. Triangle head, no. If you come at me, I'm gonna grab you and I'm gonna Smeagol smash you against the pavement. Meditation works, but you can always use the DMT and turn your hand into an industrial grade sand scooper. I would like to try that. That'd be great. Aussie mate, yeah, I figured it out. Cultural barbarian, yeah. Too much Indiana Jones as a youth, perhaps? No, I actually not enough for me. I haven't. I never. I was never too big into Indiana Jones. I watched the movies as a kid growing up, but it wasn't like I love Indiana Jones. Can we watch that again? I was more into watching Star Trek and Babylon 5. How young do you think I am? How old do you guys think I am? Before I wrap up the stream, how old do you guys think I am? The guys I were talking to and their boss was freaking scared of Master Lawrence after he had a not polite 5-hour conversation with them. The guys were talking to their boss, freaking scared. Wow, that's impressive. And you know what's funny? I mean, I'm sorry, but you keep calling him Master Lawrence. I know it's the name of your master, but like I just keep thinking Johnny Lawrence from Karate Kid, from the Karate Kid show. Cobra Kai. There we go. Johnny Lawrence from Cobra Kai. Like him just berating a couple men in black for 5 hours. Like, yeah, you come back, you get some karate in the face. Rise and shine with Purple Valkyrie. Switch accounts to add it. You are such a sweetheart, Purple. Thank you so much. I didn't realize you had a second account. Reiki training, find a teacher that resonates. First level is pretty quick. Oh, I see. Second level takes about longer. It takes a bit longer. Master level means you can train others. Oh, okay. Well, that might help me on my journey. So I will look into it. Thank you. I already found some people I resonate with in general in the spiritual space. So I'll look into it more. Oz is an abbreviation for us. Yeah, I know. 25. Thank you, Laszlo. The only one guessing. Anyone else? I think Purple Valkyrie might know how old I am, or at least approximately how old I am. Let me see. I'm just gonna, because I haven't played any clips pretty much the whole time. I'm gonna play a fun little one that I really like. And by the way, this is an amazing show. If you haven't watched it, I'll plug it afterward.
That's spooky.
Oh, do you believe in ghosts, Ted?
I do. But more importantly, I think they need to believe in themselves. You know?
Okay.
I freaking love Ted Lasso. That show's amazing. 28? 42. All right, so let's see. 93. Missed it by that much. Purple Valkyrie is the closest without going over. I am 35. I turned 36 1st of May. I had my first awakening at around 25. Poisonous lives matter. This is a lot of prejudice and racism towards non-humans. You are most likely going to be using one of those terms like animals. Am I doing a good impression of a vegan? It would be rude for me to guess. Not if I ask for it. And I'm not a woman. It's rude to guess a woman's age or ask her age. Actually, it's not rude to guess a woman's age if you're guessing low. But, man, we don't care. We don't give a shit. Thanks. Goodbye and thanks for all the fish. Darn. I was a couple of years short in my mind. Oh, well, thank you. Holy crap, I'm 38. Thought you were younger. Nah, man. 35. Turning 36. I've been told, I think maybe it's my energy. that maybe makes me seem a bit youthful. I feel like as people get older, they get more like, not serious. Serious isn't the right word, but not as enthusiastic. Generally, less enthusiasm as you get older. People go, "Why are you so excited? You know, there's a good chance this isn't going to work out." Those bags, it's those bags under your eyes. Hey, that's from coming up on a 6-hour stream right now, man. I try. And that shiny spot on your head that looks like your skull. Yeah, I saw that card. Guess I aged well. Yeah. Hell yeah. Cheers to you. I think the same thing whenever they're like, "Can I see some ID?" Yes, you can. All right, y'all. I'm getting out of here. I'm going to wrap it up before I hit 6 hours. But since most of you are new and have not been here before, I leave you all at the end of my streams with a little bit of hope and this beautiful little outro that I clipped from fuck, what's his name? He did a Picard review and he obliterated it. Fuck, he did that one on Star Wars years ago too. But anyway, I leave you all with a little bit of hope, a little inspiration. I hope you have a beautiful, no card requirement. You got white hair, bro. You've got white hair. 27 or 28. Oh, wow, you're young. You're younger than I thought. A wonderful weekend. Yeah, have a beautiful weekend. Thank you all for hanging out. It's been an absolute pleasure. Much love. Nice. Great stream. I'll check you out next time you're up. Thanks. I do this weeknights at 11 p.m. Pacific. All weeknights. The same age as me. Love each other a lot. 4 years old. She would hit me really hard. I mean, you don't aim that low. But good night, everybody. Have a great weekend. And hopefully, I'll see you Monday.
Second star to the right. And straight on till morning.
Set a course. For home.
I'm reading an ion storm on that trajectory, sir. Should I go around it?
We can't be afraid of the wind, Ensign. Take us to Warp 4.
It is the unknown that defines our existence. We are constantly searching, not just for answers to our questions, but for new questions. We are explorers. We explore our lives, day by day. And we explore the galaxy, trying to expand the boundaries of our knowledge. And that is why I am here. Not to conquer you with weapons or with ideas, but to coexist and learn.
Let's see what's out there. Engage.